like you go to Santa. What for cannot, ya don't want it. Since I started new, my class. No, 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 no. Ethiopia, Africa, Ethiopia, Africa. Hands up. Ethiopia, Africa, Ethiopia, Africa. Ethiopia, land of the beauty, land of the praise, land of majesty, land of the peace, Ethiopia.
Sorry, my mic was on and off, and then I had to log on my iPhone.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's why I had to log on again. I apologize.
Not at all. Actually, I was requesting, for you to co-host, but
Yeah,
it's not
go ahead.
working. See?
Try it again
Okay,
and see if it works, because
okay.
the Samsung kind of gets stuck.
We should be okay now.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, good.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wonderful, actually done that. Yeah, that's very good. Great. Yeah. We have another co-host. I think it's better actually to set up the tone first in Pan Africa. I'm sure actually.
And then I've seen a difference on using a Bluetooth earpiece and direct wired earpiece. The co-hosts and hosts, it's preferred to use the plug-in earpiece. Wouldn't you think so? Because sometimes, we lose connection. The other thing I notice is that if we have too many speakers and too many requests, the room would end up crashing. Therefore, we should limit them at least to be 7, not more than 7.
Yeah, I think that's it. Frequently, actually, we will review. The housekeeping should be well. It allows you actually a maximum of 13, including the cost and the co-host. But for bandwidth, it's better actually to have a smaller number of speakers and then drop them down.
Exactly.
And then we do it.
And whenever they need to speak, what we could do is they can inbox us, you and me or any co-hosts, and then we can bring them up. And if it's kind of congested and so forth, I've seen some other spaces use a back channel to ask questions, and then and answers there. We could do like a Q&A instead of getting dropped. Sometimes, last time we had such a good conversation, we recorded it for a long time, and then all of a sudden it just crashed, and then it kind of gave us difficulty. So if we maintain that, it should be fine. I think we can go for hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are talking in the presence of everybody here, but the advantage is for us in terms of housekeeping. The other housekeeping is this being said. We will limit actually our time. It's not just going to be actually 5 hours on the space. So
Preferred.
in terms of time as well, it will be. So I will have actually like the kind of Sadiq as the keynote speaker. So when I and you actually identify keynote speakers, they can stand there actually for longer time. But the rest of
Exactly.
them actually given with 3 minutes across the board, right from the very outset, if need be, as you say, people actually can ask question, DM the co-hostess, and then we can take it actually that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the
Well,
and the main important thing is that we should not allow any racial slurs, anything that's targeted to a personal attack. We have to be civil. We're all grown-ups. No insults. It's just that we just have to be very respectful of each other. And if we don't respect each other, I mean, who's gonna respect us? So let's keep it in that way. And usually, when the speakers come up, identify themselves as who they are. Preferably we want speakers who are grown-ups, not kids who coming up in here and gaslighting us and things of that nature. So we just have to be aware of that. And limitation should be like within 3 minutes and so forth. And no interruption when somebody speaks, and let them finish within that 3-minute limits. Just keeping it organized, and yield the mic.
absolutely. I think, fortunately, in my space, we have never had actually that serious problems of tug of war because if people are not actually mature enough, they don't deserve actually a space.
Exactly.
As simple
Exactly.
as that. But again, the other thing is in any scenarios, when there is a title, a topic, which is like, for instance, this is actually United Africa, the new order challenges. I have got actually some questions already prepared. We need to follow that. Sometimes people actually go off tangent, and then it could be actually a country base fatigue between this and that. That's not going to happen. As an example, actually, we can still use any African countries for that matter, but it should not be reduced to one particular unintended agenda. This is an intended agenda, an unintended agenda. We cannot entertain. And then we are discussing this actually in the full blown presence of actually everybody. So that's the way it is, friends. And glad actually that you are all here. This is quite an interesting subject. The new order. When we talk about the new order, that means actually that there is an old order. What do you mean actually by the old order in the first place? If we don't conceptualize the old order, what do you mean actually by the old order in the context of Africa? What we are doing actually repeatedly. There is a saying, as you all know, if you are doing the same thing expecting a different outcome, that's just insanity. So we need to come out of that insanity. We're doing exactly the same thing, and then expecting actually Africa actually to go forward. So every single one of us here, one way or another, we are related actually to Africa. In that sense, actually, how can we make actually Africa a better place? For us to contemplate, even to contemplate Africa to make Africa a better place, we have to understand where is Africa right now. What how has it been actually for Africa over the last 3 or 4 decades, for that matter? Vis-a-vis the individual countries' performances, or the relationship between Africans themselves, the core values that we respected before, but where are they now? They have been eroded now. What's the role of AU, and in the older fashion? When I say this one, so a complete departure. This is what we wanted to do in this discussion. First of all, the situation analysis is key, in fact, for you before actually you project anything actually new. So we need to really carefully, but without actually being long-winded per se, but evidence-based analysis of actually what is Africa, what does Africa look like, what is old. So once actually we crystallize on the content of actually the character of Africa, meaning the old order, and then we can talk about actually the new order. In what way do you think actually we should take Africa to make it a new order? That's actually the whole ethos of this. I've got some questions. In fact, I'll download them before actually I go there, and I'll ask actually Pan African, the other actually co-host again, to shed some light. What's your take on this one? It doesn't have to be actually a rigorous one, but just simply give us your thoughts on this one. I'll bring my questions and pin them here. Pan Africa, mic's yours. Pan Africa, the co-host, are you there? Okay, that should be a problem. So we need to find actually another co-host then in that case. Right. Okay. Ethiopia, are you available to co-host? Just show me your hand. Ethiopia, are you available to co-host? Your Twitter, are you listening to me? Hello?
Just give me a second. I was trying to get a couple of people here to come in.
Yeah.
Are you there? Yeah,
Yeah.
a couple of people to come in. That's why I had my mic off, and I'm
Okay.
texting.
Yeah, you could
Somebody
still
there.
hear me. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ethiopia, are you available to co-host?
Yes,
I need to really
yes.
organize.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can be your back.
Yes, I can hear you. All right, that's fine. Okay, just okay. We take it from there. Right. I think I need to organize myself first, especially before we go into the details. Having actually the co-host is key in this process. So yeah, I've got actually the two co-hosts now. You can DM each other internally as well, and we'll move on. And we will allow actually people to come up in the manner actually that we discussed earlier on from the listeners. They will be promoted actually to speakers. The speakers actually should show hands, and then we give, apart from actually the keynote speakers, we will give actually 3 minutes. Blast it, whatever you want it to be. Stick to the subject itself. Okay, Ethiopia, what's your take on this one? I think if you've been there, very briefly, if 1 or 2 minutes actually, if you want to say something, we'll take it from there.
I just literally stepped in. If I can have 2 minutes, I prefer that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely,
Okay,
no doubt.
just a short briefing. It's in regards to the old and new order, meaning that how Africa had been utilized back in the days, when the days of slavery, and then the slave trade and so forth. If we can go back to 1500s and so on, and then later we come up, I think the subject probably likely is going to be what is the system that have been changed since then. So I see it in that perspective, and maybe likely I will go ahead and place up a YouTube channel that I have seen some type of an educational stuff, and with a history of a background there for you guys. If anybody wants to see it, or I can DM them. I have not set up the YouTube channel on the tweet yet, but very informative. I think Tess probably I've passed it to you, I think, and I'm not sure if that goes along with the headlines that we have here, but it should. Anyways, and I yield the mic, and anybody want to come up, just please, raise your hands up, or ask to be a speaker.
Thank you very much. I think we'll be
If I
asking
can,
actually Sadiq to take the mic initially. But I think, let me just to qualify, when I had actually this United Africa, the new order, yeah, the old order, right, actually from the slave trade, whatever colonization, but particularly even recent past, meaning even now, it is the old order. In the new emerging order is Pan-Africanism. For out of a smoldering ash, there is something new erupting, something new emerging. So look at it actually in that perspective. And I have pinned actually my questions we need to follow that. What is new in African fact sheet? Before actually we go plunge into discussing the main thrust of actually this particular topic, we should exchange what's going on. That's just kind of a news bite. We always actually start with that. That's your fact sheet. And after that, we will try actually to discuss what constitutes the old, or particularly the existing order. The order we are in is part of actually the old regime itself. And then the next one is what constitutes the new or emerging order. What do you mean by new, and what constitutes? And then what role can I play individually? And then what role can the African Renaissance, grassroots movement actually play? And finally, what role can No More play? And then there will be a summary of it. So that's actually how we really follow. Ethiopia, if you want to say actually something, you say, but we need to give actually Sadiq the chance actually to speak as a keynote speaker. Thank you. Ethiopia, is there anything you want to say? Hello, Ethiopia.
I am a mess today. My apologies. No, I could step in actually. I had a call, but it's a great topic. The new order, I think the old order was the order of oppression and exploitation, and as they call it, the dark continent. Not that we accepted it, but we just the ducks were not aligned for us to speak up and to push back. But with the new age and the age of access to information at the tip of our fingers and outlets to channel our voices, I think we've been able to galvanize new thoughts, new voices of resistance, and it's the new order spans out of Africa. It's not just limited in Africa. As we've experienced, the Black Lives Matter movement broke out in the middle of a pandemic when everyone was sitting at home, glued to their TV, unable to even do grocery shopping. And we saw the situation with George Floyd. And that struck a nerve and struck a chord with everyone that was unable to, go to their favorite football game or anything that kind of distracts us in North America. That literally brought us down to the ground. We all felt the knee on our necks. And that was a metaphor to where we saw ourselves in life in terms of, us as being Black people in a society dominated, economically dominated by white people, with truth that we've always known in terms of, Black people building the North America, the U.S., especially in Canada, some in Canada and the North Nova Scotia areas, but ultimately the wealth and the riches of Europe, the exploitation of Africa, the demonization of Blackness, the massage. What is it? The massage noir, right? And that brush, that broad brush, which paints us as this inconsolable, helpless continent. I moved right after I moved to Africa. And while we were just 1 month in, we went to the most luxurious hotel here in Rwanda, about 4 hours away from Kigali. And we were going to a hotel and we weren't staying there. We just wanted to visit. That cost $1,500 a night. And on the way, I saw children with flies on their eyes, with very small t-shirts, with no pants, no underwear, running around, following, chasing the car. And I said, wait a minute, we're going to a very expensive hotel owned by a British/American company. Why is there not a road? And to me, that was an awakening. The person said, the poverty is also part of the tourism. The poverty, seeing that poverty porn has become an entertainment. And we're fed up. And the new order comes with people's minds shifting, the global economic system shifting, the global north being challenged by the global south. In the days of technology and information that is faster than the speed of light. And then you have to remember our DNA of resilience and resistance combined has illuminated. I don't know if we're at the new order yet, but I think there's a call for a great reset. We're saying, wait a minute, this ain't right. We're saying, wait a minute, we're saying hashtag no more. And this is something that it's a common denominator amongst, at the very least, 80% of the world's population. These very international communities that we call, and we know how many they are, and you know what their skin color looks like. If they choose to, they could end world hunger. Just recently, there was a back and forth with Elon Musk. I don't know if you remember, but it's possible. So it's a choice, and we're saying we're not okay with this choice anymore.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think you have touched with some gruesome examples, particularly in near Kigali. You know, poverty has been actually advertised as a tourist attraction. Is that not actually sad? But this is actually the picture. But the thing is, in the past, now what we need to look at is the relationship between the Africa and then the West hegemony. Again, Africa to Africa relationship itself, what's the existing order? That has to be looked at as well. How are we relating? Are we united or disunited? Out of this smoldering ash, is something new. Is it emerging or can it really emerge? So the focus is there. As Ethiopia has mentioned, we have to take into consideration the new digital era that brought us together, to be honest with you, Africans here. Would that be actually an instrument for us actually to come together? Do we have actually the willingness actually to step up? What are actually the challenges and opportunities also? Don't take it lightly. There's bumpy rides. We have already actually encountered some problems, creating havoc between, like for instance, Zimbabwe and South Africa, as we know it. You know, there are people actually working hard to make it difficult actually for us actually to go into this Pan-African way. So you have to take that into account. So the old is a disunited. The old is actually our relationship with the Western hegemony is a master slave as far as they were concerned relationship, always actually to the disadvantage of Africa, even to the point that you have mentioned actually tourism poverty is considered to be, you know, oh, that poor soul, you know, flies on their eyes and whatever, actually they go back with a photograph of that. That's so sad. That relationship actually has to change internally within Africa, internally within countries, countries themselves. But again, actually, our relationship in what they call the new economic and political order at international level. Sadiq, I will give you the mic, and I have tried actually to bring up our brother Swahib. Is it Swahib? I think if I mispronounce that.
Sahib.
Yeah, I tried actually a number of times, but he's not responding. If you could DM him, actually, that we would be happy actually to bring him up. He's from what I got, he lives in Kenya, and then he's not knowledgeable on the subject. So, Sadiq, could you go ahead and you know take the mic, brother?
Thank you very much, brother Tess, the co-hosts. Thank you so much. Yeah, I text Suhaib, brother Suhaib. So he told me a little bit. He will be with us. Sorry for coming late a little bit. I had flu today, and I was chairing a meeting where mobile phones are not allowed to be used inside. So excuse my uh, 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 lateness. So last time when we met, we discussed how this new order affects our continent and our peoples, and as African Renaissance grassroots movement, how it affects us. So the questions that were posted were like, what is the new Africa fact sheet, and what continues the old or existing order? What constitutes the emerging order? And what role can we play during the transition from the old order to the new order? First of all, I believe power has begun to change hands since the 2000s in most of Africa. Before that period, there were more of conservative administrations that completely had a mindset that Africa cannot stand on its own, cannot even rule itself. There was that mindset which came from the West that said Africans are not prepared to be left their own affairs to themselves, that some Westerner or somebody from the East had to come and help Africa to govern itself, or to feed its people, or to do that, or to do this. Then from 2000s, there were some changes in power hands in places like, if you look very closely, places like Rwanda, when Paul Kagame, in the 1994, around that time, they had a rough time. But if you look very carefully, in 2000s, there was that new, fresh breath that you can feel. Could it be because he came to the African Union with these fresh ideas, him questioning a delegation of African heads of states, telling them these pure truths, that why are we Africans going all the way from our continent, all the 50 plus of us, 54, 55 of us, going all the way, all these 10,000 miles away from our homes, and just being invited by a leader of a single country in Europe, and then saying, Europe, what is meeting is like France and Africa. So he began this negotiation. So that was the time the New Order initiative set in terms of power, based on power. These socio cultural, political, economical changes often take time. They are not easily wiped out. So 30 years down the road, today we have some of what he was saying is materializing. Like, for instance, look at the Horn of Africa. The Horn of Africa, we had a brutalizing terrorist group that oppressed Ethiopia, oppressed Somalia, lied about the Horn of Africa, and those lies to this day haunt the region. Now we have new leaders plus new euphoria among the populations in Horn of Africa. Now, if you talk to anybody in the Horn of Africa, be it in Somalia or Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, anybody will tell you that it is clear today that TPLF was a terrorist group and not serving in the interest of anybody, including Ethiopia, which is a country that administration claimed to be helping. I 100% can tell you today, the patterns you have seen TPLF doing in Tigray region, blocking the routes of food to the people, then claiming the government is doing it. They have that kind of behavior. Child soldiering, all this kind of rape, they do it, and then they make the loudest noise like somebody else has done it. They have done it in Somalia. They brought, can you imagine, 3,000 soldiers on their own. That is the 2006, 2007, on their own. And they said Somalia has illegal weapons coming from Eritrea, and that is going to the hands of some sort of terrorist groups which they concocted together. Now, that lie alone put Eritrea in arms embargo, and Somalia to this day our government is struggling with those things. So the new order, as I have mentioned, is setting in, and the hopes we have of it are very high. But we have fears. There are challenges, very big challenges. One of them is that we have communities that have been put against each other for 30 years, 27, 28 years of hatred. Today, a Somali person in Horn of Africa thinks it is Tigrayans that came to kill them, because it was very hard to find somebody to speak up and say, well, this is wrong. But this happened, most of it, because the TPLF was so crafty to silence people, not to speak up. So embracing the new order, and we as African Renaissance grassroots movement, we need to be part of the intellectuals that provide a template, a blueprint that guides it to a road that is different from the blood-sucking terrorists that have ruined the lives of the people. So I would like to take questions and also come back back and forth. I'll give you back, Tess, brother. Thank you so much for my introductory remarks, and then we carry on from there. Back to you.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. In fact, from the general to the specific, and then where we are actually right at the moment, in terms of, the old basically in terms of Africa, even the existing ones, the very disunited ones, the home for some of the barbaric type of actually ethnocentric politics, including actually what happened actually in Ethiopia, and they being used, in fact, by other, the Western hegemony as such. And there are other new leaders again actually emerging and, challenging the status quo. This is what I see, the status quo not to continue. So there is a clash now. And if you look at it, and my question to you, Sadiq, and in fact others also actually who probably would like actually to come and just contribute. Kenyan boy is also actually coming, would like actually to contribute. If Awat is not actually working, probably if you could come as well. And there is now the clash between what you're saying is the old regime, the old order, which is still existing, and then we are actually transiting. There are some emerging, new ideas, given the technology, given actually the new policies actually shaped up. So you have actually this two contending realities. By and large, actually, we're still actually in the past. There's no doubt about it. But surely, but slowly, but surely, the new is actually emerging. Like, for instance, in the Horn of Africa, for the last probably actually the last 20 years, just during the TPLF, for a good part of that, Eritrea and Ethiopia were absolutely separate. They were not seeing actually eye to eye. They were not using the ASAP. Now, I heard actually today, there was in the news, the Chinese government has given the Eritrean government 100 million yuan, and then they are actually working with the Eritrean government, in fact, to modernize the Asab and Masawa, ports, which Ethiopia is going to use as well. So you can see actually there are some emerging realities, and I just want you also to look at the power struggle between America and the China has changed actually the profile, not only actually in Ethiopia, but also in other countries. If you look at actually an interview by BBC, Zainab Badawi. Zainab Badawi is actually originally a Sudanese, but works actually for BBC. She is in United Kingdom. She was asking I would definitely go back and just, I think it's Papua Guinea's prime minister, or I need to double check that. And she was asking her, why are you really embracing actually China? China is all over and the rest of it. She tried actually to be quite reasonable to start with. And she told her actually, why should we not? Why should we not accept China as I accept actually the West, and I should also, if it is in our best interest, actually we should accept China too. And finally, actually, she insisted, asking her why all this, and she said, well, "Look, the big countries like yours, United Kingdom and United States of America, they are the number one creditors from China. They borrow money actually from China." But you are disallowing us actually to have actually any relationship with China, and in fact, then Badawi said, "Now you put me on my, you put me to my space." It was quite interesting actually. Discussion. So now the emergence of China. Now China is also actually shaping up the African economy, and then in this tug of war between the West and China on the one hand, within the Africa again, the old regime still actually wanting actually to seize power, still stay in power. The new emerging, no matter how small it is, trying actually to get out, but in another way, especially the grassroots level movement now starting. So can you not see any clashes in here? How can we really project ourselves out of this deadlock? It's a deadlock, but at the same time, actually, there are some movements already, actually, as you have mentioned. Sadiq, if you could really reflect on, the old and the new emerging, living side by side. This is a very difficult transition time. How can we really get out of it and then use it as a propellant, in fact, for a better new order?
Well, thank you. It is a question that informs how we are transitioning from the old order to the new order. But I want to say, before I go to that, I was also listening to the ambassador, the Chinese foreign minister, who met with the Kenyan foreign minister in Kenya, who mentioned that China will be appointing a special envoy to the Horn of Africa. This is not the first special envoy sent by China to a region in Africa. They have a permanent special envoy in Central Africa, I believe. And that person has an assignment of pushing back the competition coming from the United States with respect to minerals like lithium, cobalt, which are useful for making electric vehicles, which the world is trying to move away from fossil fuel based energy to this form of energy. Now, if you look the whole thing, now you mentioned tests. I'm very glad you mentioned the Chinese reaching out to Eritrea. So yes, but I have to say that the terms of those kind of assistance or aids or cooperation have changed. Now, initially, you find countries like Zambia or Kenya or other African countries struggling with Chinese debt. Chinese debt. Like you find Chinese taking over whole infrastructure like an airport or a seaport or something else, or entire highways, and who manage them? Their management. So what you look at is a move from away from that old order to a new one, which Africa dictates to some extent the terms of agreement in these kind of things. So if I come back to your question, how we transitioning from the old order to the new order, the archaic mindset, the old mindset. You know, Africa, as I said, we had a sort of conservative mentality that said sovereignty first, that we Africans are sovereign. We never cared much about all the other things that were going around. When other countries were opening up, or maybe trying to take immigrants from us, Africa, and putting them in the economies, that we had conservation. You never find an African country getting citizens or immigrants from any other part of the world trying to reactivate or to do something. So we remained, in that sense, conservative. I once read a study that said the West takes the best educated Africans to their own countries in Europe, in America, and bring them back as advisors and consultants to governments in Africa. And how much do you think Africa pays for those consultants? It was in the billions. I don't remember the figure. Was it $400 billion? Not sure. I will confirm. But it's a huge amount. So, first, doing the brain drain, taking our minds, the best educated people, and then bringing them back as consultants and advisors. And most of the aid you hear coming from the Arab world to Africa is spent on the hiring of those people who are helping our governments in the way they're structured and all of that. So, to me, what I see is a new order that says Africa must and shall have its own say in its internal affairs. Plus, a change from saying we are too conservative in any sense, but saying now we want to lead. Like, look at vaccine. There are African countries that have came up very fast, very early on in 2009, end of 2019 and early 2020, who said Africa must lead this area of scientific invention of trying to produce its own vaccines. That would not happen in the old order, in the old mindset that said Africa cannot do anything, it must depend on the world. So the way I see it, the transition is slow. As we transition, it is slow, but it's happening time by time. And as I said, in the 2000s, the conversations that began in the halls of African Union in Addis Ababa are now giving fruits. The fruits are like the likes of President of Somalia, Mohamed Farmajo, who is coming out from that sentiment of Africa must take control. You see Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Ethiopia. You see Asias Afwerki, who is a symbol of resistance, of resilience. The system, a symbol of resilience in all these illegal sanctions coming from the world, which are aimed to keep Africa in shackles, because the old order was too sensitive to sanctions. Like when you sanction a country or threaten with blacklisting that person leader or freezing the economies or banks anywhere in the world, that person used to be scared by that. But it is not happening anymore. You find a leader of an African country openly disagreeing with the West on international media and pushing back on issues like presidential term or stay in office or the hot topic of democracy, which the West hypocritically defines its own way and uses double standards to blame Africans and the way we govern ourselves. That old order is slowly moving away, and we are trying to embrace the new order. And it is us, the young intellectuals, to guide the process. Otherwise, we are in great danger of slipping back to the old order, which is not benefiting the 1.3 billion Africans in our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Sadiq. In fact, fully the old and the new, the problem that we'll be encountering, as a new generation taking this country forward, the emergence of those who say no to bullies and the rest of it from the Western hegemony. But on the other hand, actually, because they're emerging, but there are still actually who found themselves actually in the darkest relationship, which is the old order, even from Africa. So the challenge is immense. Yet again, actually, slowly but surely, actually, that we are coming out of it. Thank you very much, Sadiq. Without actually further ado, I'll give the mic actually to our brother Suhaib. Please, mic is yours, brother. If you could introduce yourself, as we know, actually, Sadiq, which I didn't ask him earlier on, just for the sake of actually recording, if you could just introduce yourself, I'll really be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Tess and Sadiq. Actually, I know Sadiq in real life. I am Suhaib. I am an international lawyer and an independent writer. I am from Somalia, currently staying in Mogadishu, Somalia, and I was aware of the talk, the whole surrounding order on the new order and the United Africa and the push for Africa to take care of its affairs. And I'm very much impressed by the topic at hand here. I have been longing for this kind of talks from the beginning. Africa for Africans. We can never stay on the menu forever. We need to be at the table where we discuss our own affairs as Africans. And it also gives me joy to see a Somali, an Ethiopian, a Ugandan, a Congolese in the same platform. Because for too long, we have had the white and Western voices speaking about African countries while they're absent on the table. We don't need BBC or VOA or AFP to tell us what to think of other Africans. Because as Africans, if we have friendship amongst ourselves, I need to ask Tess about how he sees the grand Ethiopia, the Grand Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia. I don't need the opinion of AFP or the Associated Press to tell me how the Ethiopians feel about the dam. Having an Ethiopian and Egyptian on the same platform would let me get the fine aspects from them. And I've seen you brought me up several times. I was driving at the time, so I am hoping to listen along. That will be all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's indeed wonderful. To be honest with you, what I take from this is the fact that, given using actually the modern technology, that we Africans ourselves are sitting here, nobody else actually in our midst, because nobody knows better than us. There are problems, our pain, our smile, our what sort of emotions, and the rest of it. And then we know how deep our economy, how our social fabrics and economic fabrics and the political fabrics works. When we club together, we can understand ourselves. We have a tradition, our own tradition, but they keep telling us actually that's not African solutions or African problems, but it is our solution for your problems. So we're not going to listen actually from BBC, CNN, or the Western hegemony as such. But you put it quite elegantly. The fact that we are here by itself is actually a new order. This is how I bought it, to be honest with you. The fact that Sadiq and I never meet, but we just like brothers and comrades, and then this is out, for instance, from Eritrea. And I have friends actually from Zimbabwe. Now actually is a brother actually Juno here actually from South Africa. We have been actually in it, to be honest, to win it. So I have friends actually from Nigeria. You name it actually. You have a lot of people from Kenya, from Uganda, all over South Sudan, the Sudan itself, like actually Mohammed, and Mali, Gabon, Zaire. We have all sorts of people, all people actually coming from all over Africa. The fact that we are united to speak and then to influence policies from the bottom. We set up actually this particular actually group now, African Renaissance, which I'll talk about shortly. The African Renaissance grassroots movement to influence actually policy making and makers actually in Africa by itself is actually a byproduct of spaces like this. And thank you very much for raising that. And then you still stay there. We may have actually some questions actually to ask. Without further ado, I'm going to give actually the mic to our brother. He's actually Valentine. It is Juno, as I know him. So Juno, mic is yours, brother. Valentine, Juno, Valentino, no. Okay, I'll give the mic actually to the next speaker. Urgent, 00%. Whoever you are, actually, could you introduce yourself and take the mic, please?
Hello, guys. I'm from Tanzania, and I'm so interested with this topic. But the issue of African and its challenges, we are only depending on the modern technology from abroad. So we are independent from Europe nations. This brings all of the challenges that we are facing. For instance, in Tanzania, the former president Magufuli means he just making certain issues just concerned with defense against COVID-19 just before. So, but the issue ending, our president know nothing about COVID-19 and several issues till now end in 2 days.
Are you there? I think probably actually you have a connection problem. Twitter, can you hear me? You show your hands, please.
Maybe for the
All
Africa
right.
to unite, have.
All right. Okay. Kenyan boy, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kenyan boy?
Yes, Tess, I can hear you very well.
Right. Okay. I think. Okay. I think for the time being, actually, I think our brother actually from Tanzania, he will come back. But Kenyan boy, can you take the mic and for 3 minutes, please? If you have any questions or any thing to say about this, could you go ahead, please, brother?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tess. And I think this is my second time in this space discussing about the unity of Africa. And last time actually I was what we discussed. It was a very meaningful thing that was supposed to be taken to the government. Like the government should hear whatever you're discussing. I think if someone is recording, then it should be recorded and taken even overally in Africa nations actually. So about the issue I'm talking about of United Africa, the challenges and opportunities, and what I know about Africa is that in Africa, we were fed with lies. That's a long time ago. During the colonial period, actually we were fed with lies. And that lies, they keep on germinating, over generations. So just, it's like it was a way of avoiding the unity of Africa, the Africanicity in us. So that's what is actually been causing the war that we have right now. The war of, actually it's the war, I can call it intercommunal war, because it's a communal war. You are fighting against each other. You're fighting against your blood, and which it was just a way of they never wanted Africa to be united. That's what I know about the war that we are experiencing right now. And also, actually, there's a time that I had a leader saying that there comes a time when African government will eat its own people. And actually, that's what we are seeing right now, where the government, the African government, that's the African leaders, they went ahead and they formed AU to help Africans. And if it comes times of war in other countries, it turns to a political battlefield, of which is not helping us at all, at all. That's all I know about the AU. And that quote actually is a very important quote, but it should be quoted with it will take in a lot of it's a lot of gravity. I mean, and be it that in Africa is not all about let me say, like we are not united as such. According to me, I'm saying you're not united as such due to the culture, African cultures. So the first thing that we should check on is our culture. Our culture is actually the African culture. Each and every community is having different culture, and this is other communities seeing themselves as a superior. They have a superior culture more than the other community. They're seeing other communities as inferior, and this is causing war. And also being that we are up for business. We are trading on anything, including the armories. We are trading on anything. This has really cost us a lot. And my brother, I can say that actually I had people from the West calling China. I had Shadiq talking about China being spoiling Africans with loans, something like that. Yeah, I had that even in the West when they're discussing about China. They're calling China, they're branded China, African big brother, because they're spoiling Africa with cheap loans. And that's all I can say for now. And I'll still be talking and asking questions as we go. Thank you, Brother Test, and all the speakers and the co-host. So I'm still listening.
Okay, thank you very much, brother. And then the rest of them, actually, the speakers actually will give you the answer for any questions, specifically with China. And in the meantime, can I ask you to think about what would be the alternative? I'm not asking you to give me an answer just right now. What would be the alternative? China is actually now, hold on, who is this? Could you please mute your mics? China is actually is now the superpowers are actually fighting each other, but they lost. I mean, the West actually have lost without a shadow of doubt. But the struggle shouldn't the struggle be against each other? Why should they come and just bother actually Africa? That's exactly what's going on now. Americans are number one actually debtors. They borrow money actually from China, but when you borrow money, actually they tell you not to do. The United Kingdom is really begging China to invest. I live actually in the United Kingdom. But if it goes actually to Ethiopia, DRC, or South Africa, rest of they tell you actually, why should you get money or investment actually from China? What's the alternative? Now, we're not saying actually, and as an African, 1.43 billion Africans actually, we can gang up and we can have actually our own, say to everybody goodbye. But in the transition, do we have actually any option? I think our brother Juno is back. So I'll give the mic to him, and then to go back actually to our brother Suhaib and in fact Sadiq, if they have actually anything to say on the points raised so far. Can I give the mic now to Juno, brother from South Africa? Please go. All right, if she does have actually a problem again. At the wrong time. Right, okay. Before actually I bring anybody here, can I? Oh, yes, he's. Maybe I'm trying actually to bring him back. For some reason, actually, he's being kicked out. All right. Could you go ahead now, brother Juno?
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
No, brother.
Thank you. Tess, what I wanted to say with regards to the topic of the day, I just want to say we are, as Africans, in an advantageous position. Why do I say that? The West is now fighting two fronts. They are fighting China and Russia on the one hand for superpowers, And on the other hand, we as Africans have now finally for a good cause. That puts us in advantage because they had left to share to now. The thing that I like to say is, with regards to us moving forward, we need to start looking at the number of Africans. We are 1.5 billion, and that's the number that's going to take us to the future. And whatever we do, we should think of each and every African, from Cape to Cairo, from your Madagascar to your Seychelles, to Cameroon. We should be thinking about all those Africans. And like we've been speaking, we need to unite. But also the new order, world order, or the new order is slowly getting into effect. But the old order is mutating. These guys are planning on how to keep the old order. So we must not be complacent and think that the new order is just going to come and we're going to be a part of it. These guys are going to plan in order to keep the status quo, whatever. They might come up with show-offs, plugs to say that new order, they're part of the new order, but they will always try by all means to maintain the old order, because the old order is what keeps them in power. But now that we have China and Russia fighting with them, we are in a position where we can plan, organize ourselves. We're not fighting them. We're not going to fight anybody, but we just want to organize ourselves so that we can stop being bullied by this big brothers. I don't know who gave them the title of big brothers, but they're not our big brothers. Our big brothers are Africans like us. We Africans are each other's big brothers. Then there's issues of tribalism and issues of Africans not wanting to talk to each other. It did not exist before. Tribes respected each other in Africa regardless. If I was from another tribe and I took a journey, when I arrived with another tribe, the first thing they do, they give me water, they give me a place to sleep. They don't even ask me what to do. In the morning, they will ask me, what is your aim of your journey? You explain to them. If they can help you, they'll help. If they cannot, they'll tell you where to go. They'll even give you a guide. That is the Africa that we want. This is the only thing that's going to bring us economic prosperity in Africa. This is the only thing that's going to bring us back from the shackles of poverty, because what we need to do is lift our people from the shackles of poverty. We cannot do that if our resources are being exploited and are being processed in Europe. We can't do that. That's why we've got people that have studied, we've got professors, we've got people that study technical issues, we've got people that can develop Africa. But what happens with those people? It's either they get captured and they get paid high salaries to favor what Europe wants to do, to favor what the West wants to do. Mental slavery, again, is not what you need to change. So, yes, I'm very optimistic about us Africans coming up on top, as long as we also don't now look at China and Russia as our saviors and allow them to be the new order in the old order, because what they'll do is they'll just recolonize us. We'll just move from one colonizer to another colonizer. So this time around, we need to wake up. Whatever deals we make with them, whatever deals we exchange with them, it needs to benefit us as Africans and not them, not the other way around. Yes, we can go into a symbiotic partnership, which means everyone benefits. If it's coming from China, they benefit more. But if it's coming from Africa, we Africans benefit more, and they can also benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very symbiotic. Stand actually firm for Africa's interest, no matter who. It doesn't really matter. It's not the color. It's not actually the East or the West. What matters is actually Africa's interest. But you have already said actually, yes, the new order is actually emerging, but the old ones actually to stamp on it. And then we have actually a battle in our hands. We are actually the engine of this new order, and then we have to really forge unity and go forward. I think that's what I think. I would like actually to read something, and then, Gino, before actually you leave, I would ask you one question and then read this on out. Very recently, I put it actually in my Twitter, in only 5 commodities, the United Kingdom has 1 trillion. It controls actually 1 trillion worth of. That's mostly actually from South Africa, and you're actually from South Africa, and I know you are Pan Africanist. But what do you make of that? The UK, on one hand, actually telling us to do this, and on the other hand, actually the companies control 1 trillion worth of oil and then the rest of it actually in Africa. What do you make of this? And just a very brief comment, and we'll move on actually to the next question.
My brother, that's what we've been fighting in South Africa for all this time, because it's ridiculous that all the money goes to them, and then Africa gets amongst Africans and not going to that side, because these guys, they come to tell you something else. On the other hand, they're busy going behind us doing something else, and that is what we're trying to fight. Just to bring you to the fore, and I invited you to some of the groups in South Africa, to some of the spaces in South Africa, where we're talking about the very same thing that you just asked me, because we want to start changing the status quo. For me, it's ridiculous. And look, what is England? What do they have? Why do they have so much? It's because they stole from us, and now they want to trade with us, continuing in a neo-colonialism form. And that's the problem that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. And I'll go to Sadiq. Before I go to Sadiq and then Sohaib for the second round, let me read out this. And I don't know how you think about it. Is Africa getting richer or poorer in relative and absolute terms? Let me read out this one. If you agree or not agree, over 75% of the world's poor live in Africa today. In 1970, that's, the figure was 10%. So it escalated from 10% to 75%. Some forecasts suggest it could rise to 90% proportionally. In 2030, by 2030, it could rise actually to 90%. If we continue this way, so we are getting actually by the year, we are getting poorer and poorer when they are actually getting richer and richer. No matter how you may be debatable actually on the percentages, is this justifiable? Is this what you think actually is happening? Is this the outcome of the old order? Should we keep actually this old order? Or what should we do in order actually to transform Africa with the potential, in fact, to shine in 21st century, not to get to that forecast of 90%, even 75%, of the poor living actually in Africa. You know what I mean? So I'll give actually the mic to our brother Sadiq. Sadiq, mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Brother Tess. Are we getting poorer? That rate, 10% from 1970s to a prediction of 90% in 2030. Absolutely, the kind of trajectory we're in, that prediction could be, sadly and unfortunately, could happen. For me, I want to just speak to this thing to remind you something we mentioned in the last platform we had. If you all remember, the biggest challenge to Africa's coming out of this ditch that we were thrown into, economic and political ditch, we said we are affected by what President Julius Nyerere of Tanzania said, quote, artificial nations carved out at the Berlin Conference in 1884. Now, these drawn lines, they are the first thing holding back the new order and any order that sets in Africa. And this is how it pulls down. It affects the human capital of Africa. Despite being the continent with the youngest and the most youthful population, we remain lowest index in all measures, including agricultural production, just like we discussed in the last conference. So for me, there are three big challenges that I see are deeply affecting the revival of our economies and all this. The first is fragility. The second is conflict, and the third is violence. And if you look, these three are the main contributors to poverty in our continent. If you start with fragility, you find exactly what this balkanization, this kind of artificial nations drawn all over the continent, some of them emerging as late as the 2000s or 2010s, the latest being South Sudan, which have been forcefully divorced from Sudan, just like the sister complained the other day. What you look is that you have fragile societies that have this grievance, that grievance because of the injustice. I'm happy the brother from Kenya mentioned that you find African states reaching a point where they eat their own people. These states eating their own people is the structure that was in place and cannot find justice, social justice to the people. So you find small communities, a small minority administration trying to oppress millions of people, like what happens. So now, if you look, if we get out of fragility, conflict, and violence before 2030, if we get out of that before 2030, we will boost our human capital, and then poverty will reduce. That is the way I see. I think we in this Africa Renaissance grassroots movement have a big thing to contribute, because we're having these discussions and trying to pull our youth into the directing their energies into the right channel. So that's how I see we can contribute. And I give back to you, Tess. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. In fact, all the three areas that you have mentioned, the fragility, the conflict, all these are actually tormenting Africa, and they're a fact. But I was really saddened, to be honest with you, because when I read out, when you say it is quite chilling, but probably actually if we left it untouched, if we left it actually unchanged, if we left it as it is, actually that's a sad picture, meaning we were actually better off in 1970 in terms of the proportion of the poor, of the poorest of the poor in Africa compared to other parts of the world. If it is going to continue like this, so you would not be surprised actually by 2030 probably actually will be actually the 90% of the poor actually lives in Africa. Is there a way out of this year if we have to deal with actually our conflicts, which are actually what we have inherited actually from the past, and still actually we are in the past, by the way, and the not only the conflict but the fragility of that. It's not been actually attended, and the old guards, even if actually they are Africans, they still actually are in bed with the Western hegemony to sustain this. If this is not sustained, the interests of the West hegemony actually would be attacked. So they want actually that to continue. So poverty actually would be sustained, and instead of poverty reduction. Now I'm going to give actually the mic to our brother actually Suhaib. Or just let me just take you to one point, brother. This particularly in terms of aid. How reliant we are actually in aid, no matter how much is actually coming in the way of Africa. It says actually Africa is one of the continents which attracts aid, foreign aid, in terms of in developing countries. That the fact and the sad fact is, it says Africa is only continent in the world where official aid inflow outstrip private capital inflow by the large margin. When you compare actually the private capital inflow with actually official aid inflow, the margin is actually quite starkly actually wide. And then, is this sustainable? How can we get out of actually this deadlock, brother, in the new economic and social and political order? Mike is yours, brother Suhaib.
Thank you again, Brother Tess. As a law student, I have learned more on my own than I was taught in school, and I went to school in Africa. So the point is, when you look at such debilitating contracts signed by our officials, honestly, it's disheartening to say the least. I've been fortunate enough to visit some few African countries and their capitals. And the one that struck me most was Addis Ababa, because as a Somali, I had the preconceived notions about how Ethiopians relate to Somalis. When I went there, actually no one could tell the difference between me and the Ethiopian. Almost everyone spoke to me in Amharic. And I realized that the phenomenon that we call the narcissism of small differences actually is very paramount in Africa, because when you look towards your next fellow countrymen, there's nothing different between you and them, just sometimes made up tribal affiliations from the past. Because even in the past, traditionally, in our tribal nature, we only used it for identification. Certain tribes lived in certain villages, and certain villages were predominantly inhabited by other tribes. So, speaking to what Valentino said, there is more that unites us than divides us. Coming to China, I find this very strange. In America now, they are taking PCR tests. It's delivered to your home, and you take your own swab and you let it go tested. Almost all the swabs currently used in America, the UK, some of these European countries is made in China. So now the same Westerners come to us and tell us you should cut ties with China. China is giving you predatory loans. Now, if we were to stop the influx of Chinese products and services towards to Africa, should they show us the example and lead first? And speaking of debt, America is 21 trillion in debt, and most of the debt is to China. So why shouldn't Africans why should we condemn the Chinese predatory attitude towards America? Sorry. And I am, as I said, I am a Somali. When you go around Mogadishu, there's a beautiful national theater, and that was built by the government as a gift of Chairman Mao to Somalia. The only American buildings I see, not even buildings, some containers of the green zone near the airport and the American school, which they did not do it out of the goodness of their hearts, but they wanted somewhere that the children of diplomats and American foreign services personnel to take their kids to school. So I rather China be my big brother than let some of these Western countries. You've seen I don't even blame most of the Western countries. When you look at Norway, Denmark, Sweden, they're just getting misled by the UK or the US. So when a country of 6 million makes a resolution condemning an African president of 50 million population of 50 million, I find it very strange. Also, the problem is, I think the old guard is still very much in power. When you go to Zimbabwe, when you go to South Africa, the people that fought the old guard, that fought the colonialists and their sons and their cousins, we essentially, most of these countries are royalties. For example, if you look at the African leadership, when they left power, they did not live out of their nature. They left their kids. Some of them had implants. So this is a cycle. When the kid goes to university in America or the UK, maybe like his father did, he wears the same thick framed glasses like his father did. Nothing changes. And coming back to the point of the poverty in Africa, China has. Do you know that China has lifted half its population from the line of poverty from the 1980 2010? And when you come back to Africa,
It seems actually we have lost. Are you still there? So he. Okay, brother Sadiq, could you take over? If not, actually, all right, okay.
coming. I get.
Right. Okay. Can I give the mic to Zera, please? Zera.
Hi, Tess. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Zera.
None of us is improving.
Okay. Just give him the time. Let him finish.
The whole issue starts with us. The regulation, the kind of contract we sign. If it's written, if it's in print, the contract is in print, and China say reneges on the interest rate or any other factor therein, the right to default on the loan, because the border here, Djibouti, I think most of us know Djibouti. People changing the rules in the middle of the game and Djibouti and keep.
Yeah. Can you carry on, Zera, please? Zera, we'll come back actually to our brother. Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Tess. Really good questions that you laid out. The agenda for this space is a timely one. So what I'm going to try to do is, in the interest of time, is just try fly through the questions that you've laid out, just to try to touch on some of the things that have been discussed. I mean, if we boil it all down, I think the big question mark here is, or the obvious, the elephant in the room, if you will, is poverty. Obviously, Africa is growing poorer, whilst the rest of the world is growing richer. The rest of the world, I mean by that is obviously mostly Western democracies. So when we say, what's new in Africa, I don't think there's anything new. We still have more slavery, more subjugation, more poverty than we've ever had before. The face of imperialism has changed into something else called capitalism, and it just so happens that the world runs on it. And part of the way that particular beast survives is by the subjugation of Africa and the exploitation of Africa in particular. And I think obviously Latin America has something to say there, but I think they're doing a lot to sort of free themselves from that particular burden. China, I think somebody made the comparison between China and how they've lifted themselves out of poverty versus, say, Africa. The difference there is an ideology one. China is not dependent on Western sort of capitalism. Instead, they use that to their advantage. For America and the debt that they have, if you look at it through the prism of capitalism, I think debt is not a bad thing, because obviously they've built a huge military-industrial complex such that if they can't pay their debt, they could still fight their way out of it. So it's really, it's not like a fair comparison, if you will, if you know what I mean. So there's a thinker in America called Thomas Sowell, who basically asked the question of, in fact, he said a statement about, I don't ask what the cause of poverty is. Everybody is equally born poor and ignorant. The question is about what are the factors that means that some groups are able to work their way out of that scenario and others aren't. And actually, the way that Africa is structured at the moment, we're not able to work our way out of poverty because actually, we're not 1.3 billion people. They're like, 50 million here, 100 million there, 200 million there. They're little numbers if you look at us in the grand scheme of things. In terms of the way out, I think unity is definitely the way out. And I don't particularly think, this is the new world order. I feel like this is the original world order. Back in the times where people were fighting for independence, I feel like those people had the right ideas. But since then, I think humanity has taken over, and selfishness and greed, which meant that most African nations were able to be sold. I think what we're doing at the moment, if there's a way to get our voices heard within the people that actually, are able to make these changes within the African Union in particular, or various governments, I think it's a timely one. At the moment, we're at a very pivotal time, and as far as the continent, in terms of how we're able to lift the people there. I think the most important thing is poverty. Once you solve poverty, then everything else tends to fall in place. It's a pivotal time because of, I think it's Suhaib that mentioned earlier that America and China are currently going at it, and I think at the moment what's happening in the Horn of Africa in particular is a decider in terms of who wins the next decade or so, and that's because of what they're fighting for in the Nubian Shield. There's a lot of resources there, and there's a finite amount of resources, and it's something that people are able to take advantage of in the next 30 years or so, or lose it, because obviously you've seen the likes of private organizations are already putting in a lot of investments to do space exploration. And I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's something that is going to come into fruition in the next 30 years or so. Anyway, I yield the mic. Sorry, Tess, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, it's a very nice landing, Inka, after having a very punchy contribution, which we would like to entertain. And then it's quite helpful actually to the title that the topic that we're discussing. Absolutely. Would that really help? I'm going to give actually the mic to my co-host. We're struggling actually in the system for some reason actually that people dropping out and coming back again. So just return now. Mic is yours, brother. So far actually that we have heard actually from Sadiq. Sadiq is also down now. Probably he will come back again. So he actually and then Zaira have contributed. So let us limit actually to the people to that to deal with the bandwidth issue that we agreed earlier on. What's your take so far? You've been actually listening, in and out anyway. What's the way out?
Well, the connection have not been so stable. I've been coming in and out, back and forth, and trying to get the bandwidth together here on my end. But anyway, priority number one is that knowing what we have, which is a capacity. We know that we have human resources. Vaguely we know, natural resources, but not in depth. The policy making within the government that we do know, it have to be somewhat of proactive as far as getting the diaspora in and helping them to invest and bring brains that have been out of the country for years and implement that. What I mean by human resources or human capital, it goes along with labor. It goes along with bringing new technologies and new ideas from overseas and so forth. And the other thing is that, it's been so long since we had a voice at the UN Security Council. And that's another issue that is my main concern. With the 1.3 billion people living across the continent, and they do not have a say at the Security Council. China had that population in China was backed up by African countries to be at the Security Council as a voice in some kind of way. But we need our voices, and we need to galvanize on that aspect as far as bringing the leaders up getting them to be aware of what the what the dynamics is as far as being at the UN Security Council. It looks like, when you say a new world order, in a way, we're not just going to be taken in. That we have been taken in for years. So that's the main thing right there. And the other thing is that if you look at the currency or transactions that goes financially, everything is depending on the dollar values. If the dollar value does not like you, then your currency is worthless. And that's one game that the U.S. government actually playing on that, because it's a financial center of the world. But at the same time, policies have to be revised on how currencies are evaluated. We're not getting the fair share. It's like if they don't like a certain country, all they have to do is just play that paper, make it worthless. And at the end, sanctions would work and so forth would work. And it would be unjust and unfair in that kind of way. And, that's all I have to say for now, but I will add on some more. And I yield the mic.
Thanks very much, Brother Twitter. Wonderful contribution again. Before I move on, actually, to our brother Suhaib, let me ask you to focus on two aspects, brother. One is when we are actually trying to get out of the old and coming actually to the new order, quote unquote, still to be defined, both of them. One of the stumbling blocks, as people are saying, are the leaders themselves are not. They are actually their foot is in the old. They don't want actually to come out of it. But others say there are people already actually coming out of it. So we should really capitalize on that. So to what extent do you think the current leaders that we have in general, I'm not specifying, picking a particular country, but in Africa, to what extent they are in cahoot with the Western hegemony, particularly those who are actually in cahoot with hegemony, trying to arrest for the new order not to emerge. That's one area. I'm in cahoot with the Western hegemony. There are people actually, there are leaders, in fact, who are actually opposing that. What surprise actually that they're paying at the moment. So if you just have to look at that, and then I'll come back actually to the other question. Probably is related to foreign aid. One of the reform ideas suggested was that one way to reform the foreign aid is to de-link African institutions from aid-dependent economic model, and that has made many governments think of aid as a source of income. To the degree, actually, it is related to my first question. So instead, what the reform idea suggested that African countries should promote private sector development, entrepreneurship, and the improvement of the tax culture in Africa. So if you just take these 2 points, one is, to what extent do you think actually African leaders in general, those who are actually working in cahoot with the West, are arresting, in fact, for us not to go into the new order? The second thing is linking foreign aid, particularly because these governments are, perceiving or thinking of aid as a source of income. Rather, they should be doing what they should be doing is, promoting the private sector development, entrepreneurship, and improving the tax culture within the countries. So if you could just simply shed some light on this one, I would really appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother Tess. And I'm sorry, the other time I lost connection. Answering your question, my first answer to the issue regarding the old guard is more and more people, more and more Africans per se, are now more well-read than before. If you see across African countries and the African diaspora, the works of the colonial works are very much popular among those regional circles. The African leaders, most of them are well-traveled, I guess, except the younger ones, the more naive ones, or in the case of royalties. They now all understand that the imperialism does not have any friends, just temporary interests. They know what happened to old timers like Mobutu. So if you were to make acquaintances with the Western countries and the hegemonies, you will always die of uncertainty, or you'll prepare for the worst dealing with them. So I think the issue is less and less, as African people have said no more. You see the people revolting across French West Africa. That is as a result of them finding out through the classified works how the Western hegemonies and the imperialists deal with Africans, and how they think of Africans as a lowly people to be led. Coming to the second question is about the aid. I have only recently seen about the Eritrea's approach to aid. When there's a saying in Somali that says, when you want to beg, you need to take a big bowl, so that when they give you less, you give yourself the reason that the bowl is too big. So whatever is put in there is small. If we rely on aid and we make it a part of the budgetary support, like in Somalia, it always creates more friction than ever before, because whoever feeds you controls you. People who run the US aid, the funny thing is, the UN in Somalia, the budget for UN in Somalia is $6 billion, and the country's budget is $3 billion. You see the disparities. If the UN was the solution to the problems, Somalia will have long been very prosperous. It's never a choice. It's never an option. And dealing with aid is, if after all they're doing out of the goodness of their hearts, let them accept to be regulated. Most of these aid agencies will not accept to be regulated, and when they hire people from abroad. Now, if you are bringing me, if you are telling me you want to change my lifestyle and living standards, I expect you to hire my brethren, not come with you. Imagine the photographer for the UN. I met a guy in Addis Ababa and I talked to him. He told me he's a photographer for the UN, and the guy is a contracted photographer from Belgium. Now I assume they flew him from Brussels. They must be paying him enough money to come over here and take nice photos of young children lining up under the hot scorching sun. Aid is never an option, and as someone from a country plagued with aid, I would have never tell people to wait and make it a long-term solution. Now, brother, to my brother Zera, if I say your name right, you've quoted Thomas Sowell, and I wish more and more Africans read about him. If you see through his writings, when you lessen the regulations and you allow for private enterprise, it actually works, and it has worked in across the countries, in Singapore, even in African countries. Did you know that in Egypt now they produce more stuff than they did 30 years ago because of the lessened regulations? They don't even tax some of the exports in their countries. Now, if we really want to be self-sufficient and depend on ourselves, we need to tighten those grips, because we need to loosen those bolts, because even corruption is as a result of these tight regulations of African countries. For example, when you import some machinery in African countries, it's very hard to pass through the ports. Now, if the tax and the business model, the tax is too high for your business model, then you'll have to engage in corruption. But if the tax were reasonable, less and less people will engage in corruption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's just quite valid. In some researches actually suggest that 82% and more of the aid goes back, in fact, to the what they call quote unquote donors. If they really mean actually that to donate, why don't you leave the money and for it to be used wisely in an accountable manner, but for the local people actually to be employed? Now, to start with, actually, the bulk of the money goes to an international expert. The international experts are usually the countries they come from. Plus, in fact, actually, you buy machineries, you buy raw materials for that matter, in some cases, machineries and the rest of them, they all come. Even if you see actually like aid, humanitarian aid. I'm not saying economic development aid. Humanitarian aid itself, actually, the food is coming actually from outside because you are subsidizing and you're giving a market for a foreign, Western farmer rather than actually, giving it the option for the local farmer actually to grow economically, because you will have actually a multiplier effect if you spend the money. So quite rightly, why it hasn't really worked is the model itself is exploitative by its very nature. And I would like actually the next speaker, probably actually Zera, again actually to, because he, Sohaib also actually referred to you earlier on, so it's only fair actually to give you another chance. And let me read out this one. And there was actually a research conducted by an African. It was based on a Rockefeller, how the NGOs, in fact, have retarded, in fact, economic growth, economic development in Africa. The conclusion was, in fact, they led to colonization, globalization, and underdevelopment. This is the NGOs. Their role, based on, in fact, Rockefeller foundations, what they have concluded is it's led to more colonization, more globalization, and then underdevelopment when it comes to Africa. To what extent actually do you buy this? It says, it's just marginalizing, patronizing, othering of African values and customs, and in the process. So aid comes with a culture which you have to adopt, which is unique, which is alien actually to Africa. So you are surrendering, in fact, your own values, cultures, and the rest of it. So to what extent do you think actually this is valid, Brother Zera?
It's completely valid. You've just mentioned that any aid that any third world country gets comes with a bunch of conditions, and also those conditions at the back of them, they're underpinned by an entire industry that have to be fed. I know Tess, you're in the UK, so in the UK politics we talk about the foreign aid budget quite a lot, and much of the population does not actually understand what that actually means. What that actually means for people that understand it is actually job creation within the UK itself, but not for those intended the intended countries that are supposed to be receiving this particular aid. It's unfortunate because obviously when you are, in fact, sorry, I don't know if you guys know this, a while back I learned that when they are sending things like wheat, any product like that, in times of starvation or whatever to these countries, the wheat that's actually sent to these countries actually is not, the farmers can't plant it. Although you've got arid land that you could grow this, you can plant it and grow it so that you could feed the population without the dependency of these Western countries. It's not plantable. It's already kind of prepared. You can only consume it. So therefore, you've got an addiction there, because obviously we go from season to season in terms of our farming. We don't have a huge sort of farming complex. In fact, in most third world countries, it's not an industrial farming complex that we have. We go season by season, right? So that kind of creates this addiction, but obviously the prosperity that goes the other way to the donor countries, and then within that you've got an entire industry that needs to be fed. And it's actually quite funny because when there's aid needed, you always see these Western countries prospering. When there's war times, you see record numbers in terms of GDP for the likes of America, the UK, and various other countries, because again, there's a military complex there as well, where they create a problem, they try to solve it, and the solution comes in the form of aid most of the time.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's quite fitting. Let me take you to another direction. Now, I'll start actually with our brother Jatiter and then Suhaib. If you just simply focus on one aspect, Africa is saying uh, silencing guns, no conflicts. But if you look at it, actually, where conflicts is roaring is in Africa. Africa is using not its own weaponry, but it buys. Now, starting it from the smaller rifle to drones, and then mostly actually the people who are actually suffering, not only in terms of death casualties, but also to displacement, migration. Ethiopia probably stands at the fifth, I think, whatever actually largest recipient of refugees from neighboring countries and others, and there's vice versa, Ethiopians also. So I just as an example, and as your Twitter, if you could just simply shed some light on the Nubian Shield, which you just put there, the Nubian Shield, the next frontier, largest forcibly displaced populations are prevalent. And then if you could just the two of you actually can look at it, you can look at it actually what this all conflict is actually entail in terms of out migration, and then the economic ramification. If my brother Suhibi as well after that, what are the legal implications of all this dislocations? And this is I'm just trying to look at it. This is actually what we have inherited. We are still actually in this regime, which is the old. So how can we come out of actually this deadlock? Mike is yours, Twitter.
Well, this Nubian Shield, it's called the Nubian Shield, and it runs from the Suez Canal all the way down to Bab el Mandeb. Some people call it conspiracy. Some people call it, there is a geographical shift, and then satellite have been picked up by satellite. There are minerals in that area, and it extends from Egypt all the way down to Somalia and to the Somalian coastline of the Horn, including Eritrea and Sudan. So as you can see now, it just the puzzle fits right there. The interest of the West in that section. Not only the gold is there, they perceive to be gold is there. All essential minerals like zinc, any metal-based minerals that we use in daily life, including medicine, mobile phones, and so forth. So it's like there is some type of a shift. Under the sea, there is a shift. Instead of digging for those things, like maybe it's a God's gift, but some people say it's a God's gift that's coming out. At the same time, do not forget that the Suez Canal is the bottleneck for all transportation that comes in, through a ship, all the way to Bab el Mandeb. So there is the geopolitical strategic area, and then there is this thing coming out. On the other side of the Nubian Shield extends all the way to the Saudi Arabian section. It goes into the, I think it's 1/3 of Saudi Arabia and Yemen as well. So when you really look at that thing, it does make sense to claim that there is the resource interest of the West, and that's what that's what likely they're trying to put hold on. During the slavery trades, the slave trade, the dynamic was like somewhat of a trade, but at the end, people would die, and how it ended up coming in America is that there were American Indians who were being used as a slave by the West back then. And then, they start shifting people from Africa, and there were African collaborators who were selling the slaves as well. So the same thing applies here in resources. Instead of being a human, now you see the fact that it is kind of hard to say, but there could be like a collaborators letting this thing go instead of the people or the country or the continent using it for their own personal benefit or gains, and that would put us in effect. And with that, we can see what's going on in Saudi Arabia regarding the oil issue. When a resource came out back 100 years ago, And 100 years ago, there was no problem with religion or ethnic breakdowns in the Arabian Peninsula, and even in the UAE. But when when the oil was discovered, and now we see another dynamics of petrodollar against the gold currency. We see families, which is Al Saud family, being affluent and so forth, and anybody who had a relationship with the royal family would benefit the most, while the Saudi nationals or those Arabian Peninsula citizens are not getting what they deserve as far as a wealth share is concerned. So we had to be careful on that, and I pray that Africa is not going to fall to be a victim or being abused, for her resources. So it's a blessing and curse at the same time, but it depends on how our leaders and the peoples and policymakers make about it. It depends on them, and at the same time, the awareness have to come from the public to put that thing and see how it goes as far as not only wealth sharing, development, and being an independent states and having the right gears there. If you look at Singapore, Malaysia, and China, 50 years ago, they were probably in the same position as we were in Africa today. But look what happened. I mean, to Singapore and the rest of the Southeast Asia, including Vietnam. Vietnam happened to be in the same position, even as far as Vietnam and Cambodia being split. At the end, the same type of a conflict, the same ethnic, supremacies and ethno-apartheid, but it almost looks like a footprint, or you could say carbon copy of what's going on. So whenever there is wealth, there is always going to be a conflict. And it just depends on how you manage it and say, hey, you're not going to use me no more. I want my fair share, and this is the way it have to be. You can take something for 1 cent and manufacture it in some kind of way, do some modifications, and bring it back and sell it to me for $1. That does not make sense. So it have to be in a fair share of wealth. Even if we use our resources. And with that, Mike, I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Twitter. And for those of you who have watched actually the video, the presentation is really fantastic. I would suggest once actually you watch the video, probably actually you can make up why the cluster of Western countries, 16 of them in the Horn of Africa. That really explains. So these are well documented. To be honest, the resources, split. Red Sea, Indian Ocean, right from at least actually in terms of Africa, from Egypt to Ethiopia and further down. In all this, actually, the resources are just it just mesmerizes you when you look at it. So, but the thing is, if this is a resource, why are they really clustering? The conflict is bound to happen. As a consequence of that, who is actually the loser? And we all know actually Africa, if you continue this way. So it's all about resources. It's all about power. It's all about economic power. As a consequence, they what they do is they give you actually guns. You fight, you kill, and as a consequence, people die. It's not only people die, people get starved, and then in fact they just flee their country, internally displaced, or leave and then go to the next country. Now, I would like actually our brother Suhaib actually to take the mic. Now, just yesterday, South African, kind of star who has a very large number of actually supporters, relatively large number of supporters. He was against actually Zimbabweans going to South Africa. There are a good number of them. So is it stoppable in the current environment? That out-migration, in fact, migration within Africa, has the demarcation, the colonial demarcation, to do anything with this? If you look at it, there was one of our sisters from Ego, her name is. She's. I did ask her actually, where are you from? She said, I am Kenyan and Ugandan. And there is another guy came actually. I'm Kenyan and in fact South Sudanese. So there's that free movement has been actually curtailed. But in a climate where conflict is the order of the day, could you avoid actually this out migration? In what way can you control it? What legal implication does it have actually in international law? Brother Suhaib, if you could just comment on this. Brother Suhaib, are you still there?
He might be having a connection issues. I don't know why we're having this connection problem today. But anyway, if you can hear us, please sign off and then, leave the room and then come back and we'll put you up. It's possible that we may have some requests there, or maybe we should just hold it for 30 seconds and see what happens. If there are any speakers, please put yourself down, then we can bring you up when the connection gets stable. We don't want to take that much of a bandwidth.
Yeah, I think that what we have done is actually quite right. It's only actually two people, three of you actually, and myself.
Yeah,
we somehow actually trimmed it down.
Sometimes when the speakers as well, they get a bad connection. It gives us a hiccup as well. Like if we are connecting somebody to speak, and then if they're not getting the good connection, it hiccups. Maybe I think Zara Yaqub have been there. We can go forward with Zara Yaqub? I think he wants to speak.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do actually. That on the question that I asked, it doesn't have to be actually the legal implication. If it's not your province, Zara, you can pass. But what I'm suggesting is one of the old legacies is still actually that we have is conflict. You are from Ethiopia. I think you're quite familiar with the consequences of conflict within the country, and then in fact with our neighbors as well. That's not it. If you go to Cameroon, the French speaking was English speaking. If you go to Nigeria, you have actually Boko Haram. If you go to the place I mentioned, South Africa and Zimbabwe, there is an out migration. In Zimbabwe, every minute actually there is a net inflow of 28, but they are actually also actually leaving to South Africa. So if you could just simply, the Somalian and Ethiopian and Kenyan, you name it. So it becomes actually an international phenomenon, but the conflict by itself actually exacerbating the problem. So is it controllable? How can we deal with it actually even within Africa? Mike,
thanks. So in my opinion, all roads lead back to African unity, or the African Union. And the reason for that is, at the moment, there isn't cohesive institutions whereby sort of the rights of individuals can be respected across borders. So you get people playing party politics because it's a human thing to do, especially when it's election time, where they would start to kind of come up with some nationalistic agendas or ethnic-based agendas, which all leads to conflict or displacement of people. So in terms of legal ramification, at the moment there are none, because we don't have any strong institutions whereby these sort of rights can be enforced and respected. I don't know if that makes sense. So I think unless the African Union gets some teeth, or the regional bodies that can say, for example, within the European Union, you got the European court, the European courts, in essence, where if a particular thing happens within a particular member state, and the person doesn't agree with it, they could take it to the European Union. European Union can overrule it, basically. Whilst the institutions does exist in Africa, they're quite weak within the member states. So it's very difficult actually to enforce any rights if a particular person, in South Africa wants a Zimbabwean to leave their country. There's not very much that you could do. You can complain, you can cry, but there's literally nothing that you could do at the moment. So I think what we're doing and what we're talking about, African unity right now, is probably the right thing to do to get the African Union to wake up, to get the African Union to sort of go back to its core principle, why it was created, which is to strengthen inter-country relationships, so that neighbors are actually treated like neighbors. With that, I yield the mic.
Yeah, I think that's actually the principle of neighborliness in an international scenario. Probably you cannot really avoid that, so long as actually there are conflicts. The pushing and the pulling factor actually being there, then obviously actually that it is not avoidable. But the world is becoming actually smaller and smaller by the day. People are actually traveling further abroad. This is the trouble actually that we have. When Europeans come to Africa, you don't call them actually, migrants, because they have the right to take over actually your land. And then when Africans even migrate outside their own quote unquote country to even other African countries, the journalists from the West actually shout. So this is let alone actually considering themselves as migrants. You call them actually expats. This is a very posh name actually for them, but and they don't even call them actually colonizers. But if you are an African going there, you're not an expat. You are actually a migrant, or in fact in many other ways. So I have actually now another brother actually coming up. If he's actually has been actually following, without further ado, I would like to give actually the mic to AB Wagish, West Africa. He has been actually attending actually these spaces for quite a time. Glad to see you, AB Wagi. And the issue, we have covered actually quite a lot of ground here today. As you can see, it is the old order, which we are partly actually still actually a good chunk of the old is still here, but we wanted actually to move forward. The problems now we inherited is bad leadership. There's no question about it, but particularly the Western hegemony having impact on us, whether it is in international trade, whether in geopolitics, looking for and lurking all the time actually in our resources. Sometimes actually some leaders in cahoot with the West actually robbing Africa. But at the same time, actually that the disunity has been actually the order of the day. That has also actually helped, the West, in fact, and the West and the East, for that matter, to exploit. The other thing which was mentioned was both the East and the West. They have actually their own political, economic interests, without a shadow of doubt. But who is suffering is in fact Africa. Do we have actually to choose one, over the other? If that's the case, can we not really justify on economic interest? And the Americans are telling us you should not go you should not choose China, but at the same time they are #1 borrowers actually from China. They are yearning and asking China, actually begging China to invest in their countries, United Kingdom, Europe, and the United States. But when it comes to Africa, they say they're denying. So the old regime is characterized by all this, and then the conflict is another big mantra, and the African Union not being able actually to serve as it should. So there are some glitches here and there actually, some issues here and there I probably haven't captured just by a summary. Now we are trying actually to get out of it. what's the fertile ground here? The fertile ground is the digital era itself actually has helped us. One of the manifestation of that is actually for us to come together like this and discuss African issues. So that's actually what the new order actually has brought. But I think the march to achieve a better Africa is a long march, yet earnestly, actually, but slowly, actually, we have started. This is actually where what we have been discussing. What is your take, Abi? Mic is yours.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you very much. Um, I'll start with the last issue that the brother brought up about Westerners coming to Africa and the issue of South Africa. And he's right. When you're from the West, or you have a passport or American passport or a EU passport, Africans, these same people that are fighting each other, Africans would perceive these people differently because they see opportunity, they see gains. When our fellow Africans come in their country, they don't see opportunity. They see people who are trying to take over the little bit of, wealth that they have. And I think this is part of the issues. And unfortunately, these challenges are no doubt a sign of defeat for Africans. Um, if we're not economically there, I don't think these xenophobia issues would be eradicated. For what we need, I think we need cultural and economic integration. To start with, try to remedy some of these issues that we have, and most importantly, like you mentioned, leadership. I think we need leaders, not just leaders, but leaders with vision, and specifically Pan Africanist paradigm, where people would look beyond these artificial demarcations that we call borders. And once we have leaders that are projecting beyond their borders, I think that's going to help remedy some of these issues. You have leaders from South Africa and Zimbabwe talking and integrating their people, and because these people most often, they're related, and we've been stressing that issue over and over again. If you go to Ethiopia and look up north to Eritrea, these are the same people. Somalia within Ethiopia and Somalia within Somalia proper, these are the same people. Kenya likewise, the Maasai, they're both in Kenya and Tanzania. This just and you just keep going. These are just chains that are connecting the continent, and it shows that we're all one and the same. But economic issues, especially, is what's really, um, challenging us to integrate our people. And I understand, you know, the South African. I see this dilemma. I see them. Because we're all poor people, and when you have a little bit save up, and someone else or group of people are coming in to get some of that wealth that you've consolidated, is you're gonna react to it. But if you see opportunity, like a Westerner coming to your country, you tend, for some reason, tend to perceive them as investors or someone who's coming to your country to bring wealth, something that you're going to gain from. And these are the narrative that we really need to change and work on. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. All right. Okay, that you've done, brother.
Yes, my phone was ringing, but I think I've said what I needed to say for now.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as usual, I'm gonna give actually the mic to another speaker this time, actually Musky. they come actually to the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia. Come on, Mike. Mike is yours, Muskie.
Oh, sure. Good morning, everyone. I don't know, I was in and out, so maybe you guys already said it. I hear a lot about China's investing, a lot of people comparing. So as we are on transition, we have no choice. We need people. We need to invest in our continent or anywhere. In a matter of fact, business is unstoppable. No matter what, we still will come, but it has to be in our own term. In our own term, the thing what we don't have is until now they are exploiting Africa. It's a known fact, but the new order should be how do we benefit? How do we get out? What do we get out of the business? So as far as it could be China, it could be America, it could be any country, because this business is business, because it's business is give and take. So there is nothing we could be able to stop, and we should, because it is essential. So that's all I would say. But because I hear a lot about China, I hear a lot of China. At this point, the choice we have is China is at least, of course, we all know China is there to her own benefits. That's business, but at least China is trying, and that's this time because also we are on transition. But it is up to we Africans to to do the in our terms. That should be the new order. That's my opinion. I don't know. That's all I can say at this point.
Well, okay, thank you very much. What you are in fact actually saying is our interest actually comes first. Any arrangements, whether it is east or west, has to take into consideration our interest. Point taken actually. But in the meantime, in the transition, even outside transition, to be honest with you, I can challenge you. Whatever actually transition that we have, and then we landed actually in a better relationship, you still need actually to trade. Africa still need to trade actually with the rest of the world. Even again that, but when Africa's trade, as I said last time, when Africa's trade currently about 16-17%, and the projected African inter-African trade, given the if they have implemented the tariff wall, remove the tariff wall by 90%, the GDP actually will reach 3.4 trillion, but also actually the economy will be actually a more stable and robust. By that time, actually, you can really challenge, in fact, the rest of the economic and political superpowers. Currently, what you need to look at it in this is a perspective. Before China were the Western countries. So in what ways do you think actually the Western countries has helped Africa develop? That's actually practically in every single country you can go, and practically it was a negative growth rate because Africa had been actually exploited. Since China came, I'm not saying actually China is coming actually for because of the benevolence of Chinese towards Africa. That's not the case. Yet again, there is actually a mark of presence in terms of at least actually they don't interfere in your political system. They don't try actually to bring regime change, and then there's no actually direct bribery to make actually regime change. In that sense, you can see actually some visible changes as well. But in the meantime, what you're saying is, and I tend actually to agree, in the meantime, do we have actually any option? But I think what we need to do and firm up is we need to really strengthen up our intra-Africa trade. That will give you actually a market for all your products and the rest of it. So Africa should take the bull on the horn in the final analysis. Actually, it has to declare its independence. But in the meantime, probably actually it is a matter of choosing the lesser evil, than actually just simply ditching everybody. So in an open economy, even once actually that you strengthen, you muscle up actually your economy, you still need actually to trade with the East and the West and the rest of it. So, so in that line, whilst we are still actually there, I just want to, those of you who are still actually speaker panel, to comment on a couple of things. But now the lineup, it looks like in terms of geopolitics. Now you have the China, the Turkey, Russians, and in fact, actually very recently, Iran. If you just take Iran even out, but it is actually have their interest. On the other hand, actually, the West and the Western allies are actually, they're kind of having actually a Cold War. It's not only in Africa, but the African one is actually getting, in fact, this is getting actually worse and worse by the day. They have, like, for instance, in Ukraine, the United States of America, face-to-face actually with Russians. It's the Ukraine. The eastern part of Ukraine, they speak Russian. They are pro-Russian. The western part of Ukraine are different. They tend actually to ally with the West, and the NATO is actually have an interest. So the Russians, there are problems, tensions there clearly. America and Russia is China. There are a number of places actually they have actually this problem, but Africa is actually one of these battlegrounds. So the Turkey is siding actually Ethiopia. Why are they doing it? Why don't they get on with it actually elsewhere? Why in Africa? Why do you think actually that's happening actually in Africa?
For me,
Yeah.
it's simply raw material.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead. Exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, simply it's a raw material, available raw material, cheap raw material. That's it. That's it. And also population, the young population. If you look at it, Africa more young. The young is coming, so that could be also because the future business is always you have to look forward. So Africa have more young people. So the future is in Africa, on top of raw material. That's
okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll move on actually to Abi Wagi. What's your take?
Yes, just exactly what the sister is saying. The continent is the richest continent in the world, and let's not forget also Turkey and Egypt has been battling in Libya. It seems like they've just shifted this proxy war into the Horn of Africa. You have Egypt and Sudan, the military at least in Sudan, that are working. There are elements of some TDF people, rebels in Sudan, waiting for an opportunity to reinvade the western area of Ethiopia. So, Turkey also and Egypt. I think this is the same thing that is just being played out on the continent. And in the long run, I don't think it's in our favor. As indigenous people from the continent, we're seeing people coming, and they're using the terrain and platform of our continent to, perhaps test their weapon, utilize the situation, make some deals and see how best they can capitalize on our vulnerable people and our leaders, and for the sake of gaining something after a conflict. You know, it's quite unfortunate, like what you were saying, Tess. You know, we need to position ourselves in the place of power and not just be subjects to outsiders in terms of negotiating our interests as a people. Um, it's the idea of scarcity. You know, there's never enough. You know, if you don't, and this goes back all the way to the Stone Age. You know, you might have a water, and you might not have solid food to eat, and you'll trade some water and get some solid food from someone else. And we have the raw material, but they've tried their best to make sure that we cannot produce this, or turn these raw materials into end products. And we need the West, and we will, whether Africa is independent and fully independent, we'll still need the world to trade, but we just have to position ourselves in a place of power instead of being subject to people that are just going to come and play around with us, who no one has the monopoly to tell or dictate to any country who to trade with and who not to trade with. I think that's up to the sovereign nation to decide what's best for their people.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the West probably have it actually in a different perspective than yours. Always actually they're saying they have the right to tell you who you should trade with and who you should not trade with. Let me finish. Unless we give you to the mic, if you just mute your mic, that would be good. The problem now is, okay, this is the old regime that we're talking about. Why they are coming, we know that. Tomorrow they will still come. The day after tomorrow they will still come. The year after, 10 years they will still come. This is actually the old order. They come for resources, nothing else. If there are actually brain drain, it would be actually us leaving actually Africa, and then the cream of the cream, actually, the mines, they are all there actually in the West. Predominantly, I'm not saying actually they are not in the East as well. So okay, this is actually the old, and I wanted you to hear actually what would be actually the new order. What should Africa do? Should Africa stay a supplier of raw materials all the time? If not, do we have actually that, do we have the capability for us actually to surmount this problem and then use our resources? Say, for instance, instead of DRC actually, giving cobalt to the smartphone producers, could we not actually in Africa to produce smartphones? They're beginning anyway. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Why should we not use actually our platinum ourselves? Why should we not actually use our own uranium actually to enrich? I mean, if you go to Niger, 15-16% of the population have electricity, but the uranium is actually taken to France. So this is actually the old and existing order. How can we change it into a new order? In what ways can we really help? If you just simply capitalize on this and give me your thoughts. Zara, you're back again. Actually, I can see your hand. Go ahead, brother.
Hi, guys. So, like I keep on saying, all roads lead back to African unity. I don't know if anyone knows this, but the European Union famously struck a trade deal with Togo alone. If you can understand the trade deficit that would exist between the Togo economy and the entirety of the European Union, you'd understand why the system, is beyond stupid, because it's really, really dumb, because, Togo's economy is minuscule in comparison. Whereas if it was the African Union or an entire bloc that would be striking the deal with the European Union, then we might be able to imagine the type of utopia that you're describing, where we could negotiate with the European Union and say, okay, we'll give you these raw materials, provided that the finished goods are produced within the continent itself, so that we're creating jobs, we're adding value, and then exporting these products to the intended targets. It's all, I guess, everything is linked back to capitalism, and part of it is, again, the military-industrial complex as well, where you create divisions of within each country, so that like neighborly countries can't actually work together for the betterment of the village, if you know what I mean, like the entire population. So that because of pride or whatever, they would go it alone, and then they'll do a deal with the devil, as they say. I think the answer is obvious. Is basically the African Union needs to be organized better, and all trade deals need to be done through the African Union, as far as I'm concerned. And once that's done, then we can start creating regional centers of excellence for basically things that will be produced or exported out of the country. We can have centers of excellence be just for services, raw materials that will be exported, for education. I think the possibilities are endless, but it does require a lot of egos to be put to one side, and the whole notion of brotherly or brotherhood to be fully recognized, and allow history to die where it is, basically. I know that a lot of nation states that have been orchestrated to actually absolutely hate each other, which doesn't really help any of the where we're trying to go, basically.
Thank you very much. In fact, I've taken actually some of your points, very relevant points. I may have actually reservation on giving the African Union in whatever form, even after reform, actually to negotiate on behalf of Africa. That's my biggest actual reservation. Even if you look at it in other unions, European Union, individual countries do have actually that. So it's debatable. I'll give actually the mic to other speakers. There's only one hand I see, but there are more speakers now. Brother Awad is here. If you want to take actually time, feel free actually to do so. I'm going to give actually the mic to our brother Capello. Under normal circumstances here in this space, you introduce yourself. Well, I think you do have actually a connection problem. So I'll give actually the mic to our brother Awad.
Hello. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody in here today. I was listening to you, actually. It's a very interesting conversation, and I just did not want to miss my time. I'm at work, and I hope I'm not going to be a bit noisy, so I'm going to keep it a bit short, and then I'll come back later on and expand on it. We all understand that Africa has the biggest issue when it comes to a dysfunctional African Union. We also understand the corruption that goes on all over Africa, and through all sorts of machinism, Western pressures, those what they call corrupt leaderships and so on that do not, think about the value of their people, signing long-term contracts that does not really benefit the country or create a sense of opportunity for their citizens. So this has been a great problem from as far as north, as far as Egypt, all the way to Cape Town in South Africa, okay, and you name it, east and west and so on. I mean, perhaps as an Eritrean we can debate about it, but I sometimes refrain because I'm also an Eritrean. Obviously, he would say that it's going to be questionable stuff, so that's why I just leave it for a moment. But let us look. If we already understand that there is a huge problem with the African Union leadership, then we have to consider, are they, in a geopolitical sense, savvy kind of leadership? Are they savvy enough when it comes to geo-economic issues? Do they think about their people? Or how do these people live? So in the last bit, I would say, if you are seeking the truth or a solution, please try not to ask the wrong questions. Now, Western hegemonies, including China or anybody else, or even the Arabs that are always eyeing the biggest continent in the world, which is Africa, and its resources, they will always come to serve the interests of their people, period. Is African leadership serving that purpose? No, it is not. You know, I will explain of how Eritrea tried to overcome these issues point by point in a later time. You can ask Tess. Now, what we as new Pan-African, we're trying to find solutions on how we can overcome these problems is all leadership in Africa, or whatever countries that we come from, we have to be, first of all, citizens that demand their values, their rights being protected, not at gunpoint. So civically, politically engaged, and to say, hold on, when they sign this, foreign investment is not a problem, but foreign investment should advantage to the nationals. We have seen how Africans, for example, by Chinese, been beaten up in their own land, harassed. We've seen these kind of videos. In Eritrea, it's not tolerated. None at all. We don't have that. We don't have a lot of Chinese coming into work. But in the rest of Africa, instead of citizens, nationals working on those foreign investment new companies, you'll find the Chinese filling it up. Okay, so you guys have to stand up and say, we're not going to demand, we're going to demand this. If it's not happening, guess what? The leaders, whether it is in Nairobi or whether it is as far as Mali, your seats are not going to be safe. Okay, and come elections, you're out. If that does not work, one clear message, because you're not going to tolerate me taking 90% of your dinner and leaving you only 10% between you and your 4 families. It's not fair. You have to do something. So at the end of the day, I would say that most African youths, if we are really going to take control of our resources, of our lives, and to have a dignified life, then no foreign investment, which is unfair, investment in our continent, in our nation, is no longer accepted, and their investment shall always remain a threat. They will never gain by that investment. If we can send that kind of message, to our leaders, make sure the policies that you sign are the one to an advantage of our nation, citizens first. If it is not the case, then any foreign investment that comes here, no matter at gunpoint, they will not succeed. Thank you, Mike Frey.
Thank you very much. I think that's the principle in terms of being co-equal. Always actually look for the interests of your people. And if you represent actually the interests of your people, like it has been the case, I'm not really mentioning, like for instance, well, you can't help sometimes mentioning you would be the target. Why do you think actually Prime Minister of Ethiopia, President of Somalia, and then in fact actually President of Eritrea have been actually targets for the West. So the moment actually you speak on behalf of the people, then you always actually get the stick from the West. What I wanted to say is President Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea have been officially invited to for official visit to China. Let's see actually what comes out of it, brother Awad, especially in terms of developing the Massawa and Asab ports, and we'll see actually what comes out of it. To our extent actually that the Eritreans, and in fact to be honest, Ethiopians actually will benefit from that project in terms of the technology transfer and knowledge transfer, as well as actually in terms of employment too. But the principle is the same regardless of actually whether east or west, your interest actually comes first. And I'm going to give actually the mic to my brother Capello. This is a normal process that we introduce ourselves, where you come from. Let me introduce actually from this space. I was born actually what we call the African Renaissance. The African Renaissance, I'll give you the mic, brother. The African Renaissance grassroots leaders, the grassroots movement, which I coined, and then many African countries are part of it. People from many African countries, AB Wagi, Awad, your Twitter, quite a number of them actually that are part of it. So the whole idea is, when I would discuss actually one point, particularly what role the African Renaissance, grassroots movement actually would play So I need to know actually you personally and where you come from, what you can contribute, in fact, to that movement. And that's why actually I'm asking you where you're from. And then we need to DM each other, follow each other, so that I can DM you. Those of you who haven't done, make sure actually you do that. And then, in fact, if you follow the co-host and others as well, each other, if you follow each other, that would be actually very nice of you. Brother Capello, mic is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Capello Clifford, as you've read. I'm from Zambia. I was born and bred in Zambia. I stay in Zambia. I'm working from Zambia. I hope everybody's getting me.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. There is a sister, in fact, who comes from Zambia. You're the second one. Great to hear from you, brother. Carry on.
Yes, yes. Actually, my contribution is not a very long one. It's a really short one. I've been looking at the history of Africa, and I've seen that most of the political leaders that we put as presidents, that we put as leaders for our countries, don't have the interest to like invest in finishing the raw materials, like making finished products from the raw material that we have in Africa, like the resources. Like we can like ask for money to bring in the machinery to create end products. Like we can create mobile phones, we can create vehicles just here in Africa, because we have the capability to do that. We have the raw materials that are needed, all the metals and everything. Now the problem is we don't have that leadership. The people that were put in, like the people that are becoming our leaders, don't have the interest to do that. They are not like, they're just interested in borrowing money from richer countries from the West to do their own things, like we corruptly, like we don't know. So we need leaders that have got an interest in coming up with manufacturing factories to finish up our products, like to make finished products from the raw material that we have in Africa. So that was my contribution. I don't know if you are getting me, because I've got a technical problem with my phone, so I don't know.
No, we got you very, very clear, Capello, brother, from Zambia. It's really nice actually to hear from you. What I would like you to do is just follow me, and I'll send you a link so you can join actually our Telegram group. The Telegram group is where the background work is actually done. Very selective people actually will go there, country by country. So if you follow me, and then I'll send you the Telegram link. It was a very good contribution. What you were saying was actually it's an agro industry, rather than we just simply focusing on supplying raw materials and the rest of it. We have the ability actually to change that to in industrial products. We can trade in actually within Africa. That way actually we can really get out of it. So the new order has to be Africa, not just simply a supplier of raw material, but also actually industrial product. I got the point, and I'm moving actually to our brother Kanai from Somalia, a wonderful brother who is actually a comrade in this struggle. So you can see actually from Ethiopia to Gambia, from Gambia to Zambia, from Zambia to Eritrea, from Eritrea now actually we're coming to Somalia. We started off actually with very strong Somalian speakers earlier on. Sadiq has left, and our brother also. Now, the mic is yours, brother.
And thank you, Tess. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ramzi, our co-host, thank you as well. And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. And this is a very good discussion, and I was enjoying, to be honest with you, sometimes when you're listening to these kind of topics, as a listener, you can and benefit a lot, to be honest with you, and you can understand different points of view, and their contribution as a listener sometimes is very beneficial. So I've been listening to this for the past 45 minutes or 1 hour, I think it is. So I enjoyed it, to be honest with you. And my contribution to this program today is, and something similar to my brother Capello, and Africa, and without Africa, the world commodity and availability will not be there. Will be in problems. You know, the trades of commodity, basic commodities, whether you're talking about copper, whether you're talking about crude oil, whether you're talking about agricultural produce, whether you're talking about marine resources like fisheries, and God has blessed Africa with so much resources, you name it. But unfortunately, Africa is still in the 20th century, now 2022. The wealth is not visible in Africa. The wealth is not visible in Africa. Our infrastructure is not good. And the roads, the ports, the airports, it's nowhere, it's nothing compared to the big multinational corporations that are exploring Africa, you know, taking this raw material. So I don't know if we are getting the right price for these commodities. For example, my brothers from Ethiopia, with all respect, they are the biggest exporters of coffee beans. I mean, there's rumors, I don't know if it's rumors, I think it's reality, to be honest with you. Coffee was founded in Ethiopia. You know, coffee beans was founded in Ethiopia. You know, they're the founding fathers of coffee, which is consumed throughout the world now, every day. I'm a coffee addict, so excuse me, I'm a coffee addict myself, so I cannot go without my coffee. I cannot go a day without my coffee, you know. So what I'm trying to say is our brothers from Ethiopia, and you know, this coffee it's coming to now nearly. I'm in the UK, and they're selling coffee for £5, nearly $5 a cup. You know how much of that is being filtered down to the normal farmer who is growing the coffee. You know, who is growing. So are our leaders getting value for their commodities? Are they adding value to this, you know, these crucial commodities? For Somalia, if I speak for Somalia, and Somalia has one of the longest coasts in Africa, the Indian Ocean and Red Sea, God has bestowed upon them. The amount of fisheries and marine resources is a multi-billion dollar industry, but untapped. It has not been tapped into. You know, it has not been tapped into. So we need to discuss how these kind of what's called sectors can be developed, and the world can, you know, benefit from our resources. And one other thing is also is that manpower. Africa, sometimes we rely too much on labor from outside Africa, where labor can be found within Africa, you know, and that labor resources, educated people, technicians, and construction. These things can be found. I don't know. I mean, in Somalia, sometimes now you're getting a lot of laborers or engineers coming from Asia. You know, they're coming from India. They're coming from other places like Yemen and them kind of places. But I'm sure we can find that within Africa. Those labor shortages can be filled within Africa. You know, why would you have to? So I think you can understand where I'm coming from. And the most important thing I wanted to conclude is trade within Africa is very important, which is nowhere near to the standard we expect it to be. Trade within African countries is nowhere we expect it to be. There needs to be more trade that needs to be done within African countries, whether it's block by block, say like the Horn of Africa, like IGAD now, Eastern African countries, and is it COMESA for West Africa, I think they call it. Is it COMESA, if I'm not wrong? And Southern Africa as well. They need to trade within themselves. You know, that will contribute so much into the development of the local GDP and growth and industry of those blocks. So I wanted to say Africa's got very bright future, and it's the leaders that needs to come up with this vision. We need leaders that have vision, which is compatible with the 20th century, not the 17th century, 18th century, or 19th century. This is the 20th century, and the leaders, I mean, the leaders cannot be thinking that we are in the 70s and 80s. You have to think how the world is running now. Technology, trade, globalization, they need to open up, trade with the neighborly countries. That's the most important thing. And it's good now in Somalia and Ethiopia. Now there's a trade in terms of fisheries where Somali caught fish can be exported to Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is heavily exporting agricultural goods like cash crops and from Ethiopia to Somalia. That is a good starting point. Then the fisheries from Somalia before never used to be exported to Ethiopia, but lately, luckily with the president, with our visionary young leader Abiy Ahmed, this has opened up. And Farmajo from Somalia, this has opened up now. The trade is expanding, and hopefully we should be looking into collaboration in terms of trade and in other sectors as well. And thank you very much. So I've spoken too much, I think, and I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Kenny. You're absolutely right. Bang on in inter-African trade from 17%, the projected, 2040 to maximum 50%. That would make a huge difference. For that to happen, African nations that have to abide by removing actually the tax tariff barriers. As Capello quite rightly actually mentioned, you also actually in agreement with, I totally agree with you too, that there should be actually an agro industry. We should take over actually the industrial as well without, to be honest, without losing sight of the importance of agriculture. People always actually think industrialization by itself is actually just only the engine of growth. If you go and just look back the Chinese economy with their population, first of all, they had doubled up actually the income of the rural population. The rural population was a market, a big, huge market, in fact, for industrial products. So let's not. We need to stop, in fact, practically.
Did we lose Tess?
I think.
Or is it?
I think.
Okay. Okay. Until he gets back, there was some notes that I was taking in here. Yeah. We lost you for a second. Tess.
Absolutely, come back again, and then
yeah, okay.
The food deficit. Actually, we're talking about. These are the areas. Nigeria, for instance, actually 5 million worth of actually food net importer. Angola, there are 5 countries. So we should adopt an import substitution strategy and then industrializing as well. So we need to take actually that step. But the thing is, the only thing probably I think he has left, I wanted actually Kanai to be here, would be in terms of leaders. We are expecting leaders actually just to come until the leaders actually, appointed leaders come, and we can't do nothing. Is that actually your perception? That neatly actually takes me to my third point in our discussion, which is, if you look at it here now, the Force Pro, what role can ARGM play? The ARGM stands for African Renaissance Grassroots Movement. Can't you consider yourself as a leader? Should we wait actually for another Sankara to come? Another whoever actually, that I don't want actually to mention the existing leaders, because you may think actually I'm biased to that. But no matter what, there are leaders, shining leaders, but they're few and far between. But do we have actually to wait until actually that we see actually Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Haile Selassie, or for that matter, all these people actually come back again? Or Gaddafi comes and says to us, okay, let us unite and have a single currency backed by actually gold reserves, and then put it, here you go, I've got the gold reserves, and challenge actually the West. Do we have to wait until that? Can we not assume actually leadership ourselves? This is a big question, I just say for next speakers. I think the only hand I can see is your Twitter. Start with that, and then we move on and into other speakers. Your Twitter, Mark, is yours.
Yeah. Just when you got disconnected, I was just making some points here, and something came up in my head. With the resources most African countries, what they have, they may not know. So they need to find out what they have and what they do not have and what they need from one country to another. Open borders as far as doing a trade, minimizing taxes, that would be the second thing. And for the similar products, just like OPEC back in 1970s, if you remember, Henry Kissinger went there to the Saudi. It was Abdulaziz, I think. No, it was not Abdulaziz, but to Faisal. Yeah, he went to Faisal and asked him to go ahead and obtain, a barrel of oil for a price, and they were price fixing there, and Faisal refused. Faisal refused, and there was a boom on the oil market, and the price of the oil went up, and there were shortages, demand and supply kind of thing. And then after that, I think they formed the OPEC at the end. So most of the countries who were producing oil, they ended up getting together. They formed, some type of an organization. They replicated some of the things that what the West was doing at the time, and they would have meetings and stuff. And then at the end, they came up to an agreement where, what would be the value for the resources or for the goods that they have. So Africa need to wake up and then come up with some sort of an organization that can handle that, and there should be rules and regulations when they form that in that kind of format, replicating it and see what the negotiation power could do. Unified negotiation within the countries, across the leadership, it would make a big difference the way I see it, and that would be a start to do. So we need to push our leaders to go ahead and form something like that, and get the African population to utilize that wealth. We've been suppressed for so long. We've been marginalized, and Awata, he put it right there. He said, you have a dinner table over there, and the dinner table, say about almost 100% of the dinner table is there, but you're not getting the 1%. The 99% goes to the West. So, which is unfair, unbalanced, unhumane way. So we need to push our leaders in that kind of format. That's all I had to say. Yield the mic, Tess.
Oh, thank you very much. I think to pressurize the leaders themselves to come to the point, we have to really organize. If you leave it actually for the leaders, that's a problem. If you leave it for the leaders, and then we'll be here actually after 10 years, 20 years discussing exactly the same thing. How can we really shape up actually our current leaders? Because it has been actually so long. They have been actually there and then marking up, joining up actually with the West, and one leader after the other. Ethiopia for 3 decades. The Ethiopian Prime Minister, he was in bed actually with the West. He got, quite handsomely, quite a lot of money. In fact, he used it to destabilize Somalia, to destabilize actually, if possible, actually Eritrea, to attack Eritrea, to attack Ethiopians, his own people. So if you wait actually for another leader actually to come, probably actually we end up exactly in the same position. So the whole ethos of this the Afro-African Renaissance, grassroots leadership movement is to put pressure where it is appropriate, and then it is Africa-wide. Again, Africa-wide, in a sense, a problem in Zambia is my problem. A problem in Gambia is my problem. A problem in Somalia is my problem, and then vice versa. So we can work together and push for one agenda. Unless otherwise, I'm not in a confrontational way. This is very disciplined academics, competent people in their own turfs. I mean, the other day, actually, we had a discussion on food security. Africa, is that not really shame for Africa? In fact, which the continent which should feed actually the entire world, it is actually still actually, you talk about starvation, and sometimes, drought shouldn't necessarily be actually starvation, or for that matter, a food importer. Is that not laughable, to be honest with you, or sad for that matter? So can we change actually this trajectory? by advising. There are people who are competent, to be honest, in that group, technically competent, policy-wise, actually very competent people. Africa is not really barren in having actually people like that. So the leadership, if we are expecting leaders actually to come from the sky, we're not going to have them. They will not come. And then we'll be here actually, and then I would dying actually to see one. But we can shape up the leaders, young leaders with a different orientation. That's actually what the new order actually requires. Leaders of different orientation, quite rightly well grounded on the interests of in the interests of Africa, Pan-Africanism, and the rest of it. I think that's the way forward. Thank you, Jatuter. I think Madot is so far actually it's only boys brigade. I hate it actually when it's just a very sexist actually, especially actually when boys actually speak one after the other. Madot, what's your take on this? How can we really change? Where is Africa now? Are there any? Do you have any ideas how we can change?
Thank you, Tess. So there is a feminine voice now. Okay. Where is Africa now? I think everybody knows how Africa been looked at from the other side. Like we're the dark continent, and we're only the source for raw material. So to change that, for me, if as you guys also said, like the leaders need to had to work out, and also we have to push them. On top of that, I see some kind of the African Development Bank is already there. So if there is any kind of connection with them, or if we could Tess, it's your profession as well. So if we could have some kind of relation with them and suggesting, some research to be done in Africa, at least the 53 countries, or is it 54 countries, what do they have? What's their resource, to do research on that? Then knowing, for example, if Ethiopia knows what Kenya has, then it can start from there, like buying from each other, like importing or exporting from each other, rather than going far, like importing from some other countries. We still invest in each other's like countries. So making some kind of research, collaborating with African Development Bank will be one way to go, maybe. And also we can start with East Africa, or in general in Africa, we can have some kind of symposium, like introducing each other's countries, like raw materials and resources, and what do they do. And like instead of going other countries, we can also work. I remember it was in a space somebody suggested that, I think it was from Uganda or Rwanda, I'm not sure. One brother suggested that they do have like shortage in the engineering field, and we know that in Ethiopia we have a lot of graduate in that field but without jobs. So if we could send like some people and help each other, we grow together. So that kind of thing might help. I think that's what I could suggest. And I don't remember who was talking about Ethiopian coffee. The other material, Ethiopia is like one of the top exporter is sesame seed. Also, I have said talked about it before. We are number one in exporting. Of course, there is China and India, but they use most of the production they do. But Ethiopia export almost all of the product, even though in the past government the money doesn't, as Tess said in the other space, the money doesn't come back to Ethiopia. But yeah, that also we do have it. So thanks, Tess.
Thank you very much, Madot. Remember, actually, don't forget, you and I were supposed to have actually a sesame seed farm,
Yes,
because it is very lucrative anyway. what happened was actually for those of you who are non-Ethiopians here, the past regime, the TPLF, they took over the land, part of actually the Amhara land, and it's quite fertile. They used to export sesame seeds, which was absolutely lucrative, but none of actually the foreign exchange was coming actually to Ethiopia. They were depositing actually all that abroad. That kind of corruption kills, in fact, our continent, wherever it is. So in order actually for us to survive, there should be actually a fair trade. People should get actually the return they deserve. But at the same times, I was proposing last time, because my dissertation was what Ethiopia can learn actually from South Korean economy. South Korean economy, so some of you probably heard me actually saying 30, 40 years back, the per capita income was less than actually Ghanaian and Ethiopian and in other many African countries. But now look at it, the 11th largest economy in the world. In terms of resources, the most resource poor country was actually South Korea. What they had was actually only the human labor. Very docile, worked very hard. The government was very pro economic development. They give them actually preferential treatment for them to export. 5 chaebols, 5 or 6 organizations, they call them conglomerates, they call them chaebols in their language. They made actually a big difference. And then look at where South Korea is. Africa is a lot larger than resource endowed. It does have actually human resources. It does have actually raw materials, as we talk about, and the rest of it. It does have the muscle in terms of population 1.3. If you increase, don't have actually double. If you double up actually the level of income of African people, that would be a huge demand, a huge market. You don't have actually to sell your products abroad. Yesterday we were talking about the supply chain. Cocoa is planted in Ghana or for that matter, Nigeria. What the West would do is, you produce cocoa, right? Sell it there. They don't even allow you to turn it into powder. When you turn it into powder, they buy at the most cheapest price. They process everything, and finally they send us back. What do they send us back? Chocolate. So you start actually with a cocoa, and you buy actually chocolate at a much, probably 1,000 times actually the price that you send them. So that's they want you. They want you actually to produce cocoa. That's it. Not to progress to the next stage, not to progress to the next stage. The old system that I'm calling actually the old order is that. Now with the new order has to be now not only cocoa, we will definitely actually change it into the powder. Not only into the powder, we will produce the chocolate. Oh, who is going to buy? The white people actually are not buying it. The Western, no, the Africans actually should buy, because rather than actually buying it from Europe, chocolate, the Africans would have. So you have the market at your doorstep, but Africa is not trading with itself and then looking for all the time actually for the West actually to come and rescue. That doesn't work. So the old is this, the new has to be. It's not a cocoa. It's not just simply a coffee beans. We process it in a manner actually that have been processed. So we sell it. Where do you sell it? If the West, they will come to you, to be honest with you. When you are starving them, when you're not giving them, they will come to you. But before that, actually muscle up and then trade between yourselves. So that's what we need to do. So coming back, how can you do it? We have actually the ideas. The policy makers are actually out there. So how can we influence them? This is the most important, crucial questions that I'll be asking you. You as an individual, as I said, the African Renaissance, grassroots movement. How can we influence policymakers in Africa, in our own countries, and the rest of it? Can I ask you, the next speakers actually to capitalize on this? Now, let me give actually the chance to Braun. He has been there actually coming in and out. If you can introduce yourself, brother. Shall I say it's a brother, I believe, where you are from, and then, have the mic. Braun? Are you there, Braun? Okay, I don't think actually that Bronze is connecting. So I'm gonna give actually the mic to another speaker. Awad, if you are available, you can take the mic. But if not, I have to give actually to Happy Mario. Happy Mario, mic is yours.
Hello, Excellency. Thank you so much for the mic for sure. So it's an important thing that you guys are speaking through. So I just wanted to say some point that we should to improve as an African people. So we African, we must to improve many things so far that we didn't do that. So we should to emphasize, let's say African wealth. And we pull investment resources together, the optimal marketing size in Africa, that we should to do that, to be unite Africa and to do things. But the basic thing that we should to have a common currency in Africa as well, that we use internationally like dollar. So we should have our own currency and a continental planning, even though. When I say about African wealth, Africa is extremely wealthy and rich. In fact, it is the wealthiest land in midst of the face of the earth. You know that this wealth can be found in abundant mineral resources and its high agriculture potential. Africa mineral, with including the wide variety and high volume of resources that are critical to the technical and the industrial development of humanity. Example, we have got, gold, platinum, diamond, manganese, cobalt, chromium, many things that we have. So for this wealth, we should to be united at first, and then we can do so far as the African people. Africa was Ethiopia so far. So in the time being, we were at least, we have a common goal that we share ideas as the African people. So we do this at the same thing. And we can see, that in the currency, if we have a common currency for Africans, we might do that bring us as a united people of Africa. One of the best way is, integrating African economy, enhance inter-African trade, and gain control in setting price of African expertise. Through the use of common currencies, the common African currency will eliminate in transaction costs and customers pay when buying in a different currency other than their own currencies. Especially we Ethiopians have a birr, Eritrean shilling or something. We all African have our own, but we should to have our common currency to be exchanging things. And the last thing that I wanted to say is asserting the African personality. Despite the cultural diversity that exists among the African people, there is a far greater degrees of culture unity that exists wherever you can find, Africa in the world. This is especially obvious in a common African ethos that binds together as one. This is, thank you so much actually for the mic. I really appreciate for honorable, speakers and co-hosts. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much, brother. Happy Mario. You've made actually quite a good points. That will be recorded anyway, so you'll hear to it later on. One thing actually caught my eyes. It's just of a personal interest. When I went actually to look into your profile, it says የኢትዮጵያ ጀግኖች ስማቸው ሲነሳ ከሩቅ ያስፈራሉ እንደ ዱር አንበሳ. I think I've read it and I didn't expect actually that when I saw the name Happy Mario. Does that mean actually you speak Amharic?
No. Actually, it's Happy is my nickname. I work in traveling in Ethiopia as a tour operator, so I just smile every day. So Happy is my nickname. I originally called Mario, so no way. It's
Okay.
nothing. It's nothing about the name, but actually for the typical quote for African and Ethiopian, I like the code that you read in Amharic for sure.
Very good, actually. Are you from Greece, by the way?
No, I am not originally in Greece, but I have got brothers in Greece, so I traveled there for some while
All right. Okay.
from the
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's just simply actually because we have set up the African Renaissance grassroots movement. We are taking people from different parts of Africa. So I just simply that's why I'm asking you. Thank you for sharing your
I
thoughts.
see, for sure. I am here in Addis quietly. So we were welcoming the hashtag Nomo founder Hemel Laragawi yesterday. So we were happy, we are welcoming people.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Shall I move on to Bron? Bron, are you there? Bron. Otherwise, actually, we will be forced, in fact, actually, to drop you down to a
Yeah,
listener.
sorry, I had to jump on a business meeting call. I heard you
All
saying
right.
my name, but I couldn't talk.
Okay. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
I just wanted to mention that the resource that you should be worried about there is your people. The future. So first world countries, as you know, are in a population decline. They've been posting articles nonstop the past 2 weeks. They're planning to migrate millions of people, hundreds of millions of people into first world countries, especially the United States. And so that, coupled with the fact that the future is software, right? And that means users, daily active users and monthly active users. Your primary resource is your people. That's where you need to focus your attention, in my opinion. Yes, your natural resources have value, and you should, get the right price for those, or use them internally, if possible. Do your own manufacturing, or request that that they don't take your resources. If they want to buy your resources, then it comes with manufacturing on your land. But your people are what everyone is after in the future because of the growth. Every other first world countries in a population decline, they are not going to be able to get out of by having their own, increasing the number of children they have. They will not be able to get out of it. And so if you cut off access to your people, that is how you get things in your favor, is cutting off access. Nigeria did a good job by cutting off Twitter. If every country starts cutting off all of the United States tech companies, social media, that sort of thing, that's where your bargaining chip is. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Brother Bron. When you say you, and I thought actually that you're outside Africa. What's your connection, if you don't mind asking you?
Yeah, I'm in and out of Africa. I'm in tech. That's all I want to say. I'm trying to stay anonymous through
Great.
the social media. So
Great. Yeah, great. I think I understand. I perfectly understand. But thank you very much. I truly value actually the advice that you have given us. Your human resources matter, and the areas that their plan, in fact, particularly actually to brain drain. That's actually where you need to watch. So you're absolutely right. It's just a point well taken. Brother, thank you for your input here. We are going to move on. Brother Twitter, who would be next? I know actually Zara has spoken before. If I would have the urge actually to speak, feel free actually to grab the mic. If not, Twitter actually maybe have 2-3 minutes, and then we'll bring up actually other people. But in the meantime, if you could, Mado, announce if you have any announcement, Mado, please. I try actually to bring you up as a co-host, but he was not letting me, to be honest with you. Carry on, Twitter.
I will pass that to Awad for a few minutes, and I will get back if that's okay.
Okay, is Awad available?
As I am at work, I'll finish in about an hour. I'll come back later. Thank you.
Then Madot.
Announcement, like people who want to join us. I'm building some kind of like network. So whoever want to join us can DM me, and you notice I'm collecting, so I can put you in that list.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Madot, actually, for the announcement. So you can really contact Madot.
Yeah,
As far as
sorry, Twitter. Check your DM.
Okay, thank you. As far as the African Renaissance grassroots leadership is concerned, those of you actually who are following me, I will send you the link. So I need to know exactly which country you come from, because that way actually we need to connect the dots. Okay, thank you very much. I have brought up actually some speakers here. For that matter, I'll whenever actually Awad comes, actually that he can come and show his hands. I'm dropping you down, brother. Anytime actually you can come and join actually this group. And then Hapia, you have already spoken, so it's just simply to control the bandwidth here. Now actually we have Ace Juru. Could you please actually go ahead, Ace?
I appreciate you, Tez. I want to sound off Baron. What Bran said is 100% on point. I study political theory too, and when we
Have we lost our brother? Jetrita, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think we're having a technical difficulties or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're having a little bit.
S0, actually, you're gonna come actually later on. In fact, you're telling us. I'm sure he will tell us actually what Oromo republicanism is. Also, probably he will. Reza, I know actually you're from Iran originally. Were you from Iran, Reza? I remember you from the past space. Am I right?
I was. Thank you very much. I was born in Iran. I am from Iran, and I am living in Canada. I am a Canadian as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like ourselves, absolutely. I think you still value actually that you're Iranian actually heritage. Thank you very much. Carry on, brother.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you and talk about a subject I really care about, which is Africa. I wanted to just bring attention to the fact that there is a new consciousness in the world that we should be working more together. If you look around the world, for example, one of the very, very successful countries is China. And they happen to be also one of the biggest exporters of basic important materials such as steel and rare earth, highly valuable rare earth materials that are used to build computers and so on. Now, Africa actually happens to be also a good country for these items. For example, I think Congo has a certain substantial amount of these rare earth materials. But it is important to remember that historically, a lot of mistakes and a lot of wrong things have happened. There have been a lot of conflicts in various ways, either within Africa. For a very long time, there was war within Africa between, let's say, Rwanda and Congo. I think, if I'm not mistaken. And also there has been colonialism, and colonialism has also left its mark. A lot of people are frustrated. Some people are angry about the exploitation of colonialism. But it's important to make a distinction between that and what the world is trying to do right now. You look at China. Even though they are extremely successful, extremely intelligent, they can be independent by themselves, but they are really, really good at working with the rest of the world, learning from the world. And American companies, even with all the politics that is going on right now, American companies are still in China, we need more of this, and we need more of this for Africa, because it's a great thing for Africa. But it should not be about exclusion. It should be about inclusion and about everybody working together. Right now, for example, for several years, I think, for a while, for many years, Google has been working on, Google was working, Alphabet, which is the parent company of Google, was working on balloons. You might have heard of the balloons to provide internet. Now they have abandoned that, but from that emerged another really, really interesting idea, which is using lasers to communicate instead of fiber optic cables in the ground. They are now using lasers to communicate very, very high speed data. And I was just a few days ago, I was speaking to a very good friend from Africa. We had a long conversation, and he told me about the difficulties that he was having. Just accessing the internet is a difficulty. You look at Ethiopia right now. We want Ethiopia to be connected to the rest of the world. We want to know what people are thinking, what people need. But only 20% of the country is connected. Yes, Africa has wonderful resources, but these resources don't come just from Africa. They come from other places, such as China and elsewhere. Canada is planning to also become become an exporter of certain important rare earth materials. And if we work together, we can solve many, many of the problems, and we can all together prosper. There is a lot going on in the world with people trying to implement these new technologies, such as the lasers that I talked about, but very close cooperation between corporations, governments, different nations within the whole world is required in order to accelerate the implementation and distribution of these technologies, so that my friend from Africa, who was talking to me and has difficulty accessing the internet because it's too expensive, can very much, much more easily access the internet, because you look at phones, for example. The phone that I'm using right now to communicate with you, to see all of you, was provided to me almost free of charge at a very, very good price. And they are really, people are really trying very hard to make these technologies available to the whole world. And it's important to distinguish between what people are trying to do now and the history, you know, the dark and sad history of what colonialism might have been 100 years ago. And even 50 years ago, right? But the world is changing, and we should be cooperating together to solve these problems. For example, I will just finish this up by saying that you know, a lot of people, for example, mention coffee. I'm sure, I am certain that coffee from Africa is wonderful. It's great. But now people are working on vertical farming. You know, actually people are starting to use, you know, to vertical farm coffee, so that, you know, you could, with technology like that, you could eventually grow coffee even in the North Pole, right? Wherever you have enough energy, you can power up a vertical farm and grow whatever you want. So these are things that we can do if we work together. Africa is a rich nation, but if you look at, for example, if you wanted to do vertical farming or any type of farming in Africa, one of the things you would need is water. And water happens to be something that, for example, Israel is a world leader. You know, they have been leading in water technologies, all sorts of water technologies for probably the entire timeline of their existence. Okay, they are very, very experienced in this area, and they can provide a lot of help to countries that just need water. And water would be a wonderful, fantastic thing for Africa, because Africa has many resources, but it happens to be short of water. This is why it's very important for all of us to work together to build a better and more beautiful world for
Thank
us.
you. Thank you.
I really thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Also, Reza, thank you very much. Always, it's great actually to hear from you. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, water has become a petrol for Ethiopia. It is a petrol. Saudi Arabia is actually, you know, priding itself actually in its petrol. Ethiopia is priding actually in its own water. 85% of Nile actually comes from Ethiopia. But when you talk about collaboration, this is the problem actually where it comes. When Africa try actually to collaborate, it's always actually on not on equal basis, to the disadvantage. So that's just where we need to scale up. If we are to collaborate, whether it is with China or with America, with the United States, where EU, whoever, it's not on a subservient position. We have to really weigh our interest. And then where there is an interest, and they tell you actually don't have any relationship with China or with Turkey or Iran or whatever, Russia, you'll be restricted. But you know, when you know it very well that Americans have actually the greatest you know, debtor of China. You know, they invite actually investment from China, but at the same time they tell you actually, don't even collaborate. So that's in essence, in terms of technology transfer, in terms of knowledge transfer, in terms of
I'm sorry.
using
Would you?
resources.
I'm sorry, Tess. Would you please clarify what you said about America and China? I didn't quite get that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, America is actually telling African countries not to have any relationship actually with China, with Turkey, with Iran or whatever actually. But if you are having actually any economic ties, there will be a punitive measure to the extent, in fact, they support actually terrorist groups also. So it is not on equal playing field that Africans are engaging actually in any way with the West. So we should not be told who we should have actually. Africa should not be told that who it should have actually economic cooperation as such, whether it is the West or the East. But this diktat actually coming actually from the US, clearly actually asked in Ethiopian case, I can give you the Prime Minister say, no, we have actually this ongoing economic relationship. Then we are not going to respect your request. But we're going ahead actually with if it is actually to the benefit of our country. So that's actually where the collaboration actually is breaking down, and there is actually a colonial interest, like for instance in the case of United Kingdom has a colonial interest in Egypt and Sudan, and then creating havoc for Ethiopia not to use actually its own resources, let alone collaborating. Let me tell you one thing. The Ethiopians have actually the right to borrow money for internationally. They were disallowed by the West. Continuously. This dam actually could have been built during Haile Selassie's regime. He was disallowed actually to borrow money, let alone actually from their own banks. The then actually Emperor Haile Selassie paid 10 million. That was way back. 10 million American dollars for the American firm to do actually the feasibility study. They did. He paid, and after that, when it comes to fruition, and he wanted actually to start actually the project, what did they do? They disallow him. So the collaboration has to, it takes two to tango. Unless otherwise, actually, they are in tune with us. There's no point actually in begging. That's just what that is. A sad fact. The sad fact. It's not Africans not wanting actually to corroborate with the West. But I think I've tried to answer. Is there a point that you wanted to make?
I just wanted to agree 100% that I think collaboration should be on equal footing, should be bi-directional, and should benefit everybody. Okay, so I agree 100% that we need to work on a much better worldwide dialogue and system of collaboration and communication that is not based on anybody exploiting anybody else, but it is based on building a better world together for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reza. We are actually in one page now. Before I bring actually Alam, Twitter, is there anything you wanted to say? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, everything that needs to be said, it's already have been said. There is nothing to add there. As far as what the challenge is going to be. I'll pass the mic to you. Okay. Please check your DM at the same time, if you can.
I will do that, actually. Alan, go ahead. Mic is yours. I think Rahel was, but she dropped out. Okay. Carry on, Alan. Alam, are you ready to speak?
That's it. No, not ready.
Alam. We can't hear you. Could you come closer to the mic, please?
No.
We hardly hear you. Hello?
If she's using headset, could you please remove Alam? It will disturb.
Yeah, probably actually she is using it actually. Yeah. Is it the wireless, or could you unplug and no? Right. Okay. Just Twitter, maybe actually bring her down, and then we can allow her actually to come back. Or I'll do it. Okay. Okay, there is another Alami, this time probably to work. Alami too, could you just go ahead now? Mic is yours. Yeah, you're a different one anyway, so carry on.
Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. We can hear you, Alami. Carry on.
Okay, because
How are
I'm
you?
sorry, I think there is some confusion. When you say Alam,
No,
I thought you were talking to Alam. There is another Alam here.
yeah, we dropped it down, and you are a different one. Yes,
Okay.
I know you anyway.
Okay, what do you...
Great, carry on.
Okay, thank you. What do you want me to talk about?
All right,
I
you want to wait actually.
I just came in.
Okay, that's fine, because he requested actually for the mic.
Yeah.
That's why.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, you can take actually your time. No worries. Okay. Now I'm gonna give actually to Muskie. Muskie was here earlier on, so Muskie, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Tess. I was wondering, Raza just said about the West cooperation, and it's a great thing. Everything he said sounds very, excellent, and I love it. But I have a question for him. Does he know the current situation? What America is, the country we love and we look up to, doing right now, just by backing, a terrorist group. So it's so difficult to do any business. Even in the future, we don't know. But at this point, that he know, I have this question for him. I was wondering, does he understand where we are? Because this is not good. At this point, we are not in a good place. Even though we love this country, this is my country. I love America, but I am extremely disappointed, and not just me. If you walk around Addis or anywhere in Ethiopia, Ethiopians are extremely disappointed. I'm sure Eritreans also. So I was wondering if he knows the current situation. What is he thinking? That's just a question for him.
All right. Okay.
Do you understand this? What I'm trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I think he was actually in our space before. Originally, he was from Iran, but he lives now. He's a Canadian citizen. He understands. What he's saying is,
okay.
We need to have actually this collaboration on equal footing. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. So we have explained the situation. What the TPLF is being actually supported by the American regime, which in fact to our dismay, and then is still actually supporting. But in a final analysis, in the context of actually what we are discussing here, it is not unifying Africa. Actions like that are not actually unifying Africa. Those who are coming actually from outside and trying actually to create havoc in the African continent, be it in an economic interest or a geopolitics interest for that matter, no matter what, if it is leading to the fragmentation of Africa, which we are against. That is the old order, by the way. Earlier on, we talked about it. The old order is like they are telling you actually what to do. And then the new order is no. We are telling you what our interests are. So it's in that context. With that in mind, I think I came back again with a Somalian brother. Actually, the mic is yours, Kanai.
I just wanted to apologize because I think Mesky addressed me and said something, and for a very brief moment I was somewhere else and I didn't quite catch what was going on. If there is any questions for me and somebody wants to ask any questions of me, you're more than welcome. Okay, I gather that maybe Tess answered your question, so I'll hang up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was now.
Sorry,
I think
Raza.
for the thing.
Sorry, Raza. I thought just.
Could you please?
I'm sorry.
Unless you show your hand. This is the rule of the house. But none of you in another space probably you can take the mic. But here you have to show your hands, and then respectfully, actually, we need to take. Otherwise, you don't listen to each other. I think Maski was. She was just simply asking you, being curious whether you understood actually the current climate actually in Ethiopia, what America is playing, not only by the way in Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa. Now I think our brother Kani will tell us actually about this, from the Somalian perspective. Brother, carry on.
Oh, thank you, Tess, and I appreciate listening to this program today. To be honest with you, and a lot of points has been mentioned, and I appreciate Mr. Reza's contribution as well. And I was listening to him, and so basically the debate about Africa and challenges and opportunities. This is the topic that we were discussing, and I think it was mainly focused at the economic sector, the potentials, the opportunities for Africa, and how they can further develop this to benefit the continent of Africa. And a lot has been mentioned about the fossil fuels and how African countries are not getting quality or cost effective for their commodities, and a lot has been mentioned. I wanted to also address that the potential of African produced products, whether it's in agriculture sector or whether it's manufacturing sector of produce and goods and services, the potential is quite high. And what I've seen from Ethiopia is that there's been big corporate companies that has been opening up their factories in Ethiopia, which is a good welcome step. I think Sister Maidot was mentioning earlier on about the sesame factories. I think, if I'm not wrong, there is several sesame factories processing sesame seed processing factories, and Ethiopia is in number 1 or number 2 or number 3 in terms of world top producers of sesame seed, and which this sesame seeds is used in various items, like for something as simple as the burger breads or the normal seeded breads, or sesame oil, or so many. You can use the sesame for so many products, and it's important that, and instead of like in African countries, instead of just exporting the seed, that we add value to the produce and make the products in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in Kenya, in Uganda, wherever you grow these things, like sesame oil. Sesame oil is one of the most commonly used oil in South Asia. And all the Chinese restaurants, they use sesame oil for the frying and everything. Sesame oil, why are we just exporting the raw sesame seed rather than processing it, packaging it, and then exporting it? That's where the value, that's where you add value to products, and that is very important. And instead of just processing the seeds, that we actually add value and bring the manufacturing. Businessmen need to bring the manufacturing. And for example, now in Somalia, if I may, and there has recently, last year, end of November last year, 2021, one of the biggest factories has been opened up, salt factories producing salt, because Somalia is blessed with the biggest coast in Africa, longest coast, and that's where they're producing salt. They've opened up a salt factory which is capable of supplying the market in Somalia, the salt market, which salt used to be imported before from other countries. Now this factory will supply the salt and outsource all the salt that used to be imported before. And it also has the potential to expand. That this salt can then be exported to Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and all other African countries. So what I'm trying to say is that the manufacturing and industry needs to be developed. We are far behind. We're still consumers in in a lot of African countries. We are still being too consumer focused. We are consuming products made outside, but not products made in Africa. And that's where the vision lies. That is the most important market that we need to target. Produced in Africa, marketed in Africa, sold within Africa. I hope I'm trying to make a point here, but this is one of the most important things. Why buy salt? Why should Ethiopia and Kenya buy salt from all the way from China or India when they can buy it from Somalia? Because and logistically it's cheaper, and locationally it's cheaper, and the price will be cheaper either as well. And the quality obviously is something that needs to be ensured that the quality is of the highest quality and similar to ones that they used to import from an Asian subcontinent. Of course, we're going to need, the world is a globalized. We can't say everything has to be produced, but whatever we can produce, small, simple things that we can produce in Africa, and we shouldn't be searching for it to be imported from far away. And oil, cooking oil, salt, sugar, and cement. Somalia imports all its cement from Oman, one of the biggest cement factories in Oman. I'm sure if there's a good quality and high standard cement in Ethiopia, Somalia can import it from Ethiopia, because why do you need to import a big ship from Oman when you can find it from your next door neighbor? So these are the kind of things that we need to expand on. And one guy that was here earlier on, he said about the biggest asset Africa has is its youth, manpower, its people, because the numbers are decreasing in Europe, in America, and the manpower that will be needed in the future is from Africa, because Africa has a thriving population. Its population is thriving, while other countries, the numbers of their population are decreasing. For example, Japan now, mainly their population is elderly. Their population is decreasing, and people are not making children. So I don't know what's going on. Anyways, I wanted to make that point, Tess, and I thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm going to go back to listening now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everybody has agreed on this point. That we need to diversify. We should not just restrict ourselves to agricultural products. Not only actually that, when it comes to markets, we should not just simply focus on outside Africa. The intra-Africa trade has to grow. So I think time and time again we have said it. But may I just simply ask people, okay, this is actually what we're talking actually the government's language, or speak. We are not in a position to do that. This is what really necessitates the creation of the African Renaissance grassroots movement. How can we affect? Okay, we have all these ideas, wonderful, brilliant ideas, and people actually who can speak out of experience, out of knowledge, out of competence and the rest of it. How can we impact? How can we influence? Leaders of individual countries. How can you influence African Union? We all say actually it is dysfunctional. It is because dysfunctional because it gets actually its funding from Europe and then the United States of America. The bulk of it, with it comes actually is a string attached, so it's not actually funding Africa. So on and so forth. Africa, despite actually the good intention of having economic integration, it hasn't happened actually to the scale that we wanted it to be. Africa, one of the richest in terms of resources, both human, you have to underline, both human and natural resources, is sometimes struggling even actually to feed itself, which is the irony. Africa, which is importer It's in terms of the golds, the cobalts, the whatever you have, actually zinc, ore, you name it, actually the uranium for energy, gold. These are all actually extracted from Africa, but Africa still is for centuries providing all this, not actually industrializing. So we all say actually, well, we need to industrialize. Agro-industry is the way forward, not to forget the mainstay of African economy. Let me tell you, in terms of employment, 2/3 of the African employment is actually in agriculture, whether you like it or not. But what its contribution is, in some cases, only 20% to the GDP, the gross domestic product. Now, if it employs, meaning all the farmers, okay, all the farmers, this is subsistence farming. We need to really transform that subsistence farming. So think about that. So far, this is the old. And then, okay, these are actually new ideas. How can we translate these ideas into actionable points towards the people who are making this decision? This is what I want you to do. Yes, plenty of ideas. That's actually a brainstorming. We need to move on from brainstorming and then, okay, what can we do? Now, if you look at it, like, for instance, in terms of Ethiopia, it produces coffee, followed by to the region of nearly actually over 840 million. Other oil seeds earlier on actually mentioned is the second one, and then you have actually a third. This is gold, cut flowers actually being sent, actually zinc ore, and then who are actually the Ethiopia's trading partners here? You have actually China, United States, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea, in that order. Now, how can you change the bundle of goods in the first place? How can you change actually the bundle of your importers? If you are actually relying heavily on some countries, and then you end up actually losing. Like, for instance, if the United States of America currently is about 15.6% of our imports goes to United States of America, as compared, like, for instance, Germany, which is 5.09% in Germany, and then you have actually more or less just over 3.98% to Belgium. Now, how can you diversify that? Okay, all with these ideas, who should we contact? We have the knowledge, we have actually the ideas. How can we really make this happen? By waiting actually for the leaders themselves actually to get up in one morning, oh, by the way, I have a magic wand here, actually, let me change this country? Or by influencing them? How can we influence them? This is actually the whole crux of the point I was raising earlier on, why we needed in the first place this the grassroots movement. From the grassroots movement, professionally endowed people. This is not shouting. This is not shouting, but as from the concerns for Africa. Africa, where it should be and where it is capable of, has not achieved it yet. Then we know all that. The analysis is very crucially important. The next and very crucial point for us is, how can we get there? By influencing the policymakers themselves. So can you just shed some light in what capacity you as an individual in this particular group, like, for instance, the African Renaissance grassroots movement, what can you really contribute? I don't know actually your background. You could be actually an engineer, you could be actually a technologist, you could be a farming person, you could be a policymaker, you could be a diplomat. In what capacity? This Saturday, there is a big meeting. People have drafting actually the mission, the structure, because I proposed actually to have 5 hubs in Africa: North, South, East, West, and Central. On that basis, they are working on actually 3 sisters are actually working on that, with a mission statement clearly stated. And then there's a brother actually, Benson, who is working on how to connect at the grassroots level. He has had experience working in many African countries, plus, in fact, in the United Nations. Now, what he's working is, How can we reach churches, mosques, schools, universities, and the rest of them to make this an African revolution? Okay, myself and another brother are working on international trade and international relations. We'll be presenting actually a 10 minutes actually presentation, and after that there will be discussions. Another area is our brother Kranj and then Awad are actually working on the media. Can you imagine that we have actually CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, Agence France, the rest of us, they always gang up in support of actually the West. We don't even have 1.3 billion people don't even have actually its own media house. Over a few months, in a matter of few months, you can have actually your own media house. That's an outlet speaking actually for Africa. So that's the one area they are actually working on. We have actually another one, which is, okay, for us to use to spread the news, we have to have actually a website. One brother actually from Somalia, another one from DRC, they are working on creating website for us to communicate. I'm telling you, on the background, we are working hard to make sure actually this happens. But you as an individual, if you care about Africa, if you care about Africa, what can you really bring to this table? You know what I mean? To this table. And the Berlin conference, who was actually on the table? On the table was Africans. Round the table were who? Round the table was actually those who were prepared to eat us up alive. Now I think what you need to bring is, okay, reverse it. It's not actually against, but how can we really come out of this deadlock? In what way, you as an individual? We're trying actually to connect dots, having actually individuals from different countries. When you unite them together, we will have actually the power. Expertise power. Influential. We can influence through the voting system. We can really move the people at the grassroots level. That's the whole idea of actually setting up the African Renaissance grassroots movement, deliberately grassroots. Don't expect a leader to come up in any one of these countries, or Prime Minister Abiy can change the whole of Africa. If you are expecting another Thomas Sankara, another Haile Selassie, another Kwame Nkrumah, another Julius Nyerere, another Patrice Lumumba, what happened actually to all these people? Think about this. What happened actually to Patrick Lumumba? What happened actually to Thomas Sankara? If they are only individuals, they will end up actually being beaten by all these ruthless, Western hegemonies. They will eat them up live. What happened actually to Gaddafi? What happened to Libya after his death? Libya is in a mess now, an utter mess. If you don't want actually to see that happening, to be honest with you, this is time for us actually to club together as Africans. And I can see actually Karanja is also, here. If you want actually to come up, your Twitter, please bring him up. And then we need to really share our ideas, brothers and sisters. This is time to walk, not just simply to talk. Thank you very much.
Just to reset the room, people who have spoken already and have their say, please put yourself down in the audience as a listener, because it's going to be taking a lot of bandwidth, and we're going to get congested, and we don't want to get disconnected. And the other thing is, scroll through the tweets that are up there, and you may do so. And I think, Coffee. If I got your name wrong, Coffee Srapecher. You may speak.
Hi, thank you so much for bringing me up to the stage. Good evening, everyone. My name is Iti. I'm a Nigerian, but I live in the UK. I've been listening to this space for the last hour now, and I've thoroughly enjoyed every single second of it. I really appreciate and enjoy the different perspective that people have brought in to this conversation, and I've been using the hashtag and like you can find my tweets in there. And so what the host has just asked Tess, like, you know, how can we as individuals, what can we do? What do we bring to the table? I must say this is something that has been boggling my mind as well for a very long time, and sometimes I feel like it that question actually overwhelms me because, you know, like everyone here, we are all passionate about seeing the development and, you know, the progress of our people as a continent, not as a country. We're not a country, we're not a nation, we're a continent of people with great resources and great intelligence. But, you know, I have to say there are like two things maybe that I'm going to bring up. First of all, I know it's cliche and we say again and again and again, it's education. Because the first thing I would say in my mind, how can we as individuals, or how can as Africans, without having to wait for our leaders to do the right thing, it takes a revolution. But when we think about the word revolution, you know, people think about force, resistance, and violence. And I don't necessarily mean it in that way. I think the next best thing is to actually have a revolution of the mind, and that's what education comes in, as we all know. And if you see some of my tweets, I am somebody who, I hate the fact that we have to, you know, some of us feel like we have to really try to buddy up and cooperate with, you know, some of these other countries that don't necessarily have our best interests, you know, at heart. And they're not doing it for Africa's best interest. Everything they do with us is for their own best interest. But I would say in this case of education, if there's one thing we can probably try to take advantage of is, you know, trying to, like, if there are grants and funds and stuff, or there are scholarships, we need to be encouraging our own people to take advantage of these things, to go and study. Or if there are groups out there who are trying to bring education into, you know, our villages, our townships and stuff, we need to be pushing for that to really happen for, you know, the next generations in the future, so that they can, you know, be aware of these plights that our continent kind of face and how we can actually challenge this. And I guess the other point, aside from education, is also just about, you know, I mentioned it, grants. So Tess and Co and everyone who is, you know, a part of the African Renaissance grassroots movement, I love it. I love it so much. You know, building the websites, trying to, you know, these ideas about the different hubs in Africa and stuff. One of the things that you can also, I was about to say one of the things you can also try to focus on is trying to put together maybe like lists or lists of like grants and resources for people who want to open businesses, because you know, in the UK there are many hubs for, like, you know, people who are interested in business but don't necessarily know how to do it, and, like, you know, you can get funding here, you can get funding there, you can get, you know, mentors or sponsors here and there. So if there are things like this, and this is one way I would say we can try to take advantage of, you know, the goodwill of maybe some of these other organizations outside of Africa. You know, if there are these kind of grants and things out there, then pull together like a list of these kind of resources, so that people who are interested in African countries to open up their business, you mentioned sesame seed, you know, and cocoa, you know, how we don't really refine all these things by ourselves, and what we tend to do is just ship away the raw materials. There might be somebody in this very room who is like, that sounds very interesting. What if I wanted to set my own up, but I don't have the money for it? There actually might be a grant out there. Unfortunately, I wish I came up to this stage like prepared and, like, you know, could give lists and stuff with these things available. But I think that's something we can consider in case you wanted to start your own, because it is by us starting our own things as individuals that collectively you can start to, you know, the more people start up their own thing, the more we can, you know, the more there would be for people to, like, the more voice there can be, really. I don't really know how to say it, but the more we start our own, and the more of us that are starting our own thing, then the more we have that kind of like strength in saying, actually, we need to, as a country or as a continent, when I say country, I meant each own country. We need to, as a country, as a continent, start to think about, protecting our own market. Let's start thinking about, protecting our own market, forming our own unions, forming our own this or whatever. Somebody mentioned earlier about China, about how they're now collaborating with the rest of the world, and they're working so well with the rest of the world. China was closed off. I was a business student, and China was closed off to the whole world for many years. They protected their own market so fiercely, and created a space that was more palatable for their own business owners before they then opened up to the rest of the world, where their people were highly educated. Their own business owners were quite strong enough to survive competition, even though they had international businesses come into the country, but they already had a very strong base of their own national businesses before they started to allow other competitors from other countries. So I'm not saying, Africa, our own different countries, we have to regress and close off our markets, although I actually did kind of like that idea that somebody said about, making our people scarce. That was something I'd never really thought about before, as our manpower is our strength. I'm not saying that's exactly what we need to do, but, I just think we do need to try and, like, as individuals, as Tess was asking this question of what can we do without having to wait for our leaders. We need to try to find these resources for ourselves, start up your own business, sponsor somebody in your family to go to school, or help them find a scholarship or whatever it is, or yourself or whomever, just so that we can quietly upskill ourselves or strengthen ourselves and empower ourselves. And then before you know it, we have more of a voice. We have more of a strength when we're coming to the bargaining and negotiation table. That was just my contribution. But thank you so much for this space. I'm really enjoying it so far.
Thank you very much, I have sent you the link, and then you can just, what you need to just press it automatically. You'll be actually in that group. This is by invitation. We don't take everybody, that one at this stage, because of the nature of it. We will give you the mic, brother Nikem. Could you unmute? Okay, mute yourself. Thank you. Just simply to reply to my sister. I think, to be honest with you, where we have actually a problem, and some of the speakers probably actually would come back later on. When we look for these grants come actually with attachment, and we have to be very, very careful. I live in the UK, and as you are, if you are in the UK, and then probably it's a different ball of game. When it goes to Africa, they require actually certain they put actually certain strings attached to it. Like, for instance, depopulation is an agenda for some. They just give you actually the money. Ultimately, actually, it's depopulation. They don't put it actually that way. About 82% of actually, if you're lucky, in some cases, the money comes back because it goes out actually in the form of grant, but there's an international expert element. But that doesn't mean actually we should not really explore these options. As you say, actually, just get prepared. This is a space. None of us actually, apart from actually the host and co-hosts, perhaps get prepared before they come here. But I think your contribution is wise and helpful. So when you come next on tomorrow, you will get actually the vibe. But we have not advanced yet, but we'll definitely actually get there. You'll hear actually from your African brothers and sisters. We work actually in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And one aspect I just would like you to consider, what I did with our Ethiopian friends here, diaspora, is why don't you be actually a Nigerian foreign direct investor? This is what we call crowd investment. The crowd investment is you cannot invest on your own. but you can still team up actually with Nigerians. You can still, there is no reason why you shouldn't actually team up actually with me. Jules is actually a very typical investor. I think Bashona probably actually will tell us about her. She's fantastic, Zimbabwean. On her own, she's got now a farm. She got actually in farming. She's a businesswoman. She tells you actually how difficult it is. But I think she was suggesting, in fact, the crowdfunding. So why don't we be actually foreign direct investors? Our citizenship probably a different one. I'm a British, you are a British, but this is by location. For me, I was born in Ethiopia. I'm African through and through, and then I'm British by location. That's it. All the time, actually, we talk about African because that blood, where you come from, it just sometimes actually that it's not being biased, but it's not fair actually for Africans to lag behind. We have so much, but we are actually the poorest. We have so much actually to offer, but actually we are at the bottom of the league in everything. Why should we? You cannot really explain that. So, okay, you and I can club together and do something about it. We can. Those people who are telling you we can't, they are actually the defeatists. They're telling us actually the sky, a pie in the sky. No. So we can reunite Africa. We can really, your recent, you can see actually the recent, and Nigeria is one of actually the top importers of food, by the way. Shouldn't be. 5 million. We were discussing actually the other day. Karanj is an expert actually in food in agriculture and in food security and the rest of it. He would say something, but I would really advise you just to follow him. And then, in fact, the recording is absolutely meaty. We've got people actually highly talented Africans, but we have not used them. I don't know about you, but you are actually this. You come here actually to this, and whatever actually knowledge that you have, you're not hesitant to share it with us. So we just work together, unite together. That doesn't mean actually that I will be in your pocket, you'll be in my pocket, but still we can make a difference. To be honest with you, and that's actually the whole ethos of this the African Renaissance grassroots movement. If the leaders are not doing it that for us, and let's do it ourselves and show them actually how to do it. Thank you very much, sister. It's great actually to have you, and stay there. Our brother Nikem, and if you could just tell us actually who you are, and then where you are from, and then anything actually that you want us to say. In what way can you really contribute? Can you see actually what's the old, the old order, and how can we really actually move into the new order? Have I, if I got your name wrong, please, forgive me. Is that Nikem? Nkem? Was that Annabelle?
Hello, my name is Eric.
Okay, carry on, brother.
I'm really, it's very interesting to be here. I want to be nice. I want to be someone that has a great impact for my people, for my nation. I'm a youth of my nation. I'm a youth in Nigeria. I'm calm. I work, I hustle, I make things the way that every Nigerian should have the understanding that we do not need our fathers to help us, but we need ourselves to help ourselves. We need us to be here. We need each and every one of us to help ourselves, not by cheating or by doing things that are not just right before man and before God. So right now, I'm just a hustler. I'm in the streets. I try to make people who are in the streets to see things in the right way, to try to know that there are other things that they should do that will make money out of it instead of scam or things that are not just right, that involve the government to start pursuing them. So for a very long time now, I've been trying to make my impact very right to them, and some are hitting me for doing it right, thinking that maybe I know how to do things very right more than most of them do. But I have to carry everybody along in most cases. Well, I'm just happy to be here all the same. I'm Kim. Eric is my name. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Happy to have you, brother from Nigeria. It's not only you, I think our sister XIX, but also actually that there is a brother, to be honest with you, here. He is a regular customer. We have been, he's from Nigeria. Doug, his name is actually Prince. I don't know, I saw him actually earlier on, unless otherwise actually he's hiding. He's great. He lives actually in Canada. I think all of you actually that from Nigeria should somehow actually link up for a young guy, a young person in Nigeria to tell us how much actually you are concerned about Africa. That said it for all for me, to be honest with you. I just take actually my hat off for you, brother. And then we need actually people like you. Absolutely, people like you. Doug is here actually listening to you. You need to follow me and follow Doug is there actually. Our sister XIX also. I didn't pick up actually your name. I'm sorry, sister, but we can still do it. But you need to you need to follow each other. By doing so, actually, you're connecting. So next time actually when we come together, we will make actually a big we forward with the project that we have. Thank you very much, and I'll give the mic to Bashona, and after Bashona, Karanja actually will take. Thank you very much. Bashona is from Zimbabwe. Karanja is originally from Kenya. Look at the people where we are coming from, just in case for your information. But he lives actually in the US. He's a White House correspondent. But Bashona, a brother from Zimbabwe, very helpful brother. Carry on.
Oh, thank you so much, my brother Tess. Thank you so much, the co-hosts. I see everyone here. How are you, my African people? I love you so much. Yes, I'm from Zimbabwe. I always say Zimbabwe is my birthplace, but Africa is my home. That's my motto. This topic is very, very important to us as Africans and also to the younger generation of Africa to get to understand the fact that unity is the way to go. This is how we can build our Africa. This is how we can build our home to be a better place. How can we do it? Number one, we need to establish the key factors which are making us being separated. For me, the first question that I would answer myself is to say, we need to go by removing the borders, not physically, but maybe with technology, or maybe with a form of economy, or maybe with form of science. What am I saying? What I'm trying to say to you, my African people, is that if we are going to have one economy, that one economy will speak for us as Africans. Who is going to make this economy? It's us who are here. It's us who are here by making sure that our economy is being united. We must have a free trade. We must have what we call economic zones which are for Africans, not economic zones which are designed for other people who are from Western world, who are from America, or who are from Asian world. We need to come up with an economic zone that is there for us, that can uplift our people from rural areas, people from the villages, people from all corners of Africa. This is where I'm coming from, was to say we can only unite and fight things like poverty and fight things like unnecessary wars which are being sponsored by the enemies of Africa for them to milk our African continent. So here is the challenge. Why can't we just write a petition to the African Union to say enough is enough, #no more. We need one passport. We need one currency in Africa. I think for me, it will be a first port of call for them to realize that we are no longer being divided by these so-called borders, but we want to have a one unit Africa. We want to have a one currency that speaks for Africa. We want to have a one passport that speaks for Africa. Therefore, it will help me. For example, like what you have saying, my brother Tess, that yes, I'm a farmer in Zimbabwe. I've got a farm. I've got 105 hectares or a piece of land in Zimbabwe, which I acquired after we took land from the white settlers. And right now, I'm proudly, I've got more than 300, cattle. I want to slaughter those cattle and sell that meat to African brothers and sisters. I can create food nutrition in Africa by what I'm producing from my farm. I can create, good produce and supply it to my fellow brothers and sisters in Africa. Not to think of other markets, not to think of other, buyers or investors outside the country of Africa. Because why am I saying so? We have got people who are billionaires who are residing in other parts of the world, but who can come and make Africa tick. This is where I'm coming from, my brother. Then my last point is this: let's continue to use this kind of platforms. They are uniting us. They are connecting us. Let's engage one another. Let's see where we have got our same where we have got same potential, so that we can use that potential for it to manifest to real things like engaging in a platform that can attract more and more people, so that we can move forward as one African, as one people. Thank you for now, my brother. I really appreciate, and I hope maybe what I've said might encourage one of you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, that's Bashona encouragement. I will have actually a stake in your farm. I would love actually to do that. It's perfect. It makes sense actually that there's artificial borders actually have been created, particularly in terms of passport. You know what? The transaction cost, the delay in processing all these things, it doesn't matter. I mean, how many of our African farmers actually travel from Nigeria to Ethiopia, for heaven's sake? There are people actually you can still, have your security controls and the rest of it. Why do you deny actually passports, to be honest with you? For heaven's sake, it's just the easiest thing, even actually trade for that matter. Now, because Zimbabwe is actually neighboring South Africa, Zambia, and the rest of it. People at the border, they are actually trading, whether we like it or not. They are trading day in, day out. Crossing. They don't have any notion of actually these artificial boundaries. They do trade, by the way. So I think sometimes actually that is the elite is actually taking us actually to the wrong direction. And then if we think about it, we are actually the leaders here. We need to just make sure that this dysfunctional AU, for one reason or another, because it's funded in fact by the West, even if actually that you're right, they will just simply don't do it. But I think we can influence our individual countries' leaders. Otherwise, actually, that they know actually that they will not get actually your votes. But so long as we are systematic, we are very persuasive. It's solid. It's not emotion. So we can. I mean, the issue earlier on, what was raised was one is actually the food security, aid, foreign aid, as compared to the suggestion is because the leaders think actually as a source of income, they simply actually succumb themselves actually to that kind of scenario. It has, if you go and look at it, it has actually led to economic decline, not actually to economic prosperity. So think about it. What are they getting out of that? So instead of that, why don't you really encourage our own African brothers and sisters, this, a private sector investment, entrepreneurship, and the rest of it, so that they take the responsibility at the same time. I don't mind actually an African taking, getting actually, return for his investment, rather than actually someone else actually coming and just doing exactly the same. I'm not racist by all means, to be honest with you. I work and then still my subordinates are white people here. No, not even a single black person, to be honest with you. But it's not that. I love them to bits. That's not my problem. My problem is when it comes to the equity of, when it comes to fairness, we are always such a disadvantage. So it is partly our own failure our own failure to organize and then invest. My sister Titi is actually, you may have actually have a brilliant idea. Why don't you work actually with others and then, come up with some investment? This is doable. It's doable. Thank you very much, Bashona. And we take that, and I'll give it to the mic to Karanja, after that to Musky. Brother, welcome again.
Thank you so much, Tess. Thank you as usual. I don't know where you get the energy from. I hosted my space 2 days ago, and I'm still exhausted and still trying to capture my voice. So, thank you for always holding it down. I was listening to you earlier as you were listing all our dead heroes that everybody universally, including in the West, idolizes, right? But we actually have living Pan-African heroes. Let's support them. Let's not just look at the dead ones, right? Because the whole crowd out there that loves to talk about corrupt African leaders, we can't get anywhere until we get rid of this corruption. We can't do anything because we don't have leaders. Blah blah blah. They all quote these same leaders, right? But we are saying to them right now, we have Isaias Afwerki, we have Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed standing up to the imperialists. Support them now. Don't just talk about the leaders that we don't have. Mnangagwa in Zimbabwe still standing up to them. And I realize that there's internal politics, and there's still going to continue to be internal politics. But for now, we stand united with the leaders that are standing up to the West. They are there. We currently have living leaders. And so until, people stop using this excuse that the only good heroes we have are dead ones, that's one of the challenges. But the opportunities are limitless. The opportunities, are so vast. And, you were talking, for example, about why can we not be why can we not be what's the word? Why can we not have foreign direct investors from those of us living in the diaspora? And you're an economist, and this is something I would really love to work with you on, Tess, because I don't actually even believe that the only investments can come from Africans in the diaspora. To a certain extent, honestly, I think that even that view is a view that still comes from this idea that good things only come from the West, because there's plenty of money in Africa. And the same way that the United States has managed to fund their economy with nothing, because they have nothing. They literally have nothing. And they've managed to finance their economy by being smart about whatever it is, about however it is that they, that they make it possible for them to print paper money and still call it real money that is backed by nothing. Whereas we are the ones who have the gold, the diamonds, the plutonium, no need to continue because we have, it's endless, right? We have everything. We provide the world with everything. So I'm not even convinced that the only way that there can be investments is from overseas. We can be smart about it. We can influence with our think tanks that we are working on in our various groups. We can influence and provide ideas to those leaders that will listen to us. You guys in the No More movement, you actually have a leader that is listening to you, that is responding to you in PM Abiy Ahmed. We had Ms. Sampela the other day from Uganda, a politician, on our space saying to us, I'm listening to you guys. Let's work with these leaders, right? So let's identify these leaders. And I'm someone who loves to focus on what we have that's in front of us, and so we do have leaders that are listening to us. Let's work with them. Let's create these think tanks around the media piece, around the farming piece, around the economics piece. And you and I, of course, we are working behind the scenes. We are not just talking. And I always say this: talking is important because that's how we get together. So I'm not one of those people who says we need to stop talking and start acting. We can do both. We are Africans. We are resourceful. We've always had to do multiple things because, we have to work to make a living, as everybody on the planet does. But in addition to that, we are constantly fighting white supremacist vulture capitalism. We are the most resilient people, and I will never tire of saying this. Not only are we the most resilient people, we are the most upwardly mobile community on the planet, bar none. Not the Asians, not Middle East, nowhere. No people have moved so quickly from being colonized and dominated as Africans have, to learning their bloody languages, their systems of education, their systems of government. Really, the amount of credit that we deny ourselves, it boggles my mind. I do not understand how there's a single African that doesn't see it, but of course there are so many that don't see it. And so our work is cut out, right? Our work is cut out for us. We do have to reach those people, because if we are going to build a Pan-African family, we have to be able to speak to those people using our media platforms that we are working on, our think tanks around all of these issues. I'll just give you an example of, for example, I got a forward, and this is just pertaining to Kenya alone, not even to the East African region, where Kenyans are encouraging other. I'm going to have to go for a second, but Kenyans are encouraging other Kenyans about the type of opportunities that exist in Kenya. And so, for example, they're pointing out that we import, just in Kenya alone, 90% of our edible oil products are imported. We only process 4% of our own milk. Only 40% of food harvested goes to waste because of post-harvest, just not being able to process it. And this is just in Kenya alone. Only 35% of Kenyans, use banking services. 75% of our pharmaceuticals are imported. And then, for example, there's a reference to the East African community and the fact that the DRC Congo is soon joining the East African community. And somebody was pointing out that is a 90 million population of new consumers. That's just in between Kenya and the East African region, and that doesn't even cover the rest of the East African region. So the opportunities are boundless. We do have to just work together on these issues that we are working on, and continue talking with each other, and then continue encouraging each other, and continue challenging the narratives, because the narratives are, full of lies, and the only way to counter them really is to continue to challenge them every day.
Thank you, Brother Kranj. I think there's
he got cut off, I think, yeah. Right in the middle.
A breakup,
Yeah.
I think, yeah. So
Yeah,
I
we
think
have,
in a
and
nutshell, use me. All right.
okay, so sorry to interrupt you. At the meantime, Professor Ahmed is here, and he wanted to speak right before, after Karanja, if you don't mind, because he had to go after, he gives his views. He will be in for a few minutes only, with apologies. Tess.
No doubt about it. Prof, thank you again for coming. You have been actually a regular visitor, a great support with experience, ex-academician. But he says he calls him the ex-academician, but he's an academy. I pretty much doubt if you are actually hooked in the academy, you will never actually rest. You always actually bang on. But he's a well-respected Ethiopian of high order. It's glad actually to have him here. Let's hear actually from him. But I'll come back actually on what I want to say on our Brother Kran just interjecting. Carry on, Prof.
Well, thank you very much. Happy Christmas. Well, at least I'm just having small pondering thought as an elderly, and I want to share with you. I really appreciate your energy. Keep it up. First is the agricultural aspect of it. how to address our farmers. One should consider that. And for me, this issue was under a long time, and my dream is still to have a Voice of Africa radio program which is going to link farmers in Africa, at least with higher level of technology. We cannot address the farmers as it is. So we need sort of centrally run Voice of Africa that gives us at least awareness of the situation to the farmers, and we can start grassroots movement as well as the intellectual capacity. That is primary objectives that we have to consider. The other thing is AU has done lots of research. We shouldn't reinvent the wheel. It's just a matter of hooking what they have done up to now and popularize it. So one has to work with AU closely, whatever their resource demands. We can update it, we can improve it, but at least the groundwork has been done when it comes to resources, different issues, linkage along countries, and these are all been discussed for the last 50 years. The problem is implementation. African passport was discussed for the last 10 years, is not yet implemented. And so with this movement, at least as I have already said, we have to engulf AU rather than creating separate body, which is going to be extremely expensive and difficult to run. So we have to push AU thoroughly and see what they have, the hidden agendas they have. We can reshape it. Agenda 2063 is also on the table. We have to take it and look to it, and we can improve on it rather than reinventing the wheel. So these are areas that we have to consider when we're talking about analysis of African reality. That is because in their research, I hope they might have done lots of research on resources of Africa. My concern is making these resources aware that the youngsters know about their resources. The moment you know your surrounding, you start proacting and improve on it. If you don't know it, if the West only know the knowledge and they can manipulate as they like, the gap is extremely difficult to narrow it. So my ambition is in the coming 5-10 years, we have to know our resources, be it agricultural, mineral, service, whatever that we have to consider as the resource in Africa. We have the potential that, as you have already mentioned, India and Africa is going to fill up the gap of age disparity. You know, most of the worlds are getting old, and so we are the only two areas that we can fill the gap: Africa and India to a certain extent. These are the two areas the world is going to depend on. So we have the resource on that line. So how to utilize it, how to make it productive. When it comes to education, I go to the old traditional schooling system where one muallim or case, in our case, could handle 10, 20 students, and these 10, 20 students handled more than 100 students at the same time. So it's just a matter of percolating knowledge with minimum cost. If we are considering big buildings like the West with technology and the like, we cannot reach our destination easily. And so we have to consider already tested system, and we can combine it with the new one. It's not difficult, but at least we have to also consider the old system if it is viable to utilize to educate our youngsters as fast as we can. Technology could help us to do this. So if you combine these all efforts with your ambition, I hope we can reach somewhere within no time. So at least it has to be action oriented, and we have to depend on ourselves. As I've already mentioned before, no one is going to accept us. We tried, in Middle East, Europe, America. Is now as it is, they don't want us. They are backing off. So we cannot go there. We have to solve our problem here in Africa. People on diaspora, you could help us, as a link. As you know, the Asian giants came up because of brain banks, from brain drainage to brain banks. And so you can realize that you could come once in a while, at least for 2 months, 3 months, and share your knowledge. And so we can combine and synergize our energy easily. And so these are all areas that you have to consider. How to engage the West is our problem. They are just looking for our resources and making us poor. So how to engage is also areas that you have to consider. The corrupt leaders and whatnot are falling victim because they cannot resist the pressure. So how to engage is areas that we have to deal with. It's not that easy, but at least we have to consider thinking about it rather than going ahead and fight with them. We have to look for middle road and at least save our energy of unnecessary wastage of battling with them, be it verbal or otherwise. So these are areas that I have to share with you, and each step has its own energy to realize. So if you are ready to sacrifice your time, your energy, your knowledge, I hope Africa realizes this renaissance soon. This is my small contribution for the time being.
As usual, actually, with humility, you said this is my little contribution. For us, it is a word of wisdom that really energize us. Since actually you come to this space and then willingly actually to give your time, Prof. I think you have been an immense, energy for me too, and for the rest of the people who knows you. So it's not little. I think when you mentioned, first of all, we are alone. We don't expect. So the old is to be reliant on others. The new order is no. We have to fend for ourselves. Nobody else actually come rescue us. The second one is actually you said where there is actually good thing is happening in Africa, not to try to reinvent the wheel. So yes, absolutely. You have mentioned a case in the 2063. We will deeply actually look into it, how it really works. Where it's not, then we have to have a duty, to highlight that. The third one is actually that you say rather than it being confrontational, in our attitude, we be professional, and in which we are actually trying to be across. That's just the rule of game in our this African Renaissance grassroots leadership. How we engage actually with the leaders. It's just to change the way Africa has been actually treated. That's all actually. It's not to change an individuals, but to change actually a system. So yeah, I think your words of wisdom, I think that's very helpful, and thank you very much for your contribution. We'll move on.
Don't forget Voice of Africa, because if we don't have link with the grassroots, it's going to be in the air. Our whole discussion might not be realized easily. So we need really Voice of Africa radio station. is going to handle our farmers, who are majority of the population.
Absolutely, absolutely. We should be there actually as a voice for the voiceless and the silent majority of African population. We said actually that farming, the figure shows 63% up, so two-thirds of actually our population employment is actually in farming, but it contributes only 20% in some cases. As low as 20% to our GDP. So we should really focus on that. Thank you, Professor Ahmed, for your contribution. I would have loved actually if the Joma, our sister, actually, that she is well conversant, although her background is medical, and I'd love to hear from you. If you are available, to be honest with you, I would ask actually. Twitter actually to bring you up. You can see her actually that the Joma LJOEOMA, wonderful speaker last time. If she wants actually that we can have her up here. She requested, yeah, she has actually requested. Very good, thank you. And we'll bring her up. Veritas, because we need to drop some people. Meski, you go, and then actually we'll drop you down. Okay, it's a second round. Could you please go?
No, actually, Karaka said most of what I want to say, but at the end of the day, business requires, infrastructure, power, and most of all, stability. As we have like a puppet government that will always going to be our difficulty. So it is up to us to demand from our government to elect or to demand a visionary leader. So that's where our problem what I see our problem, but at this time, like, let's support what we already have, like so we already have. Gosh, what's wrong with me? Are you guys listening?
Yes, we are. It's Meski.
Oh, sorry, something came up. Yeah, those are Clark said it well. So it is up to us. We have, as long as, like I said, we have a puppet government. So those are where our difficulties, those are where the Western play on us. So those are the play we have to demand. We have to aware of this, is, as you always said, Tess, it's a grassroots. We have to work where our problem is, because at the end of the day, business investment requires stability and those things. So we need, of course, even if it is among us, so those are the things. So let's help each other. So far everything is already said. I'm sorry, I don't want to take my time. You guys already said it. Thank you so much. And Malcolm Ganna Hulu. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ketcheri, for your support and then always active participation in our space. But I think when you talk about actually the visionary leaders, we have to really assume some responsibility. You don't have to be a leader of a country to be called a leader. So you start actually from home, contribute actually in the African Renaissance grassroots movement, which in fact is a breeding ground for leadership at all levels. So think about that. If we are expecting another Thomas Sankara, another Kwame Nkrumah, another Haile Selassie, Nulubumba, and then we will not find them. So we're starting actually that. So I think we would be inundated actually with leaders of Africa, but we have to be realistic. Thank you very much for your contribution, sister.
No, we have many of them. We could still identify who, we have many. You are one of them. Thank you, Tess.
Thank you very much, dear sisters. Lovely. Malcolm Ganna, Malcolm Ganna, because Ethiopians actually celebrate two Christmases, two New Year's, one especially the ones in diaspora. To be honest with you, so tomorrow is Friday. Friday is Ethiopian Christmas. Because we follow a different calendar. So here you go. The joy of actually having to. So we eat as well. Thank you very much. So I will give actually the mic to Veritas and then no to our sister after Veritas. I think Awad can wait. Our sister Juma, she will take actually the mic after Veritas. Veritas, you go ahead, and then our sister. Okay, carry on, and I'll come back actually to Veritas. Okay, all right. Okay,
Oh,
sorry. Carry
Okay,
on.
you want me to go on
oh,
or after
Okay, okay.
Veritas?
It's okay. If you don't have the time, actually, you can go ahead, and then Veritas and Awad actually can wait. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no worries. Although it's I don't mind. But I'll go ahead since I've started speaking. So, good day to you, Tess. Thank you for bringing me up, and greetings to everyone on stage and in the room. And my name is Dr. Ijeoma Nodimo Para. I like to introduce myself as Nigerian by origin, African by power, Black by politics, and American by location.
By location, yeah, yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yes, I'm a proud Pan-African woman, physician, scholar, and activist. So I like everything that I've heard today. I'm also Karanja's cousin, in spirit. And Karanja and I follow each other all over Twitter. And so everything that my brother spoke of, and everyone really have spoken of, I love what I'm hearing. I am excited. I am energized. I am based here in the States, in the Midwest specifically. I have seen how the way these folks organize themselves is not the answer. It is not the answer. We have the answer. I'm telling you, the systems they have stood up and they have created are not sustainable. They are not sustainable. They are not sustainable. We have to define what development means for us. We have to define what leadership means for us. We have to define what prosperity means for us. We are the most abundantly blessed, richest, most highly resourced continent and space in the world on the earth. Africa powers the world. It is very clear. They will not have what they have without us. We developed the world. Whose we are and why we are. Truly, it really comes down to that. And I think when we are grounded inside of that, the decolonized, liberated idea of ourselves, identity of ourselves, and we are defining ourselves for ourselves, I think that self determination then informs our politics, informs our economics, informs the ways we move and we build and we create, and that we pretty much exist, and I think that's why we take the time to state these things, because that's where you have brilliant ideas like Karanja's around farming, your ideas around media. We begin to sort of behave differently, okay, in a way that they don't understand and they can comprehend. Why? Because they cannot control. Because they cannot control and therefore exploit it. So it is critical that we identify ourselves for ourselves, determine ourselves for ourselves. Now, are we perfect? No. But guess what? We are human. Because what human society is perfect? No. But the thing is this: we have opportunity to build upon our flaws. We have opportunity to build upon it. And that, I think, that is for me the call to arms. And last thing I'll say, Tess, like as you have spoken about, right, is that, and I think my sister mentioned it earlier, my sister who spoke prior to me, is that truly, and as I said this in the other space that we had a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, um, we are the change that we're seeking. We are literally the change that we are seeking, right? The leadership that we're needing and we're calling for. It's you, it's me, it's our cousin, it's our neighbor, it's our brother and our sister.
We have to begin to speak life and power and abundance to each other. We have to be able to identify leadership traits in each other. Everybody is a leader. It's just a question of, do you have followers behind you? But everybody has leadership qualities. The ability to you can look at a 4-year-old, you can look at a 6-year-old and tell them, oh, my daughter, you are going to lead millions. Because of you, lives will be saved and better. You can look at a child, you can look at a grown adult. I, the other day for New Year, spent the time encouraging my own father, encouraging him to leave a dead-end job that makes him miserable for years and years, to say, Daddy, you have to set yourself free. Go and do what you've always wanted to do. That is a child encouraging her father, right? Leadership is in all of us. And so we have to be able to start to look in the mirror and see that greatness in us, right? And also in each other, and then encourage each other with that. Yes, what my brother Karanja said was powerful. The dead ones, we honor them, our ancestors, we honor them, we respect them, we stand on their shoulders. But guess what? They did all that so that we can be greater. So we have live leaders today. And what I always encourage us is that we also need to investigate our own biases, right? Leaders are not only men. Leaders are not only able-bodied. Leaders are not only educated. Leaders are not only tall. Leaders are not only light-skinned, right? We have to ensure that we are every day, each of us, doing the hard work of internal decolonization to understand that leadership can be women, can be girl, can be young, can be disabled, can be as a lesbian or gay or bi or transgender, whatever which even in our societies we marginalize, that truly gems are in the margins. So I really want to encourage us as we drill down to like the granular level, as we start to really identify specificities around investments and, what sort of sector, agricultural, education, healthcare, etc. As we begin to dream, right, big and liberate our imagination and move in courage in terms of defining ourselves and what these systems can look like, right, from our own indigenous brilliance, that we also liberate ourselves from an idea of leadership being necessarily looking a certain way, living in a certain place, in a certain location, but that we see those qualities in ourselves and encourage the same in each other to bring about these dreams that we're collectively engaging in creating. So those are my thoughts as I sit in my office taking care of people. I just finished rounding in the hospital. Y'all, Omicron is everywhere. Everybody is positive and everybody's sick. So it's hard. It's really, really hard. But I encourage myself. And I encourage that by being in rooms like this, listening to my people, freedom dreaming big, breaking and sort of tearing our own chains apart to stand up straight and strong as a leader, right, in the world, because that truly is our birthright. So I thank you for creating spaces like this where I myself am encouraged, because I need that today. And so I appreciate you all, and I mute my mic to listen and learn. Thank you, Tess. Thank you, Karanja.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For
An
you to find it
inspiration.
actually, absolutely, to find it actually therapeutic, in fact, to hear it, to come in this space. But you know what? I must confess one thing. When you say you are a cousin to Karanja, I envied him, to be honest with you. I just about to kick him out. But anyway, I tell you, in the middle of your speech, he said, okay, I'm a cousin. We are all cousins. Oh, I said, no. I'm not going to kick him out. So anyway, sister, as usual,
Tess,
actually,
you
lovely.
are my cousin too. Don't
Yeah.
mind Karanja. Don't worry, we can kick him out. You're my
Somebody,
cousin.
Mike, somebody
But you
mute
know
his
what?
mic.
I have room. We are people of abundance. Okay, we can have 10 million cousins easily. So yes, you are my cousin. Karanja is my cousin. Everybody's my cousin.
Lie, she's my cousin.
That's all actually. I love that, sister, as usual. Actually, that's why I brought you up. You're an inspiration. I sent you the link for the Telegram, so that just follow us and join that by just pressing the button. Automatically, you are with Karanja, and then my cousin as well. There you are. Let's go. Great, great to hear, Veritas. I'm sorry actually that we had to give actually the mic to our sister. Veritas, just your time.
No, that was okay. Actually, that was a great inspirational speech from Dr. Lijoma. That was really great. Hey, Tess, I wanted to really thank you. I love your energy and dedication. I think, especially for your effort in Pan-Africanism. I think it's organizing our thoughts and our energy. And my brother, I mean, you're just the one of a kind. Appreciate it, right? So listen, I've listened a lot of interesting points, and I was just on the listening mode. There was a lot of great things that were said. So I just wanted to share my views in a small way. So first, I think from the African perspective, let's the pros and the cons, right? And the pros in Africa, I think we're endowed with great natural resources. And it's also one of the largest continents in Africa. And we have an amazing young population, which is a great demographics. And I think these are inherently what are really going to be advantages to Africa in general terms. And then, of course, if we talk about the cons, I mean, there's a lot of political instability, corruption, of course, geopolitics, colonialism, poverty, and lack of institutions. These are actually what really are taking us down. But on the other hand, there are some positive trends in Africa. I mean, if you look at the tech industry, particularly like Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, Egypt, I mean, they're becoming sort of like a tech hub within Africa that are really doing a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I'm actually in tech industry, so I've been following these trends. And I've also worked in Africa for a few years, but 7-8 years ago. So there's a lot of positive trends that's already happening. There's a collaboration with, like companies like Google, Microsoft, Silicon Valley. There's a lot of young African entrepreneurs, young ones, which are really engaged in a lot of startups, and they're doing a lot of great stuff. If you look at, some of the contribution in Kenya, particularly in digital money, like if you look at what Safaricom has done in the M-Pesa, which is actually helping processing a significant portion of the GDP through these, mobile money. And actually now Safaricom is actually not even investing in Ethiopia. So there's a lot of positive trends that are really going, and the level of education is getting higher. So all the ingredients are there for success, right? But if we drill down into specifics, we need to efficiently utilize our human and financial capital. That's not really happening, right? When I say, the efficient resources, so we can talk about the raw material, wealth, all these things are not efficiently utilized. Of course, corruption is, you can say, one of the main hindrance in Africa. And then secondly, we need to build the institutions, right? The bureaucratic institutions, as well as also the academic institutions. And then that also extends to healthcare and all the other things that would help the demographics, right? You got to educate the citizens, as well as also provide healthcare facility that will also certainly tackle poverty, and also creates a great social mobility to move people from the poverty line to the middle class rather quickly. So these are the institutions that need to be developed and nurtured. And then, of course, we got to build, the digital economy. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. So digital economies are important. I don't see why not. The Africans can roll out a great broadband initiative across Africa, right? We have to. I mean, listen, we talked. Somebody actually mentioned earlier, Google is trying to provide, broadband satellite services and those kind of initiatives. And I think Africans can actually, by uniting, can achieve that objective in the digital economy. So, and then if you go to subsector of different industries, the agro industry, right? We firstly need to have food security, at least for the local consumption. there's no reason why Africa should import food in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 years. We should be self-sufficient. And then we can also, adjacent to that, we can also develop the agro-processing industries for local consumptions. And then that can also be used for export markets, right? If you look at coffee, right? I mean, we produce coffee. Africa and Brazil and all other regions are one of the exporters of raw coffee. But if you look at, the coffee industry in Germany and Netherlands, they produce more. They sell more from coffee than the exporters because they do, the supply chain, and they do processing, packaging, and all that. So that can also be done. I think that trend is currently happening in Ethiopia. There are, I would think about 5, 6, 7 folks that really started these the coffee processing industry within Ethiopia, which is a positive trend. But that can also apply in a much broader sense to different industries, agro industries within Africa. So I think that will be one of the industries that we need to focus on. And then if you look at the pharmaceutical industry, right? So I think now we get a lot of this, generic medicines. So the Africa need to have its own basically pharmaceutical industries so that we don't have to export these medicines. We can save the currencies that's really spent on these things. That would be one of the initiatives, and I think we should push through the African Union and others to come up with some comprehensive industrialization effort that can be addressed. And then, of course, we talk about building industrialization efficiencies, local manufacturing capabilities, particularly for consumer goods. We're spending a great amount of our foreign currency throughout the continent of Africa to import these consumable goods that should be done locally. And then, of course, this can also tie to the job creation, so we can stop the brain drains. That way that we can use the human capital efficiently. And then we certainly need to develop the capital markets, right? When I say the capital markets, institutions, because there's a very limited limited finance for access to capital. And if you look at now, even in the US and other countries, and particularly in developed economies, whether in US and Europe and Germany and other places, they fund these startups, right? These are, seed capitals, access to capital. So the access to capital is very much a constraint in Africa. We have to do some microfinancing. If you look at the job creation, it should not come from the government, but rather from these small, medium enterprises, whether there's hotels, whether there's small, retail shops. If you look at the job creation statistics, I would think over 20, 30% of even the US workforce works in the service industry. So therefore, in order to do that, the mom and pop industries through microfinancing can actually alleviate the concerns of these job creations. So these things need to be done on a larger scale. The question is, how are we going to influence these things, right? We definitely need to work with African Union on a grassroots basis, and actually assigning expertise in different sectors of the economy that we talked about, and provide some sort of policy guidance. Probably the diasporas are well positioned to influence these from structurally advising policy initiatives, and I think that would be done. And then, of course, by extension, these policy initiatives also need to sort of figure out a way, how are we going to work with the developed countries in China and the US, to Europe. And then I think one of my sisters earlier mentioned, when China was developing the economy, let's say 10, 15 years ago, the Chinese market was completely closed for foreign investments up until they developed the local economies, up until developed their industrialization, and then they slowly start opening up this. So there was a sort of a protectionist kind of agenda across China. So Africa, to some extent, need to do some sort of protectionism, which I think, some people argue yes or no, but at least up until we develop these local economic models, we got to be a little more protectionist so that we can allow local economies to develop. And like I said, capitals are there for foreign direct investments, whether from private equities, whether from large financial institutions. Those can be used and invested locally so that we can develop our industries and hire our peoples to that effect. So I think, in a nutshell, what can we do on a personal level? I think we need to organize. We have a highly educated, I would think, workforce globally that can participate in different industry in different sectors. Work closely with the African Union to shape some of these policies to make some meaningful contributions. So I think that's how I view it, Tess.
Thank you, Veritas. Thank you very much. Ted, you there or you're out?
I'm here, brother. Yeah, I just, thank you very much, Veritas. You went actually point by point. There is no need actually to regurgitate what you've said, but because you have already highlighted, I was observant of, the points that from the very start to the end, individually, collectively, what we can do in terms of actually policy advice, particularly that's it, the competent people we have, but so far we have not used. A sister born in Nigeria, through and through African, but yet again actually in the medical profession, but also actually capable of actually helping. I am here actually a development economist, and Kranja here at media farming. We were all scattered, to be honest with you, scattered all over. And I can go on and on and on. Actually, the amount of strengths that we have, the more actually I go to all these spaces, African spaces, I say, wow, we've got actually huge human resources, but we are all scattered because the way the old is to just simply actually disunite us, not to work together. The new is to work together. This is actually the starting point. A very influential speaker came here earlier on from Somalia. He was saying actually that he could not believe actually what we were discussing here. He said this is an eye opener, and then by being here by itself is actually that's the new era, the new order. Now I think that's how we should take it. And thank you, Veritas.
By the way, I forgot to comment one thing. Actually, the U.S. and EU printing money, right? So that's. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can. Yes, we
So
can.
Paranjan, I think first you probably know that that's really what they call the new money theory, right? So basically, the new money theory thesis implies that if your currency is a currency of choice for trading, that means you can indefinitely print money, and basically you print money because it would not impact any inflation. You can actually sort of like by deficit, you can print money and then borrow the money, your own money. You put it in your books, and then basically indefinitely fund this money. So this was actually something that really happened after the financial crisis around 2007. So the US has been doing that, and then Mario Draghi, which is a brilliant economist, and the EU side figured out, I can do that because the EU, the euro is also a currency of choice. So basically, they start printing money, and they bailed out Southern Europeans. Portugal, Italy, and Greece. So they've literally fund their way through, and it's still happening. So what does that mean is if Africa actually can unite and create its own common currency, and we don't really have to use euro or other currency denomination to trade, that means collectively, that means we have a parity to just EU, to the dollars and others, so we can definitely print our money. So this is the new money theory. By the way, you guys can read about it. So it's a pretty interesting dichotomy. There's a lot of debate in the economic, by the economists, whether this is going to create some sort of, problems. But so for that reason, it is also incumbent upon that the Africans can unite and form a common currency for having these leverages. Meaning, if you really want to buy, you can say, my uranium or gold, you should pay me on my African currency. So therefore, these trading partners would be forced, right, to get your currency in order to trade and buy that. So that means you actually force. That means you're actually making your currency a currency of choice. So you don't have to convert everything to dollar or euro to trade. For that reason, these are going to be the next economic, political war that's going to happen. So there's also a debate from China and others, Russia, as you guys can talk about, trying to create these currencies, a basket of currencies as opposed to trading. So that is also the next frontier, by the way. It's going to be a war against that, and you're going to see that thing more happening in the next 5-10 years. So it is therefore for a number of reasons why it is important to become a Pan-Africanist, not for economical reasons, not to fight neocolonialism, but rather to create a powerful economic sector within Africa. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for it. I'll give actually the mic to the rest, but I just simply to interject on this subject. You know, the natural consequence of economically, I'm talking of economically, the natural consequence of having a strong African economy would be actually to have actually your own currency. Now, as you know, actually, it's only Gaddafi actually suggested, or as it used to be, gold-backed actually currency. Currently, it is just simply on the trust of the Americans, and the economy might actually they have actually behind it. That's it. The currency is fiat economy. You know, the fiat currency. The value of that is not actually backed by actually any gold reserve at all. So Africa, 1.3 billion Africans. If you combine the economy, that's the problem. This is once we integrate our economy, and then it's a natural consequence. You definitely actually ask them, no, you're not going to pay actually with your currency. I'm not buying. Now you use actually your stock exchange, your own currency. Your own currency is automatically becomes quite competitive. So it doesn't matter whether it's you're using this currency, that currency, so long as in African, I think Karanja has a name for it anyway, as always. So you can call it, and then that currency actually backs up. You have actually the economy. And then there is nothing they can do about it. By the way, nobody has the birthright to tell you don't use actually your currency. You can't. So there's those people actually who are trying to tell you, oh, there's a pie in the sky, and then give you actually all sorts of things. They are absolutely out of this world. It is doable, but let us unite, bring actually economic integration. It's 19 years actually, 19 years since AU. Then they talked about economic integration. We are not yet there, but that's actually what we are going to do to speed up the process, to influence them wherever they are, so that actually we just follow them step by step. And then in fact, look, it has to work. It's for the benefit of the people. I don't want actually my African farmer actually always actually begging, buying actually the fertilizers actually from other nation. Why should we? Why should they? Why should they be considered actually to be poor? When there is drought doesn't necessarily mean actually starvation. Why should we live? So we should have actually that moral obligation as well, brothers and sisters here. It doesn't matter actually whatever hat in terms of profession actually we have that moral obligation as well to help the voiceless, to be a voice for him and for her. So that's exactly what we should be doing. Now, I think we're not going to take, I'll have to say that we only have 35 minutes. 35 minutes. In 35 minutes, Twitter and I, we need to manage actually this. Only actually speakers actually who are up here. So manage it in the way actually you want to manage it. 35 minutes is a good time. We've been here actually for quite a time. 6 hours is not really easy after having actually another space with in another space actually last night. So it's very difficult actually for us to carry on. I think it's just let us focus now on the action points. And I would need to give actually the mic to our brother Out. He has been there actually. I feel sorry for him, to be honest with you. Can you see his hands there? Probably. Okay.
It's about to fall. It's about to fall.
I was about to sleep actually because I've been up since 3 a.m. this morning.
You mean actually we bored you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I enjoyed it so much. That's why I kept staying. And all that. I said 35 minutes is like, oh, okay. Right. Anyway, first of all, Tess, when you mention people and you remember where they come from and all that thing and oh my God, I don't think I can do that. I don't know if anybody noticed. The other part is, it's always true when they say positive minds attract positive, thinkers. In this room, I was wondering, it's like, have you noticed any one of us in here that we do not see, pro TPLF junta terrorist groups coming here going meow meow meow, giving us crap. Last night, from what I was hearing, was Sahid and all that thing. It's like, honestly, I've only met him yesterday. Beautiful guy, holding his horse from our Somali brothers, and they kept telling him, "You give hours too much, long to speak and all that thing." Honestly, hearing all their stupid cries, those TPLF, I was having nightmares yesterday. I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, woke out 3 o'clock this morning, having nightmares, all sorts. Anyway, let's get back to this beautiful topic. United Africa, the new order, challenges and opportunities. Oh, as a return, we had so many of it, over 30 years, since 1991. Anyway, so I would like to say that Africa, has really bled its heart, has been bleeding for its life. It's also continuously hemorrhaging. I'll give you two specific things. It's like brain drain, and it's its human capacity. For starters, forget its resources that someone has to dig it, that an African has to dig it. And it's an African digging it, being exploited, by those with the bigger bellies who do not even come close to us across borders, right? Now, we always say Mama Africa. Why do we say that, Mama Africa? Why not Daddy Africa? When a woman, loves you, when she's like next to you, all she wants from you is respect and love. Apart from the ones who are gold diggers, then you know where she's coming from day one. But a woman who sticks with you is that, and Africa has been stuck, with all the brain drain and, human capacity, that's leaving it all the time, nobody fighting for it, and killing each other. It's hemorrhaging nonstop. Do you know, like, for me, when I left Eritrea, my homeland, because of the wars, like what's happening all over Africa at the age of 8, the only thing that returned me post-1991 independence, 38 years later, I went back home in 2013. Guess why? Because for the last 38 years, after 1991, I did not go back because I said I did not fight for this country. I did not sweat for it. I did not break a knee. Why am I going to go and enjoy it when it is actually independent and there are people working so hard to build it by their own hands, no to aid? Aid only benefits donor nations, not the recipient. So it all comes down to leadership. We are here from all different, African nations, at least at an average of 17 countries attend these spaces that Tess hosts, okay, and co-host Ramzi. Well done, brother. Okay, so look into the country. What is the leadership? We talk about, sending petitions to the African Union. What's the complexity? It's like multidimensional issues that when you look at the West of Africa, or we call them like the Franco nations, where $5 billion in colonial tax goes to France. Without it, France would collapse overnight, still paying it. And there are still people dying as far as Mali and everything else. Why is that? Lack of education, primarily, because just like a woman, and this is, I'm going to put it in an analogy, every guy has gone through it, every woman in here, has gone through it. A girl meets a guy that she really likes and everything else, she's always there for him, and the guy never, he's always eyeing other girls and never sees that beautiful woman in front of him. I have met so many beautiful girls in my life. Guess what? They always had problems. And so I always put their problems first, and I always tell them, know what you don't want in your life and everything else is easy. But I never tell that girl that I love her. But then one day, walking down the road, she comes along with her new boyfriend. She's always changing. This is just one. And then she introduced me to this new guy that she has. She goes, Howard. He goes, oh, it's you. It's you. She just never stops talking about you. Guess what? Every one of you never stop talking about your own countries. We never stop talking about how we love our countries. We never stop talking how we love our Mama Africa. But we fight for her? Are we fighting for her? Are we telling our children born in Africa or abroad, to wave that flag? Are they fighting for her? Because it's only in 2013 when I have seen my own mistake. I never went back home because I never sweat for this country. Imagine if I was just born today in here, just like some of you might have children in America and Europe, anywhere, and you don't tell them about your country, like Tiffany Haddish. Tiffany Haddish, her father is Eritrean, Haddish.
Her mother is from another country, African country, born in America. But her father instilled what Eritrea is about her eventually, with over almost 6 million followers on Twitter alone. Forget Facebook. She's in Eritrea today, and she keeps going back and forth, and she promotes her country and stands up in front of millions of viewers in theaters and all that. But when we go out there, we don't talk about our country. I drove a lot of English people crazy, mate, and they're business people, and they love Eritrea through me. You know what I mean? So by 2013, when I have seen what the TPLF was doing, what America was doing through the hands of the TPLF and everybody else, I became an activist. I fight for my country. I've never had a British passport for 15 years in this country. I refused to have it. Eventually, I said, give me that. As a democratic process that I am following as a citizen in this country, I went back to Eritrea, and I keep going every year. And that's what every Eritrean, every Nigerian, for example, every Somali should be doing. Invest in their country, connect with your country, connect with your roots, fight for that land. When you fight it, you go and educate somebody else. When we hear it in here, we say follow by action, we educate everybody else, writing a petition to some corrupt leaders who's been bleeding Africa for their entire lives. And like today, what you see, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, a new leadership comes in Ethiopia, they want to lynch him. They see, Farmajo, in Somalia, they want to lynch him. They've been trying to lynch Isaias Afwerki, our president of the state of Eritrea, for over 30 years. And they've been trying to kill him for over 30 years, even more during the armed struggle. You can just read a book by, Mr. Connor. He's a CIA agent who wrote a book about, it's like there is a book about what he wrote during the struggles. He was right next to him. Okay, when our president today was still Tagadalai, or an army and a secretary general from the age of 23 of the armed forces. They tried to assassinate them like Sankara when they were still young and fighting and brave. And they came down here, even for this digital media, they want to kill it by any other way they try. The first thing they do is to send people like Kenny and Daddy Hope and completely muddle it up, just like putting too much water on milk. There's no milk left anymore. You know what I mean? You can't differentiate where's the milk. They want to make it like, put a lot of water on top of oil, and the oil eventually, guess what? Sinks to the top, and oil is normally heavier, isn't it? When you look at it in your hands, you can feel it. Water just drips through. But the oil stuff comes sometimes, they want to make it that way. So I urge, there's no point writing to the African Union. When we say grassroots African renaissance to change, is that we educate the kind of minds. And the one thing that everybody has to learn is, if we value Mama Africa, we say our mother, you can only sow what you seed. You have to learn to work hard on it. You have to value it and say, I'm no longer, when you fight for it, I'm no longer gonna give you up. Because it is your life. At the end of the day, we as a human, human capacity drained, we work all over as bus drivers, taxi drivers, Uber, cyclists, delivering food, and working in factories. Maybe a minority. As an engineering background who did a BSc automotive, degree in automotive product design, you know what one British person would tell me? Nigeria is all right, full of oil, and there's Boko Harams, always, killing every, foreign who works in these oil rigs. Oh, Mr. Malake, it's like, this is recruitment agency. It's like, we'll pay you £50,000 a year, come and work in Nigeria, because I look like my own Nigerian brothers, especially the Hausa ones, because they are related to Eritreans. Okay? When people traveled into Mecca, they stayed in Eritrea to cross the Red Sea. So at the end of the day, I say to that, my conscience would say, hold on a moment. Yeah, I'm an African, all right? But at the end of the day, why didn't you train a Nigerian? He shut up. And I would not take 50 grand a year. So at the end of the day, we as Africans really need to own our own responsibilities. That's what I'm trying to say. And to do that, we teach our children first about their identities and the grassroots. And then we teach our neighbors, our brothers, fellow, Ethiopians, Eritreans, Sudanese, of how to respect who they are first, and then be proactive on how to change it. You cannot expect, if it all falls to leadership begins at home. And when we go back, any other policies that affect the lives, the integrity and sovereignty and the unity and the harmony, and the prosperity of the people, with our leaders who cannot understand these, we shake them down. We say, hey, that seat is no longer comfortable. You will never be there tomorrow. You better do it. And if they don't listen to that any foreign, investor must have a clear message at the grassroots level that his investment will never be safe because you are not paying what is worth to us. And only then, every corrupt leadership, unlike what we see today in Ghana, when the president says, the hell with you, Switzerland, we're no longer going to give you raw cocos, we're stopping it publicly. Now it has to follow through action. Why do some leaders wake up and soon enough, they're dead? And then another corrupt one comes. That's because then the youth who are supposed to protect Mama Africa are always, mentally enslaved, living their country, and not defending it. So at the end of the day, we need to invest our soul, hearts and souls and minds and our bodies to work together to protect it wherever we are. Finally, in European countries, I do not know about America, but if the local authority, that means the government, wants to cut down a tree outside your house for whatever reason, he sticks a white paper, a white label with a notice that says this tree is going to go down, or that property, this area is going to be developed for this property. It's going to go in the newspapers. Does that happen in any African countries that you guys, my brothers, are? Because if someone had a grievance, just one, and he can stand in court and say it is not going to happen for these reasons, it stops. But then when we as Africans say, sorry, you can't do that, through a corrupt official or government, a corrupt policeman that is, getting the dollars, will come at you because you are by yourself. But when you educate the rest of your brothers and sisters to stand up for, to protect Mama Africa as you are, guess what? Those leaders eventually, there will be leaders like John Sankara. There will be leaders like Isaias Afwerki who understand, of how to do, to plan policies and programs that benefit its citizens. Thank you for the opportunity, and I learned a lot listening to you guys. Mike free.
Thank you very much, Brother Awad. As usual, I cannot just repeat what you've said. It's really with the passion, the knowledge, and the rest of it. It's great to have you, my cousin, now following actually that we're all cousins, I feel like as if actually we are childhood friends as well, but I would not really forgive any one of you here if you're not see what I pinned there. Ubuntu is humanity. If all of you at least actually like it, you know why? It just this morning, as if I didn't know it before, it just resonates in me, and I had to change actually the profile, whatever it is. Actually, I had changed it because, I surrender my knowledge. I surrender my whatever it is to this cause because I believe in humanity. And then that came actually from Africa, not strangely, to be honest with you, it didn't come actually from outside. So how have we really abandoned that? Because this is humanity, we think about the farmer. It's because actually we think of Ubuntu. We care about actually the low-paid worker, and then we think of actually the exploited Africans. Our premises where we stand for is principally very strong. I can tell you, no matter what actually areas that we're working in principle, the point of view of that we started is actually very strong, and then an African through and through. And then it just gives me a delight, to be honest with you. We are on the side of the truth. We are on the side of humanity. We are just reclaiming everything that we said now is just reclaiming. Nothing actually that wasn't there actually in the hands of Africans to start with, to be honest with you. So I urge you, every single one of you, at least actually to like it and then say it at least. I'm going to put actually a hashtag in everything, at least actually for a week or so. In everything I write, actually, I'm going to put actually Ubuntu as my hashtag. So having said that, time has gone. It's Veritas. I think you can come down now because of the out also, and I'm gonna give it to the mic now to Shola. Shola. Shola, is it an Ethiopian? If it is a name of a fruit, I don't know. Shola, the mic is yours.
Hey, thank you so much. I was just listening. Everything. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name properly. Awet said is. I'm very impressed with what I've heard, and I'm actually. This is a very refreshing conversation to see, because I like that this conversation is centered around us and what we have to do. A lot of times when I hear this sort of conversations about Africans and in diaspora, it's always centered around victimhood. You know, do white men this, white men that. But like, I think we also have to talk about what we can do and how we come in as far as the roles that we have to play in order to move the continent forward. So I really like that this tone is about self-accountability. So that's being said, I wanted to, I'm here more to listen, because I want to hear the challenges of other Africans as far as the roles that we play as members of the diaspora, because I know as a Nigerian, you know, a lot of the things that we do here, a lot of times, like, we run into barriers when we're trying to do things back home or even do things here. Like, you know, a lot of times, like, there aren't really systems back home in Nigeria that kind of allow us to say we want to come in and make a difference and actually have, like, for instance, like, we're not even allowed to vote. Like, I don't think Nigerians abroad get to vote. So I'm just curious about what you guys' challenges are in your individual countries. What sort of challenges are you guys having that are unique to your countries? And, you know, what also are you guys doing here in the diaspora as far as trying to connect back with your place of origin and trying to make a difference? Thanks.
Well, I think given time, to be honest with you, I would go and try to answer. Shola, I think Nigerians now, the most populous country in Africa, is well represented, to be honest with you today. And I'm glad actually that's the case. And I've got actually Nigerian friends, the lady speakers, 2 lady speakers, and then, you know, a number of Nigerians. Glad actually to have you as well on the space. This we have actually what you call African Renaissance grassroots movement. We recruit people actually from anywhere in Africa. You don't have to live actually actually in Africa. You could be anywhere, so long as actually you have affiliation or love actually for Africa. We work together. So that movement is actually underway. Tomorrow we have actually a very really strong meeting. Karanja is actually originally from Kenya. I would actually have heard actually he's from Eritrea. I was originally from Ethiopia, and a number of them actually from Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya. You know, Kenya boy is actually from Kenya, Benson from Uganda, you name it, actually every African. Somalians are quite a lot actually represented today. In fact, the kickoff was actually with Somalians. So not just simply the Horn of Africa, Sudan we have South Sudan as well. Djibouti, Samatar is actually from Djibouti. He's actually part of that. Gambia, Zaire, Nigeria. So Ghana, our Noha is a brother actually from Ghana. You name it, actually every single African country is represented. If not, actually we are going to reach actually all of them. That's how we are going to connect with our roots in Africa. And then, but if we just simply do it on a country by country basis, it would be a travesty, because the task is mammoth. The problem is quite common actually for Africa. You cannot talk actually, if you are working in silos, you cannot talk economic integration, you cannot talk about a single currency, you cannot talk about, you know, how to fight back actually the West and the rest of it. in a professional manner. You cannot shape up actually the leaders of the country if you are not united. So a problem in Nigeria is a problem in Africa, in Ethiopia, and a problem in Ethiopia is a problem in Somalia. So we understand each other. We try to galvanize actually people from the grassroots level, and then ultimately actually to make a difference. We have waited for so long, it doesn't work. That's the old. You see, the old is just simply go our own way. The new order is no, 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 no. That hasn't worked. We're expecting actually another Sankara to come. No, Sankaras, if they come, thank you. We say actually so much happy, glad if the Sankaras are not coming. But you yourself is a Sankara, Shola. You are a Sankara. Why don't you, as a leader, if you take actually the bull on the horn and galvanize your people, be lead. You can lead actually the farmers. You can be led by others. So that's the whole ethos. We are changing things upside down. Unless otherwise, actually, we mobilize our people, the farmer, 1.3 billion people, to make actually this happen. And then it is actually, it's not just simply a dream. Yes, it is a dream. It's a vision. It's a workable vision. So far, actually, we have done actually what we have done, and we are moving forward. So that's actually my simplest answer. Our connection is as an African. We are building a Pan-Africanism because working in silos hasn't really helped us at all. We have been attacked individually. When the US and the rest of them came actually to attack Ethiopia, if you just fold your arms and sit there, it doesn't do you. It's next. It's you. So you have to really rise up. So that's why actually the Horn of African countries, Somalia, stood firm actually with Ethiopia. Eritrea stood firm with Ethiopia. They are subject actually to be subject to the UN. We don't care, to be honest with you. Bring it on. We are united. We're not flinching. Formaggio from there, and President Isaias Afwerki from the north, and in the middle Ethiopia, and then the rest of them actually they're standing firm. That has to really permeate, and Africa actually has to really buy this into, and then we need to say no, no more, no more. We've had enough of that. That's Brother Shola actually what we are doing. Karanja actually will add more, then Madot, then Jatuter.
Sure, and I'm actually really grateful. Let me know if you can't hear me properly. I'm outside, but I'm glad to go after Bashola, and I'm glad to hear his question because it does have an answer. And the answer for me is quite simple. The answer for whatever it is each of our individual African countries is going through is the same answer. It's Ubuntu. And, I used to talk about, for example, ideologies like left-wing ideology, socialism, what have you, and I've been in those circles where, these people define themselves as Marxist, Leninists, Maoists, and blah, 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 and they talk about theory for hours on end. But, I've stopped even discussing those quote unquote theories as, in terms of Africa, because in Africa, we already had our own ideology, Ubuntu. Pan-Africanism is Ubuntu. We have the same word in my language, in Kenya, in Kikuyu, Omodo, which means basically humanity, all of humanity, And so we Africans, the answer to whatever it is that is specific to Nigeria is the answer is the same, no matter what the problem is. First of all, when you talk about voting and elections and being excluded from elections, in the new paradigm, it doesn't even matter because what we need to do is find new systems that work for us Africans. The systems that we have tried to copy and replicate, which are called democratic, first of all, are not democratic. The United States has never been a democracy. The Senate has never been democratic. The Electoral College has never been democratic. The gerrymandered House has never been democratic. The blatantly partisan Supreme Court has never even pretended to be anything but blatantly partisan. The man who wrote that all men are created equal, endowed with inalienable rights, was a slave owner. So they've never even had irony about their life. So we need to find our own systems that work for us. We used to be led by councils of elders. Let's replicate that system. Forget about the electoral system. The electoral system, all it does is create these false ideas that somehow in 4 years, if you just fight hard enough, and if you just fight your brother and your sister from that other tribe hard enough, and then in 4 years win the presidency or whatever seat it is that they've lied to us that it's going to bring change, that will be the solution to all of our problems. It hasn't worked for 60 years since the first, or close, actually 70 years since 1956, the first African country to gain independence, being Ghana. Of course, we don't include Ethiopia there, which was never colonized. And so the solution to these is African Ubuntu. It's not Marxist-Leninism, it's not capitalism, it's not any Western system. It is an African system. Ubuntu describes it so well, so completely. The other thing that I wanted to point to was, I don't even know if I can add anything to what Veritas said with regard to the single currency. The reason that the dollar has, quote unquote, the perception of value is because they have convinced us that they somehow are the only people who know how to fairly issue out exchange rates for your currencies, that they are the only, and they have also made the dollar the reserve currency for buying oil, which they do not sell, but that everybody else who wants to buy oil or any other commodity on the international market, because of the New York Stock Exchange, which is a house of cards, a paper house of cards, is the one that renders value to any of the commodities that you buy. If we turn around and we say you can only buy our commodities with the Afro, our own currency, it changes that whole paradigm, and our currency becomes equal to gold as well. And there's no reason why we shouldn't do that. And I just close to say with saying thank you so much, Tess, Ramses, Maydot. Always a pleasure being with all of you. Awet, my brother, I think I saw Haile earlier in there. Imara is in there too. I haven't heard from Imara today. He must have lost his voice. Kenyan boy, everybody else, Muna. I appreciate you all. Sinclair was there as well, but it seems like he dropped. City, Fish Lion, all of you. I appreciate you all, my brothers and sisters. Let's get together. Let's work as we are doing in the background to build the Africa we want. We will build think tanks that will offer advisory services to our governments, the African Union, to create the African Union we want, to create the types of African government that we want for all of us Africans. We will work with those that want to work with us, and with those that prefer to work with the West, we will oust them. We will do whatever it is within the legal boundaries of the current corrupt systems to oust them, and then we will create the systems that work for us. But it doesn't begin until we get together and formulate these think tanks, these working groups that we have formed, and continue talking. Talking is very important. We'll continue doing that. I was part of a movement called the Occupy Wall Street movement that really, really, really changed the platform, the American political landscape. So I have seen the value of effective communication really, really change the world. We introduced the term, and I was part of the group that actually came up with this language because I was a very visible spokesperson. We introduced the term the 99%. We introduced the idea that you cannot kill you cannot kill an idea whose time has come. The idea of African Ubuntu has come. It cannot be killed. We as individuals might be killed, but the idea, the time of the idea has come, and we will realize it. Thank you so much. I am so honored and privileged to be walking this journey with all of you, and I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nothing actually to add, to be honest with you, except actually that I repeat, in fact, reiterate, without any shame. In fact, working with you, Karanja, is a delight. To be honest with you, what a great brother. You know, as I say to you every time, whenever actually I come, and one person who smells Africa, eats Africa, you know, talks Africa, whatever actually reads Africa is Karanja. What a great brother, to be honest with you. And then, you know, if you have actually people like that, you're reassured. You can go. It doesn't matter. You don't need actually a million of them actually to have. You need one is strong, so that keeps you going. Why should you, do you think actually that I work 21 hours, literally sometimes at 21 hours? You know, that keeps you going actually. So now in the end actually we will see, although actually probably we'll find ourselves in the middle of the tunnel now. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Ubuntu is our own principle. Our own democracy is Ubuntu. If you live for me and I live for you, what else do you expect, to be honest with you? You know, give a little bit of yourself to others. And then who else actually said the greedy world, the idiots, and in fact, the idiots and then the tribesmen actually would not do it. Earlier on, our brother Awad was mentioning what happened actually the last day. You know, the only thing actually you can fend these people, they cannot manage actually to discuss high, lofty ideas. Therefore, actually, they don't come. They can go and just cry everywhere, to be honest with you, because the topic itself is actually prohibitive for those kind of crying people, lamentations, and the rest of it. It by itself actually pushes them aside. They don't have actually that mentality to stand up actually to the truth and then, you know, competently actually present their case. So by definition, actually, they can't stand. But you open up actually some tittle tattle trivia, you know, spaces. They will go there and just they take the agenda and then they ask you 7 hours actually, you know, later, what do you get out of it? Nothing. We are action orientated, and that's what has happened. Married my sister, to be honest with you, she's been there quietly but tirelessly working. Sister, I have never seen, but still actually always I feel that I'm just, she's my next door neighbor. Married, the mic is yours. Okay.
Thank you, Tess. I don't have much to add actually, but just I just want to remind everyone how important this having one African currency or Afro currency is. Like imagine before it was the currency power depend on the gold accumulation, but now they changed it because they directly like that targeted the African countries with, you know, like, or the countries with big resource like gold and others. And now it would have helped Africa, you know, if it was depend on, you know, that's better than me, if it was depend on the gold accumulation. But now it's determined by the market, and you know that with those things. So it would have helped us, but now it's very important. We need to push that idea. We need to push to have like people to people within Africa and their diaspora to know each other. When you know the country that I traveled in Africa, I feel like I know the people. I feel like I know the culture. You know, you kind of feel you belongs to that place. So having a relationship, allowing people to travel freely will create, you know, like a belonging feeling, the feeling that you feel that belongs to you. So we have to encourage also the people in diaspora in America, everywhere in the world with the African background to feel like they don't just belongs to the abroad, but they belongs to Africa, and also within Africa. We need to bring them, and we need to create a platform, and we need to push the country to have that platform, you know, the African countries. I think that is one way to go as well. And thank you, everyone. And thank you, Tess, and the tutor.
Yeah, and apologetically Ethiopian and then in fact African, our sister, I salute you, dear, and then we love you. You know, always actually you're there. Great. So the teacher, my brother.
Hello, everybody there again. Did you know that how many times we've been attacked just to post that, the top, in the room? Did you know how many times we got attacked? I mean, we were going back in and out kind of thing on my end. And by the way, my brother Karanja earlier, and the doctor who spoke about we are cousins. We're more than cousins. We are brothers and sisters, from the same mother Africa. That's the way I see it. All hats to you, my brother. And earlier I raised that issue of the currency. I keep raising that issue with back and forth. If this is going to happen. Are we going to be, in that position to come up? Someday, maybe my child is going to see it, or somebody else is going to see it, or somebody who's related to me, my community is going to see it. It boils down to Ubuntu. Actions, come up from thoughts, brainstorming. You brainstorm here, left and right. Guess what? We are 54 here. I think we are 52 or 54. We represent each and every African country. Though we may not think that we do, but we do. We do represent ourselves in all kind of way. But the main thing boils down to, what can I do, kind of thing. Like Tess mentioned it earlier. What is my role? And the role is kind of positive. With the people that we see over here. If there are so many positive energy that comes in here, then you will, like it or not, you'll be assimilated with the positive energy. And people who have negative energy are not going to stand that positive energy. So what they do their own little bickering things here and there. Earlier, my brother Karanja mentioned the 60 years, of being in colonialism and how that affects us in a daily life. We see our currency going down. We cannot have like a purchase power and so forth. But nobody ever pinpointed what the problem was. Nobody ever looked at it, or nobody even dared it. Because for Muammar Gaddafi not to be in his life today is one of the thing is it's the gold African currency that got him in trouble. So we fear no more. We fear no more. So we should focus on action-based orientation. That's one thing, and we should focus on interlinking. The first initial thing, like Karanja said. It's talk, it's brainstorming. With brainstorming, then you can come up with solutions. Problems are good. It just gets you more stronger. The more problems that come in, the more problem solver you will be. So with that, I sum it up, and I thank you, and I'm honored to be with Tess, with Madot, with Karanja. Especially Obang. Now I see you, man. I'm happy to see you here, and I can't wait until you say something, because I mean that gives me goosebumps when you bring in those thoughts and brainstorming. And I yield my mic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Obang, for coming.
Thank you very much, Jatuta, again. This has been one of the greatest spaces as far as I'm concerned. How we started, Ethiopia left, she was with us, but quite a very significant, meaty discussion, and then with action again. I was delighted, to be honest with you. It is worth actually for you to work 21 hours, and then in the end actually get somewhere. Today, I think the contributions from most of the Nigerians, it was really great actually to hear from more Nigerians. We started off actually with Somalis and Ethiopians and Eritreans and you name it. Actually, we have Zambia and Gambia, Ghana, and whoever. In every country practically was represented here. It's a delight actually so it's not nearly actually 6 hours. So it comes actually to an end. But I think it would be a travesty if our brother Obang actually comes back Prof was here earlier on. Professor, as usual, Professor Ahmed was here. His contribution was actually great, as always. And Sadiq, and in fact, actually, our brother, I just forgot his name. You tweeted probably. You can remind me again. Another speaker was a lawyer, an international lawyer. He was here as well. Now giving us actually a wonderful, presentation. So now I think.
Caracas.
Yeah,
Caracas.
absolutely. Yeah, and then in fact, actually, we decided actually to finish it off because I've got a meeting to go to. But let me spare actually 5 minutes or so. You better have stay on an Obang if he comes, especially actually living in Ethiopia at this time. It will be plus 3 hours. It is like 11 p.m. I believe so. Actually, in Ethiopia, past 11 p.m. So okay. Brother, if you want actually to see, bring him up, your tutor, and then let's hear actually from our brother.
I'm trying, Obang. I'm trying to bring you up, but I can't get you. Oh
Okay.
God, let me see. Yeah, there you are. Okay, for some reason I can't.
Okay, let me try. Okay, let
For
me
You're
some
try.
not
reason,
a
yeah, you go
co-host.
ahead.
From my
Yeah,
side, I
you're
only
right.
see.
We've been attacked.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've been attacked.
yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think
Tess, it's only you can bring him up.
I tried actually. So it's the invitation has gone. Anyway, always like,
If
oh, there.
Oban can request, yeah.
Yes, he's now
He,
requested. So
Okay.
yeah, no,
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you now. Carry on,
yes,
carry on.
Okay,
yes,
brother
Oban, we can
Tesson.
hear you.
And all of you guys, thank you so much. And I am sorry that I did not come sooner. I was driving. I went somewhere a little bit far away from the town, so Gambela. And so I knew about this space, and I was invited yesterday. But as I said, that I was away, and I didn't come back until now. And thanks to all of you. And I also like to say that, tomorrow morning would be an Ethiopian New Year's. And, would be, I wish everybody a happy New Year's. And then actually in Ethiopia, it's not so much of only a religious. It's a holiday for other Ethiopians. Don't have to be a Christian, even a Muslim families also are celebrating this holiday for all the Ethiopians. So I think that to everyone who are celebrating the Ethiopian Christmas tomorrow, I want to wish all of you a very happy New Year, happy Merry Christmas, and with your family. And having said, I know I have been here for a long time. I don't really have to make it a very long talk, but I think that the topic, United Africa and the new, order and challenge and opportunity. I think that the little thing that I can add on is definite. It's an opportunity. There's always opportunities, and then and challenges also will be there. But how you use those opportunity, there are people who don't see the opportunity when it's arrived. There are people that who see them and use them. For us, as a continent, as African Black peoples, we have seen so many missed opportunity and we never did it. Also, that there's so many challenges, and we fail to use that and confront that challenge. So I think that is one thing where it kept us to be where we are, and I'm glad. I'm glad that you guys are really talking about this. I'm a very optimistic person, and I also that I'm someone who really an action person. Really, when I see things, I want it to be something to be done about it, and I think that you guys are really doing that. I think you have it in here where it's saying that, for example, Africa has like 50 billions a year annually. I hate money. African get 50 billion. Really no one will ever succeed or by giving. No one will succeed by giving or by taking something from someone. If you look into this, there's many countries in the world that become self-reliant. They care about their people, but those people don't get aid money from others. Do you see like China and India and other countries? They don't take the money. There's no pre-lunch. Every time you take this thing, there's attachment to it. And Africa is still continue to depend on this aid. This aid actually is a tools to hold us hostage, to hold us, a beggar, and creative, lack of vision. In one way or another, it intentionally, it's well done intentionally. And I'm glad that you guys are really talking about that, the opportunity and the challenges. And having, speaking, when you look at about Ethiopia, when I was abroad, I never really somehow kind of think that, to believe, yeah, Ethiopia is poor. But coming here now, definitely Ethiopia is not poor. Ethiopia is Ethiopian peoples are rich peoples who don't know that they're rich. And I think that can apply to most of the African. In Ethiopia, every region I went to Afar, did not know Africa Afar has that much fertile lands by Awash River. In the Gambela regions, almost more than 60%, 70% of the land, and the land is bigger than side of the Rwandas. It is, good for agriculture. And then there's a gold mining, there's gold in the regions. And even the oil that, found in the South Sudan is bordered with Gambela. And then there's plenty of fish. There's 5 rivers go through Gambela. And there's a lot of fish. And there's not even any produce or anything that to do with fish. It have so many cattle. There's no the dairy products in Gambela. As I told you, that the land is huge. And with the visionary leaders, regional leaders and the national leaders, Gambela can feed not only Ethiopia, even the Horn of Africa, but the short-sighted, narrow-minded, cheap politic of my, it just make us busy and enjoying aid money from foreigners and fail to see what we have. So I really am glad you guys are really talking about this. As you talk about it, all the way, try to ask a question of why. Why and for how long? How long are we going to live like this? Now, sometimes it hurt me so much that when I go to Addis and I see so many of these young people who are beggars in Mascali Square and everywhere, they're having this message, these young people seeing these mother holding their baby, seeing these Ethiopian, and all the way I see myself within them, that, those people could be my family members. But I had the opportunity to go abroad and, being somewhere where I'm different than them. But also they come back to myself that these people don't have to be this way, but for how long? Number one, why are these happening to them? Number two, for how long would this happen? And I think this is the question to all of us who are in here. The only way we can change this, we put ourselves in the shoes of those people. Why are they where they are? And for how long are they going to suffer like this? You see our peoples. Sometimes you've seen people who are really extremely poor, but it's not by their choice, but the failure of the leaders to value them, to see them, to find an opportunity for them. And sometimes it hurt me so much. As I told you, I went to more than 16 universities speaking to Ethiopian university students. And we are graduating so many peoples who will not have a job. So many Ethiopians who are graduating every year, they don't have a job lined up for them. And leave alone a tribe, even sometimes there are some of these people, because of their ethnicity, they will not even get that job or not get that, what they study in the school. You see these sometimes these kids that putting this graduation in a heart, and the whole time they're excited is, graduation, and they never had an opportunity to get a job. There's no job for them. There's no future for them. Most of these young people, they would be married tomorrow and have a family, raise their children, and become a productive, healthy citizen of the country. But we have millions of people like that who have not that opportunity. And the question then is, for how long? We know this is happening. And to me, it's happening because of lack of leadership. It is a leadership. I remember a gentleman was interviewed on one TV, and it was from the United Arab Emirates in Dubai. And they were asking, what is it that make the Dubai in 1991 was a desert, dusty place where there's nothing. And now it's one of the most richest place and things are good. Why is different? And that guy said that it is leadership. He was, by chance he was talking to an African, to a Nigerian. And the guy put it so articulate. Nigeria has more oil than us, and actually the oil could start to pump way before our oil came out. But the Nigeria is not in the same place as Dubai, because the corruption and other things, it's so rampant in Nigeria, but for us, we don't have it. And, if you Google that video, you'll see it. And he said that, it is a leadership. A leadership is what makes us to be what it is. And I think that can apply to all. The failure of Africa is a leadership. We never have a people leadership. Either have a tribal leadership, an ego personality leadership, or wealthy profit leadership. We never really have that people's leadership to empower peoples, to improve the life of peoples, and make people have a better life. That's the problem of Africa. If we had a better leadership, we could actually make our countries better. And I'm honest with you. And being someone from Gambela and coming to Gambela, I'm traveling and seeing this place. I was talking to someone saying that, with a real good leaders in the Gambela regions, and then at central governments, at Ethiopian, at the national level, with a vision, Gambela alone can make Ethiopia to become a Dubai of Africa. In Dubai, it was a oil, gas, oil that made them. For anyone who used that Dubai or used that oil from that means they already self-reliant. That means they can afford having a car. To buy a oil, you are someone that who have the money, or you have a car. You already, someone that not at simple levels. That meaning that for that oil to be where it is people who are self-reliant, people who have some things, people who have money, have home because they can afford a car. But to buy food, all you have to be is a person has to be alive. And to buy food, you need a land. So in other words, a place where there's a fertile land like in Gambela region of Ethiopia, you don't have to have money. All you have to have is alive. To be alive, you need food. To have food, you need land. To use that land wisely, then people can be able to feed themselves and have more land and more money than that of United Arab Emirates. Just it's the leadership, like that gentleman. Nigeria did not move ahead, and the United Arab went ahead. There are some other Africans. If you guys look at it, actually, Ethiopia was much more advanced than China in terms of a telecommunication. This is facts written. Ethiopian GDP was much more better than the South Korea in the 1950s. Ethiopia was ahead back then. But now we are just way behind. And our numbers are growing. So when you're talking about challenge and opportunity, we have so many opportunities. But opportunity will not come unless you see it. You can miss it. The challenges are there. And the core solution to it is, again, a leadership, a virtuous leadership, an authentic leadership, genuine leadership, a leadership that to serve others for the betterment of others, for the well-being of others. We actually know we have those leaders. Because if we do, we will create a better health care for our citizens. Most of our leaders, they drive abroad. They go there when they need medical treatment to abroad. Their wife go and shop abroad. Where they want to go have fun is abroad. Where you can build the most sophisticated medical facility in your country that you don't need to go to Europe. Where you can build the best education, where your children can study in your country rather than being sent to Europe and America and China. You can, teach your people to invent the best technology rather than taking them and being used abroad to invent the machine in those places. A serving leadership is what is lacking. Visionary, humble human beings. A leader that like a mother. A mother can never pick and choose her children. A mother will share for the well-being of her children. Unconditional love of a mother. We don't have a servant leader. We don't have a mother leaders. And that's why we are where we are. That's the problem of Africa. We cannot look far away. Just let's look into ourselves. And I'm glad that you're the guy talking about this. These opportunities are there. We missed it. Because those who lead us don't want us to see it. Those who want to hold Africa back don't want us to see it. I told you guys before, to me, the problem of Africa is not America. It is not China, not the Western. The biggest problem of African is the enemy of Africans, African themselves, especially Africans with shallow thinking, narrow-minded, specifically ethno-nationalist, ethnocentric, tribal leader, and then above all, fake. To gain the support of African, they become Pan-Africanists. In the case of Ethiopian, to get the support of Ethiopian, they become more Ethiopian than Ethiopian themselves. Those leaders who want to tell what people want to hear. Those people, they make us waste our life. You know, they will keep us believing that, oh yeah, this is the right guy. By the time we know it, 17 years of time, we Mengistu Mariam camp. People were menge. We almost worship our people were worshiping them. By the time they know, it's too late. 17 years wasted. When the TPLF came, you know, Kanemalas, we cannot get anyone. 27 years of wasted, because those guys make us to not see the opportunities, not alone the challenges. So you guys have talked. You've been here for many hours. I just want to keep this to yourself. Especially there's many Ethiopian into this. What kind of Ethiopia do you want your children to live in? Each one of you are here. If you have a children now, you don't have a children now. And for all other African, like we have a brother Kranja and others, what kind of countries, what kind of Africa that do you want your children to be in, to live in? I'm pretty sure you want a peaceful Africa, prosperous Africa, where your children will be given equal opportunity, where your children will be whoever they're wanting to be. And it's not easy to do that. It requires sacrifice. We already sacrifice. Having a family is actually a big sacrifice. There's no more sacrifice than a mother's. Mother that become pregnant, her body changes. Sometimes she's much in a pain, and her body grow, struggling, not only caring for herself, end up being caring two human beings for not for 1 month, for 2 months, for 3 months, for 9 months. And then the baby come out and caring for those babies. There's no more sacrifice than that. They have already sacrificed. We talk about sometimes voluntarily. There's no more volunteers, advocates, or people who live there than the mothers. The mothers who have children, they work free of charge. Not part-time, not full-time, overtimes. And they're hoping for something better for their children. And then they will do everything to be their mothers. But sometimes the government will not give them the kind of school that they dream of for their children. The tribal polity will deny their children to be the best of what they want them to be. There will be an obstacles that will not allow the kid that they're giving everything to. There are some Ethiopian mothers, even people who know that Kolot Amari Nabare. Those mothers, they have given everything for their children. But sometimes the institution, the government, the state block them, their kids, from living to their potentials because of leadership. Leadership is a key institution, a fair, equitable institution for everybody. An institution that treat everybody decent. An institution that see every citizen as my child. Leaders failure to have the right systems. I'm speaking to you guys, simple that, you guys know I'm from Gambela. I knew 100%. Had I not left Ethiopia and went abroad, I would never be where I am today. The system would not allow me to. And the way things are being done, there's no way I would have been where I am. The only way I become who I am is because I went abroad. in a foreigner land. For how long do that has to happen to so many million Ethiopians, to the Gambela peoples, to the Afar people, to the Benishangul people, to the Somali peoples? I mention those regions because the constitution, the Mengistu that the TPLF had was, they used to call those Gambela, Afar, Benishangul, Somali, Anasa or Agar bearers, Yal Basalu, Alak Yehonu, Minim Nagar Magut. That mean, had I been in this country, I am Yal Basale. I would never get an opportunities. So many people would have died with whatever the potential that they have. You guys would have never heard from me. If some of you guys say, Obang is, saying a good thing, he's a nice guy, and this thing, Obang care about his country, that would have died with me. You would never hear me. It is only the opportunity abroad of a foreigner country, not in my own countries. My own country would have definitely denied me that. During the TPLF, I was not a Tigrayan. I was not a TPLF member. Forget it. I would have never. But Canada, I went in as a young man. They embraced me, giving me an opportunity to be who I want to be, and I become who I am. So in my own countries, I would have never been. That's why you see so many Africans dying in Mediterranean Sea, drowning in Sahara Desert, become Yaasai Madabriam, because their own country would not allow them that opportunity. That's why you see some of the Ethiopian women, because the young Ethiopian have no opportunity in their country, they go to Arab country, become a maid, working like animals. Except not only that, because they are attractive, beautiful, their body and this thing, those men prey on them, rape them, not only mistreat them, abuse them. And some of them lose their mind. Some of them kill themselves. Some of them never come back home. Some of them commit suicide of shame because the opportunity was denied to them in their own countries. I remember helping an Ethiopian woman who left from Ethiopia, from Djibouti, until I helped her in Mexico. She have crossed 16 countries. And that woman, one time, after almost 7 years after I helped her, she said that, Gashoban, can we meet for a copy? And I went and met with her for a copy. She's a very beautiful young lady. And she said, I want to tell you that, you have not only saved me, but when you come to Mexico and you talk to authority, and the Mexican authority come and told us that get out of, now you are free to go. And then people told me that was, some guy Obang, and say I didn't think there was an Ethiopian. I never seen someone from Gambela. That doesn't sound like an Ethiopian name. And she said that we went to one place and people were looking at their internet to show the picture of you. Oh, okay, this is what is the guy, So she was saying that, because I was coming from Bolivia, some of these countries, until I get to Mexico. Wherever they go, the Dalala will pass her on to the next persons. This lady were raped like almost more than 9 times. And she said that because wherever I go, those Dalala will look at me because it's beautiful. They want to, go and hurt her. And she said that, it stopped when you come to Mexico and free us. That woman did not have to go through that, because if they had an opportunity in Ethiopia, but she did not have that opportunity. If Africa was good, that young lady would never go and be abused because of her beauty, because that opportunity would be found in Africa. There's so many African and there's so many stories like this I heard in the last many years that I've been. I went to more than 30 something countries to help Ethiopians. When I go to those places, I don't know their names. All I heard is in Ethiopia. I don't know if they are Oromo. I don't know if they are Tigray. I don't know if they are TPLF supporter, if they are OLF supporter, or whatever that is, just because they were an Ethiopians. I didn't want to do it for thank you, for a glory to be saying that Ubang is. I just did that for my healing, because I know those people who are denying an opportunity in their country, opportunity in Africa. So the solution to Africa can only be found by Africans. You guys are the solution to Africa. It is you guys can create an opportunity and face the challenges. So you have already been in this thing for a long time. I want to take it back to you who are listening to me in this room. You are precious. There's no any other human being in this world like you. There's no one. You have a unique person with a DNA. Unique. There's no any other human being like you. And not only just a simple human being, a beautiful human being, a loving human being, an intelligent human being, a caring human being, a human being that will produce for a purpose. There's no one like you. You are being created for a reason. And don't lose that. Love yourself. Respect yourself. There's no anyone else like you. And once you do that, then know your responsibility for others. You can only help others when you are strong. You can only care for others when you know what it means. You can only support others when you have the strength. You can only value others when you value yourself. You will only give what you have. And what you have, if it is a greater things, that's what you give. If it is a backward thing and hatred, that's what you give. So to all of you who are here, I'm wanting to say to you that you are talking about Africa. Africa will not unite until you unite with yourself. If you are an Ethiopian will not be unless you see that you unite yourself. Ethiopian will not love each other unless you love yourself and you give that love and giving it to others. Ethiopian will not care about each other unless you start caring for the one that you see beside you. Ethiopian will not respect others or each other unless you, Ethiopian, respect yourself and respect the next person to you. So Africa is in a mess because we've been led by carelessness leaders who are not like our mothers, by selfish people who don't want to share, by deceptive peoples, muscle liars who don't want to, really don't fear anything, want us to hear what they want to say. So to all of you guys, you are the solution to the problem, not somebody else. Africa is in a mess because people in the leadership did not do it. And now you are in a position. As I told you, you are unique. And your uniqueness is the part of the puzzles, part of the formula to fix. We are not the only one. America was in a mess like this when the King of England, and they say, we cannot live like this. They changed it. All other countries were at where we were, but they put their ego aside, they put their tribal aside, they put their religion aside, they put the interests of their people ahead, and then come up with what is good for them, and their country are now thriving and moving ahead. You guys can do it. You are greater than what you think you are. So I just want to leave this with you guys who are, here. Talk about things. Talk about unity. Talk about equality. Talk about opportunities. But for all of those things to get, it come back to you. If we don't have unhealthy Ethiopians, Ethiopia will not be healthy. If we don't have a good Ethiopian, we cannot create a good Ethiopia. It starts with individuals, one person at a time. And we can multiply this, and we can put these people to work, and we can come up a system that even if we die, just carry on by itself. So Ethiopia, what Ethiopia needs is a healthy Ethiopians, a consciousness Ethiopian, God-fearing Ethiopian, virtuous Ethiopian, human being Ethiopian, not a tribal Ethiopians. You are what you need. You are what the country needs. So United Africa, the challenge and opportunities, it is us. Let's go back to the simplicities of knowing we are priceless, we are intelligent, we are beautiful, we are smart, and we can get anything we believe in. And above all, we are human beings. And being a human being are founded in a place called Africa or founded in a country called Ethiopia. It is only who can heal the wound. It is only who can cure the pain, who can cure the disease. So let's talk about the United of Africa. Let's talk about the problem we have in, but again, let's approach it from a different way than the way before. And that way, you who are listening to me, I would want to repeat it with this and end it with this. There's no any other human beings like you. Your mother and father who brought you to these worlds know that you are priceless. You are a child and a son of somebody else, but also that you are a child of a human being, a humankind. You were created for a purpose, and that purpose starts with you. Nurturing yourself, caring about yourself, loving yourself. That purpose is harming yourself with the right things, the good things, and take that with you to the next. So, my brothers and sisters, Africa is in a mess because of us ourselves. We didn't do the right things. And then we opened the Kadada for foreigners. Africa is in a mess because we are in a mess by ourselves. We can clean our mess, and then we can organize ourselves, and we can find a better way for us, and we can heal ourselves, and we can rebuild our mind, heart, and souls, and we can rebuild our country and our continents, and we can regain the humanity that was taken back from us. Human beings are created equals, but they are not treated equals. So it's our job to be treated no less, no more than what we were created for. We are needed. We are needed by our family, by our community, by our continent, by the humanities. You are more than what you think. Harm yourself, equip yourself with the right things, and go out there and make other people to see what they cannot see. The great opportunity to see a bigger picture of what it means to be a human being. So I can leave it with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obank. In fact, what a way to finish this wonderful space, to be honest with you. I never expected to add another 46 minutes, but it is worth it in the end. And I know all of you actually to give it 100. I'm not asking you actually to do it. You do it actually out of love. Before I sum up, and brother, thank you. One thing actually, with your permission, I would like actually to share what he shared with me the other day, which because it is still actually in me.
Go ahead.
11 years ago, great. 11 years ago, you had a dream. That dream was, in fact, actually for Africa to come together. It was written actually on a Facebook. You sent me actually a copy, and you know what I have and how I replied to that. To be honest with you, partly as a glowing, feeling inside me, tears of happiness, and for me to be an instrument, in fact, to be part of actually this jigsaw. Someone dreamt it, and then that dream, not knowing actually that dream, it's a dream shared. It's not the first time. It's not this year. It's not after the collapse, perhaps actually of TPLF. It's nothing to do with that. But it's just humanity actually who got into you. You had a dream actually, this African to come together, but you were so happy to see this taking a step, in fact, and to happen. And I'm really grateful, to be honest with you, for sharing that with me. It has lasted impact on me. I shared it actually with other people without mentioning, but there you are. I got your permission, and hesitantly, to be honest with you, it's a dream worth dreaming. It's not just simply a dream that was dreamed, but also actually is materializing. I'm sure actually you would be happy actually to see that, and you are part of this journey. And then I'm really honored. And then as the rest of my fellow friends, I've never met any one of you here, but to be in this journey as comrades, to care about Africa, and to care about our individual humanity. Let me sum it up. The whole today we were discussing about the old order and the new order. The old order was unqualified democracy. The new order is reclaiming our own history of Ubuntu. So replacing the unqualified democracy with Ubuntu, because it is the center of everything. I am because you are. Ubuntu has its roots in humanist African philosophy, where the idea of community is one of the building blocks of society. Ubuntu is the noblest concept of common humanity, oneness, humanity, you and me both. Is that not really great? Than the unqualified democracy we always actually preach ourselves unknowingly? That was actually the new. So we are moving actually into that. It's reclaiming it. The second one is looking at the appointed leaders as messiahs. But now that's no longer actually, the new order is actually grassroots leaders, you, I, and somebody else, everybody, disabled, women, men, boys, girls, every single one of them. the church leaders, mosque leaders, whoever, they're all actually our grassroots leaders. We said that the old is disunity is the old, which battered us, and now actually unity is the new order. Idiots and tribesmen, according to the Greeks, they were the old. But those who are here, we are here to nurture citizens. So we are citizens. This is the new order. The old order was Africans can't. We have been told, and then we believe. Most of us African can't. Technologically, we are, way behind. We can't. But the new order is Africans are more than conquerors. The old order will depend on foreign aid because the leaders assume that to be actually the source of income. But the new order is indigenous entrepreneurship. We take our own economic issues ourselves. The old order was actually to trade with others, only 15 to 16% inter-Africa, but now it's just an inter-African trade. The old order is being food dependent and imports. We had actually a very thorough, lengthy, discussion on this one the other day. Karanja's space on agriculture and food security and the rest of it. It was shame actually for us even to be classified as our brother Obang said, one Gambela can feed not only Africa, but it feeds not only Ethiopia, it feeds Africa. But it's a shame actually for us. We're still importing. So the new order is food surplus and exporting Africa. The old order is master's currency because our master's currency is the dollars and the pound. Our vision is in fact to have our own currency. We build up our economy, and the natural consequence of that is actually to have African. We call it actually Afro currency. So next time, if you write actually Afro currency, let us amplify ahead of the time. Poverty is the old order. Prosperity would be the new order. White solutions for our African problems were now the new order is African solutions for African problem. Respect others, particularly actually if they come actually from Europe. Now the new order starts with respecting yourself and in fact your neighbor within the concept of Ubuntu. Now the old order was unorganized Africa. Now it is an organized Africans. So let us organize, not agonize. I'll finish off here. This has been actually a very fantastic day. As I can visualize actually the new order, we have challenges of the transition. There is no question about it. Bumpy rides, facing actually the leaders who still want actually to be in the past, but so what? But one of the things actually that we said was to expect actually all these changes to come from leaders of Sankara, Kwame Nkrumah, Lubumba, Haile Selassie, or in fact the current ones, Abiy or some whatever. That's not actually what we're looking for here. Actually, leaders, if we start, we can shape up the whole of it. Probably we can still stay the whole night blaming African Union, but let us work together to shape it up in the way, let us direct it the way actually that is going, as we wanted to go. So thank you very much, every single one of you. I think it's a privilege and an honor, in fact, to be with one of you. And then I have to really end it. Although it is now 7 hours, I didn't feel actually that I sat here actually for 7 hours. When we are actually with Africans, to be honest with you, Obang, you missed actually some of it, the funniest thing is, so you are also our cousin anyway. So Karanj, so we have another cousin here. So thank you very much, every single one of you. You're all actually cousins here. And then I say good night. And then when you leave, please, by all means, actually, that give feedback. about this space. That will counts, to be honest with you. So thank you. And some of you, not if not all of you, we'll see you on a Saturday. So we have actually, some presentations actually to make. Miss it out, miss it out. Do not really, if you are actually invited to that, make sure actually that your appointment would be actually on our Telegram. You are gonna, we are gonna share actually with you our dreams, our visions, our missions, our structure. Yet actually we have not actually put people in it, but we will have actually some nominations actually to be carried out. We're going to discuss actually media, how we can take actually that media. Karanj actually would be leading that with out. We're going to discuss actually a little bit about international relationship and international economics, economic development, trades, and I'll be with another brother actually. I'll share that. Three sisters are actually working on the project. Wayne, Yigo, and one from Ethiopia, one from Somalia, one from Kenya, Uganda. So the three of them are working on the mission and in fact the structure. There's also actually a brother Benson who is working on the technicalities of how we can really reach out to people on the grassroots level, a model for us to connect with the local people, be it churches, mosques, schools, universities, you name it. We also have actually a Somalian and in fact a person from a friend, actually a brother from DRC, working on our web design. So they are designing actually the web. So immediately after actually we complete all this, that will go actually on a website. So our communication would be enhanced using our own website. So I may have actually forgotten, to be honest, with some of it, but at least actually this will be covered. There is actually an element on education as well, because at the very heart of everything is actually education, how we can educate our young people from childhood so that they know what citizenship mean. They have been actually robbed of. So this is one area, and then we will have actually a separate discussion, in fact, in another time, a follow-up to for Karanjas on specifically on agriculture. It was actually one of the best spaces actually ever on that particular topic. So so Saturday would be, the rendezvous would be actually on our triangle space, not on this space. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Good night, and don't forget actually to give feedback as you leave. The quicker actually you leave, the better, because people are still actually joining us. There's no stop here. Thank you.